Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. I feel like I picked not the best part of the song to come in. Hold on. Oh, that should have been it. Oh, it would have been so much better. Alas, next week. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. It is a Tuesday afternoon. It is the 8th of the 7th of 25. It's been a cool weekend of Netrunner. Oh, I forgot to open up some links. We got a lot of tournament Netrunner going on this weekend. There was the UK Megacities. They had like 80 players out in, I'm not actually sure what it was in the UK. I probably could figure that out. It's a Grid Live JM. How's it going? Please. Were you asking how Patrick is? I don't think you want to be doing that because we have this book here. If you give a mouse a cookie, I don't think it translated into American. I'm not sure if you are American. Maybe you do have that. It does sound like an American book. Tron, it's the Grid. Hey, yeah, it's the Grid. How you doing, Tron? Shallow. How's it going? Hey, hand pink waving. Diogen, how you doing? We got important pronoun data this weekend. Solom, how you doing? Yeah, I did see the write-up. I think, who did it? Lovelace did it? We have the pronoun meta breakdown, which like is very funny. There's some good data to look at if you're trying to make some decisions about tournaments. Lovelace compiled a bunch of the data. So this is all the data contained in this article is available to view here. What is this link to? And to the UK Nationals pronoun data list. Wow. So again, this is the amount of games played under each pronoun. And then you can see like their win rate. So some pronoun pairs are like really overperforming. Now, I don't know if that's because of the current meta. Like this might change in the, like the ban list coming out in a couple weeks or whatever. So like I wouldn't, spend too much time, but there is some like really interesting data points. Pronouns, kind of killer, 65% win rate, near 70% win rate. That's kind of the highest you usually get a competitive Netrunner. A lot of the best competitive Netrunner players have around a 75% to 65% win rate. Not a lot of people have above that. I think it's very, very few. So that's very, very, very good. With the dominance of he/him, many players are seeking the best options. Now, I want to say while he/him is pretty dominant, it is converting relatively well. Like he/him has the sort of like archetypal 50% win rate. It might even be 51, 52. Maybe they're only playing runner, so it's hard to tell. But yeah, the standout options that saw success here were any, it, and he, none. Although each of these saw only 1 or 2 pilots. Yeah, that's where the data points get like really fishy. I'm not sure you want to extract too much on 1 or 2 data points for obvious reasons, but some of these actually have really good data points. Tag against other options could be considered. It and any, while both strong options, appear to have very different matchup spreads, so a meta call that counters both of these would be very well placed. These are correlative. So pronouns of players or identities. Oh, Weddy, this is players. This is totally players. Cut conversion. It 100%, kind of incredible. He, any, also really, really good. And then even like a 50% cut conversion is good. He, him, still not doing well, but I want to say that there was a lot of he, him players, so that number's a bit better. And then she, her, also like he, they, totally fine. The meta is far from stale. While he/him remains the primary contender and shows solid performance in many events, alternative options are becoming more and more popular. Dedicated testing could absolutely reveal a previously unseen choice that takes the top spot, and while I would be pleasantly surprised to see he/him unseated as the most common choice at tournaments of this size, I could certainly see it coming with the next year. If you're looking for change, there might be no time like right now. I would consider it. I think I could easily do he, they. And I do think it actually might help my cut conversion. Actually, no, not really. It seems to be about the same. So I don't think it actually is a big performative change. Yeah, I do want to say, like, this is the issue, is that it's very easy to complain about this the same way that people complain about, and I will in a moment, about like, oh, UK Nationals, it's all Ob and Elko. And like, I get it. We're all tired. This write-up is really good. Shout out to Lovelace. Oh man, I have read it in American, and Pat does look like that mouse. Does that make you the boy who gets dragged along for the ride? Yeah, I might just be, but I think that boy is like, at the end of the day, he gets a good friend, and I think they're both pretty happy. It's lunch break. Hey, Weddy, how's it going? Jai, hey, Metropole, hey, chat. How you doing, Jai? So this weekend was the UK Nationals. A lot of people coming out, which is great. This write-up is based. It's really, really good. And so if you want to watch a bunch of it, I don't know if day 1 was streamed somewhere. It probably was on off-offs, right? So twitch.tv/OF1515. That's my guess. Beans. Jai, do you know where the part 1 was streamed? Hey Damian, how's it going? Happy to catch a stream. Welcome. How you doing? How's your what is it today? Tuesday. If you want to watch the rest of it though, youtube.com. You start there, and then on the side, if you've subscribed to Gyroscopic, you'll get a Jai here, and then Jai did the UK Nationals top cut along a bunch of different people who came in and came out. Let's just give this a like. The video quality of the stream is actually really good. There was no, I don't know if there was audio on day one. I'm pretty sure I saw a stream that was just video for a bit. And then UK Top Cut day 2, this was all with commentary, which is great. So all the commentary is done remotely, which like if you're running an event and you are struggling to find how to do commentary on site, remote commentary does work relatively well. You just need a bit more bit rate because you need to send like a live stream of your live stream to people to commentate over. This matchup was interesting. This was Thorn. Thorn made the Top Cut playing. This is what's it called? You know the one with the tanks. You know, the HB one no one likes. It has Stegadon in it. You know the one. If you know, you know. It was interesting. That actually made the Top Cut, which is cool. Eden is playing against it on a Seb deck. I won't spoil the ending. I am convinced, and I do think this is unfortunate. I watched through this whole play. I think if this ID was just replaced by PD, it would have gone better, but that's usually how it goes when you play Thunderbolt. I figured out the name. I just had to stall for like a minute and a half, but we got there. But that's really cool. I watched a couple rounds. I think the middle round I watched, this wiki deck was published too. This is Thorn, and he's on the other side now playing this Arsana deck, and there's actually a fair bit of Arsana showing up at top tournaments, and I'm not 100% sure why. Potat, he's playing this like really interesting Zwicky deck that is running like 3 copies of Mersha, and then Mersha is being used to install so much ice on the table. Thorn here is playing this sort of like girls like deck. So you see a Beatrice, you see Pretty Mary. The deck has Devadata drones. It's just like trying to send it centrals. I think the mount that this deck is drawing, because it's Wiki, it was like really quickly into the mid game. Thorn definitely should have been running HQ. My guess is Potat was like pretty flooded. Thorn still pulls it off at the end, but this is the sort of thing you got to watch out, especially if you're watching the replay. You can learn a lot because you can see obviously the corpse hand. But when Zwicky draws so much, I think this is just like my Zwicky fact. Zwicky draws more than any other corporation, barring Auco in the modern meta. And if they're not scoring out, that means they're flooded. So while your deck wants to run R&D and see 3 cards every turn, like just send it HQ for a moment, because I do think Potat is holding a lot of agendas. And the remote server, unfortunately, was like Shylendra into like Winchester, which is obviously terrible. Like that is not your scoring remote you want. But sometimes it do be like that for sure. Hey, Ba, how's it going? Did you play at UK Nats this weekend? Thunderbolt. Hey, Warlock. Across 5 players, Ari had 75% win rate at UK Nats and 3 players made cut. People are playing her because she's good. Hey, Lucille, how's it going? Yeah, I just don't know what the deck is, right? Like, I'm not sure if everyone's playing this sort of deck, which is like, you know, girls like just R&D, send it every turn. I think we saw a couple at some of the last tournaments, but I wasn't able to see whether it was just like a deep dive cheese deck or whether it was just like cheat around ice deck. I can't really tell what the engine is. It is Knickknack in this deck, which is interesting. Knickknack is seeing play here. Knickknack is like kind of anti-synergistic because if you want to cheat in a program with Ari, you can't do it for Knickknack. So if you want to just play your Principia clicklessly during a run to sell it, that obviously doesn't work. Arsana and Op. Hell yeah, how'd it go? Where was it, by the way? Hey, Roshni, how's it going? At a conference all week, but popping in during a lunch break to say hello. Hopefully it's a good conference. Thanks for dropping in. Hopefully you're doing good, whether you're traveling or just at home. There were 5 different decks. Yeah, I believe it. Illumination in the Groove. Yes, I do think I saw In the Groove in this deck. Illumination also is seeing play. Those are cool. I'm not sure why Arisana plays Illumination better than anyone else. I'm assuming it's because we have a lot of just cheap installables. But yeah, I need to look into that. I do think people are respecting Illumination, and rightfully so, but that's a cool deck. Love to see the Ari decks pop off. Yeah, I think Ari was like somewhat honestly kind of like Op to some extent too, kind of pronounced dead on arrival with the new meta because of rotation. And I do think the Ari decks, not exactly like the Op decks, look so entirely different than they did last meta. So maybe it's taking a while for me to figure out what they're up to, let alone other people to be like, oh, you can still do this. So the believers are believing. That's cool. How's it going, by the way, Laura? Came 21st in the end. Nice, but did you have a good time, Bob? All the top cut decks are in the Groove Illumination, but all 5 decks did fundamentally different things after setting up. Yeah, I'm not convinced about In the Groove. I think I saw In the Groove played on stream and it just drew like 2 cards. Obviously, In the Groove plus Illumination is really good because then you can draw cards and install more cards. So In the Groove is really good with cards that click and press installs, which is kind of cool. This with Muse is kind of neat. I don't think I've ever like played that interaction really hard. But I don't know how, like, is it a pipe dream to be like, I'm going to end the Groove Illumination, or does that happen more consistently, or at least consistently enough to feel happy about that being like the core pillar of your deck? Can't tell. You're the best shaper breaking 1 ice on your turn 1. Yeah, but do you want Illumination on turn 1? Like, I'm pretty sure if I play against Auco and they don't ice R&D, like, I don't know if I want to dump 3 cards from my hand. You know what I mean? Hey, Joel, how's it going? I was on Onicom RA and went 4-1 on it. Ignore my corpse side. Let the deck down. Still came top half overall. Congratulations, Lucille. Contesting Cohort or Antail is mission critical against the 2 best decks. Yeah, so like what? Being able to slap Vandal in? Like, what are you doing with Ari on turn 1 when you're contesting ice? Cohort is really important. I think you can let the first Cohort fire. I think the first cohort can fire, but then you need to deal with the cohort. Antil's kind of important. I do think the RE deck that I was just watching was playing also like Pinhole, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of cool. In my experience, yes, if FUT wasn't rezzed. That's the problem. I think In the Groove missed a couple triggers when I was playing on stream, to be fair. At least I was counting. Oh, okay. So maybe that's a bit better. Because I think every single In the Groove I saw on stream wasn't incredibly potent. But I did miss a bunch. Like I missed a couple games in the middle, and then I watched the final 2 games, which are pretty good. Netrunner. Well, let's talk about the meta, mind you. We're gonna do like a UK Nats breakdown. I want to shout out right now. Always Be Running seems to be down. Este Registrero. Okay, hold on. This domain name registration has expired, and renewal or deletion is pending. So I'm assuming the people who run ABR know that this is the thing, but we just can't look at ABR right now. So I hope that it gets renewed. Obviously, that stuff costs money. Hoping for the best. It's going well. Was fixing up some stuff on Twitch after my last stream yesterday of Earthrun Rangers. Joel, just send me either. I don't know if you're gonna be able to send it in Twitch chat because they'll probably ban it. But if you want to send me privately your stream information, if you're happy to share it, I'd love to be able to see it. I didn't know you were streaming already. Literally anything. Your Arasana Slap Propeller Fizzarum. Yeah, I saw some Fizzarum. Slap Vandal. I don't know what that's beating. Against Op, it's not beating a lot. Against Shinteki, you're okay, I guess. Yeah, I guess you just muse for whatever you want. Okay, let's take a look at some standings. Welcome to the Swiss rounds. This is 79 players at UK Nats. It's in Dublin time. I don't think it was in Dublin. Definitely not. I think there's an IP address to get the ABR directly. I know that was shared before. I haven't bookmarked it. So there's probably a way that someone has a direct link that they're like rehosting it or something. I'm not 100% sure. Did YouTube eat that or no? See, if you sent a link, yeah, YouTube definitely ate it. Slap Vandal's fine against Op. I mean, I guess you go through a Maskarovka, give them 2 credits. It's not the worst, but it's not great. Or you can also just like take the 2 credits away, and that actually might be better in context of them not being able to res the Antil, which is fun. I'm gonna DM you the working ABR URL. Okay, thank you, Lucille. So it was in 1 second. The most balanced runner faction split I've ever seen in a large event. Is it like 33, 33, 33? Thank you, Lucille. It's just a series of random numbers I'm typing into my computer. Advanced. I accept the risk. Okay, cool. Welcome back to ABR. Corp split? Yeah, the corp distribution is pretty bad. It's not good. It doesn't seem great. Oh, okay, so this doesn't matter because it looks like UK Nationals wasn't wrapped up here because I'm assuming everybody else is also struggling to use ABR. So it seems like the results on ABR were not posted. So while we have the UK National Startup event, how did that go, Lucy? We don't have the standard stuff. So thank you for the DM. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, apparently it's just not up here, which kind of makes sense in hindsight. So let's look at this. Yo, perfect parity. 37% criminal, 31. So far, nothing surprising. We have Hoshiko, Sable, Maggie. I think that was the easy call going into this tournament. I want to say this, and I feel like I have no data that will support it unless we dig up the data. But I'm pretty sure that the meta at UK Nationals has consistently for a couple years been really homogenous. I don't mean that in a disparaging way, and maybe I'm just remembering like metas where something was really, really powerful, but like a quarter of the field, more than a quarter of the field was on the same ID, and then like 13% op, 10% Nebula, like no surprise, 10% Nuvang. That is like really, really well, easily predictable. HB being, you know, less HB players than an entirety one identity is kind of upsetting. Same with NBN. It looks like it's just Nebula and then like an Epiphany player, a Provdivos player, and still NBN is less altogether than Alco. But I do think every time that the meta clearly has a good deck, it shows up really consistently at UK Nationals. Again, I might be thinking of like 419 R plus meta, but I'm pretty sure at the top cut back in the day, that deck was like, you know, 70% of the top cut was R plus, something like that. Again, I can look into the data to see if that's actually accurate. I might be totally off base there, but it does look like the UK is very, very, like, they have, well, not only do they have their own localized meta, which every region does, but it feels like usually, and maybe because there's a lot of testing teams and the testing teams are relatively big, that their meta is like super focused, where if there's one good deck, a lot of people play that good deck. I miss NBN and tag stuff. NBN is so loud now. Alco's exhausting me. Yeah, I think Alco's exhausting a lot of people. And like, I think we've been saying this every week, and it's really cool to see the Alco decks that did well, because there's every week there's like 2.5 new Alco archetypes that seem to be the best thing in the room. And so then you wait for next week where someone iterates on that and iterates on that. And there's some excitement to that for sure. But it is like unendingly, this seems to be the most powerful thing you can do in standard. And then you're just trying to figure out a which way to deliver it that makes the most sense. And the version that like Dyer and a bunch of the folks from the process played seems really, really great. Really, really robust, very flexible, very no nonsense too. Like it's moving away from some of the sharper, weirder things and playing just like more fundamental good Netrunner on the back of Alco being a busted ability, Cohort being messed up, and then FUT being messed up, and your agenda suite having a functional 4-point agenda in them and the ability to fast advance. Like this deck literally cannot, there's nothing it can't do. It can play Glacier, it can play Acids, it can do damage, it can do fast advance, it can kill combo. It has a 4-point agenda they can fast advance. Like it's kind of nonsense how much this can do. I do think a bunch of the write-ups are relatively effusive about like the play patterns that it shows are interesting and fun. And I do agree, of course, we've been saying that a lot. If you're playing a good deck against Outco, like Jai's been doing these replay reviews. And the last one I watched was a bunch of replayers reviews from Cold Lava playing at one of the online megacities. And it was a Lat deck versus Auco. And the amount of time, and mind you, this can happen in a lot of matchups, that you can sit and talk about what you should do on a given turn when there's like 3 cards on the table, 2 of them iced up, Auco is at 1 power counter. What are you trying to do? Like there's a lot to be said about those board states. They're very interesting. It's a very, very skill testing game. So mixed bag. But I'm not sure that you want this number to be this high. And then once you look at the top cut, it's like 10 out of 16 decks are Auco, which again, I don't think people are really excited about that. UK historically skews NBN. Yeah, if they can, they can. Same with Criminal, but like obviously that wasn't the meta. Shout out to Nebula still being very common and like not converting well, I don't think. And this thing frustrates me somehow more than Auco. I don't know what. It went really well, and the footage of it will be going up on the Rigging Up YouTube channel hopefully next week. Oh, nice. I know that you uploaded a video, or at least someone from Rigging Up uploaded a video that had people on it. I haven't watched it yet, but I know there was some sort of UK Nationals type content. I'm assuming it was. I'm excited to check that out. Hey Connor, UK Nationals was great, went 5-0 in Runner, but completely let myself down going 1-4 in Corp. So Connor, what you do is you go onto Netrunner DB and you publish your deck list and you say undefeated Runner, 5-0 UK Nationals. Don't talk about the Corp side. Like if people ask, just ignore it. Sometimes your connection just falls out. It's fine. But congrats. Hopefully you had a good time, which I always think is the most important metric there. Don't worry, my Synapse Blues is lowering. Give me a couple more months and I will make it work or die trying. Hey, Jack, if you check the standings, Nuvang performed very badly even though they had 9 decks. I did not help these stats. Yeah, I think we'll see this. I'm going to pull this into, what's it called? Into the Maker's Eye in a second. And we'll see what the actual results. This is the top cut. And right, okay, it's 9. Sorry, 9 out of the top 16 is Auco. Then it's Op, and then you have like 1 PD, 1 Zwicky, 1 Thunderbolt. I don't think a lot of people expected Zwicky to be there. The deck that was played was very interesting, very strange. The Thunderbolt deck is it's what's it called? The Stegodon deck, which like buckle up. I'm convinced from the little bit of footage I've seen, like this might have been better in PD. I can't exactly tell. I think on the replay we got to see on Jai's stream, on the UK National stream, it like fired Thunderbolt 3 times maybe, and that just happens sometimes. Of course, your opponent plays different when you're playing Thunderbolt, so it's not easy to like just grab that data and be like that's the result. But yeah, this is like what was expected and it definitely performed that way. On the runner side, these Hoshiko decks, I think these are the same Hoshiko decks we've seen for 3 years. They're doing well. Arsana doing really, really well, it seems. 3% of the top cut, not a very popular ID going into the event. 5 players, so nearly half the Arsana players made the top cut, so there's definitely something there. Then we got Lat, very little Sable. That's really strange. The UK I always imagine as being pretty criminal coded. I don't know what's going on there. And we have a Maggie and we have the Seb deck as well. So kind of fascinating. This is like what you'd expect. Ends up, I think Hoshiko wins the event, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hoshiko wins the event. So like the 2 most popular IDs won the event overall. Let's quickly drag this into the Maker's Eye and see what we can find out about some more interesting data. Are there region meta stereotypes? Oh, for sure. For sure. And we got to see a couple of them. So like the UK generally has like an NBN and criminal stereotype classically. Some of that also is like EA Sports in the UK playing NBN kill decks consistently. I don't know what happened to the Prof Devos deck. It just kind of disappeared. I don't think people are so hard teched into it at this point. We just looked at Milwaukee and like Milwaukee, the Midwest just loves Nebula kill. And that was like a major part of the Midwest scene last weekend. I don't know what to say about Montreal specifically, which like on the global scale, I don't think it has a recognized meta, but a lot of like kill decks. Toronto, a lot of kill decks too, Jinteki specifically. Yeah, no, but I think regions definitely do have like their specific kind of brew. Auco creates fun games, but goddamn is exhausting playing it back-to-back consistently. They print an ID that says draw 2. I'm really curious what they thought the downside was. Yeah, from my understanding, like I think I heard that it underperformed a bit in internal testing. And for that, there's many reasons to say why that is. Firstly, not all the cards were in the current printing. So it could have been slightly worse. Could have been, the runners could have been slightly better. So I can't tell. But yeah, it is functionally draw to every turn, which supports basically every archetype you can play. I do think that what we saw early is that we saw a lot of Alco decks that were more acid spam decks, and now we're moving to decks that are actually running 11 to 13 ice. I think that was actually my called shot in the last time that we did the tier list, where it's like the Alco decks need to play more ice, because ice is actually really quite good. I don't think I'm realizing when I'm playing Alco is that cards like Botu, like this fires your ability. Right? Like I'm totally missing that using Hansei and like trashing a card to fire Botu fire your ability. Like if they face check into Botu and they can't break it, you draw 2 cards because you did net damage and you trashed a card. So like it is like on tempo if you want to argue that. But these sort of interactions are something that are not intuitive. Like I'm still forgetting that Hansei Review gives you a counter, which is like why Hansei Review is really good in that deck. And let alone putting cards in archives is good in the deck. Anyways, interesting. Egg is great. Corp Max is fun. Corp Max. How's it going, C? Nebula's such the worst. It doesn't even have the decency to do well in tournaments and get itself banned. That's my frustration. I wanted to do really well so we can get rid of it, but apparently that's not like consistently been the case. In certain regions, it's doing okay. In other regions, it's just doing terribly. And again, if your meta is a lot of run-based criminal and stuff like that, I don't get it. Remove the reference to the corp from the published runner. Great advice. Nailed it. Nailed it. Just ignore that. That is like, it's up to your audience to have this sort of like, you know, Netrunner DB deck literacy to be like, wait, well, how did your corp do? And if they don't, you're a hero. So ready for Shiko to get banned so I don't have to ever figure out her weak spot? Yeah, I'm assuming something on the Reg Anarch side is going to get banned. Yeah, I don't think we mentioned this because I think we might have missed the week, or more accurately, we did a stream on Thursday, and that Thursday stream, Pat came over and we played Core on the table. That was a lot of fun, and we're definitely going to do it again. I think the feedback has been really positive. People who are coming to the game that want to see like the pared down card pool, because mostly we play standard on these sort of streams. So Pat and I will definitely do that again. It's our first time playing Core. We have an in-person paper Core tournament next week on Tuesday, so we should be going out to that. But that was like a really nice thing to do. I don't think we did the best job splaying our decks on the table when we're building them. It was a bit messy. So I think when we build the deck, we should actually like just take the time to like build it out so we can count to 44 or 49, and then you can easily see what's in it, as opposed to like, I did publish the deck list below in the comments, but if you know, you know, it was kind of a mess. Anyways, sorry, what I was trying to say that I think we missed to talk about last week is that they announced that ban list. Tuna wrote a really good article, and it said that they basically explained what their kind of their philosophy is about ban lists, and that we're going to have more regular and consistent ban lists, I think was what I was meant to get out of that. Apologies, I haven't read it since last week, but they said that for the next ban list, we're expecting something no later than the 18th, which should be in play for the continental season, which starts at the beginning of August. So that should be relatively soon. Usually the null signal games can get the stuff done early enough, and then they reach out to content creators ahead of time so that we can drop a video on day 1 if and when that shows up. I'm hoping that happens again, and if and when it does, you'll have a video hopefully on like usually they drop on like Fridays, sometimes Mondays. It's sometimes different. Sorry, none of them touch Shaper with a 10-foot pole. EA Sports either play Krim or Hashiko? No, there's a bunch of like EA Sports players? Yeah, maybe not. I can't tell. I lost horribly to an excellent EA Sports player on Mag, so not at all. Oh, well, there you go. EA had a pretty good Maggie for the event, but most ended up on different stuff. Ah, beans, okay. Some of the best eggs aren't even running Bladderwort anymore. They're playing Netrunner now. Basatron, I would say Bladderwort is still Netrunner, but I do agree. We've seen that for now like 2 or 3 weeks, that a lot of those decks are moving off Bladderwort on the basis that having more money seems better for your game plan, which is also why we can see some bigger ice, why we're seeing a bit more Holloman play. Not that Holloman, you can't like get to big credits and then duck down to Bladderwort again. But recently the deck that won the event is not on Bladderwort. It's also not on Holloman, but it is just running like mid-range Glacier on top of everything it's doing. Bonafires your ability twice? Yeah, exactly. And I do think I missed that a fair bit, but I haven't been playing Egg in a long time. Sometimes you'll enjoy, which isn't shown, is the second place in Swiss was Echo with an undefeated Baz deck. They couldn't play Top Cut. No, I did see that, because Echo published the list, and they were like very clear that they thought this was great. They obviously couldn't play in the Top Cut, so I guess we saw it bump down to like the 17th player. Looking at this, I like still don't fully get it. Like I don't understand why this would be anywhere near as good as or consistent as Sable. I'm just not a great fan of Baz's text so far. It is just seems to be like we're not delivering tricks or a specific angle that the corps are struggling to interact with. It's just more so it gives you click impression to set up. That's at least what it seems to me, because you're not derezzing a lot. This deck does have a single mag electric, which is like really cool. Baz having a bit of derez is good, but like I would switch the ID to Sable and probably have, I'm assuming, a better time. I did say earlier it's good that decks like Alco now are playing more ice, but like when I play against Nebula, Nebula probably reses like 4 ice in a game, maybe 5 ice. And having my ability fire 5 times or having Sable on every single turn, it just does not make sense to me. And now, like, clearly this deck did well, so like there's probably something to it, or like the meta was really kind to this. I can't tell, but I just cannot look at this and not see why I wouldn't change the ID to something else. I guess I need to play it, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're wrong. I just don't know. Like it's not jumping out to me as like this is anything different than it's just a red crim list, right? It's funny how the best way to build Baz was literally red crim with 1 maglev. Yeah. Mag Electric, yeah, exactly. Like this is just a red crim deck that 1 D-res card. Like I don't fully understand it. Not at all. Hey Lars. I told y'all Neb wasn't good. Core's super good. Yeah, Core's been fun so far. I am a bit frustrated with parts of Core. Right? Like I think if Core wants to be exactly like if Core wants to be a format that I think I return to consistently to play something that's a bit more like focused, I don't know how you can have Cleaver in it. Like I'm just so like that was a problem with System Gateway, and at least in System Gateway there was only like 2 fractors, so you picked the better one. But now in the format that there's like what is it, 3 or 4 fractors, I guess there's a reason not to play Cleaver if you're playing Shaper and you're playing Principia and a Rising Tide. But like yeah, it's just like I was excited in Standard to play Samasamun, and then currently in Core I'm not playing Samasamun. There just continually is ice that I would just not put in the deck at all, because into the Expected Breaker it doesn't make sense. Like we were running into the problem we ran into Standard a couple months ago before rotation. You're still running that into Core, where it's like, wait, Cleaver breaks Samasamun for 3. Why am I playing this? Like, why would I play Kessleroid when it's also broken for? Maybe there's a bit more reason because it's cheaper, and like if they are playing anything else, it's 2 credits to break. But these sort of things kind of bother me. Core's more fun than Standard. Changed my mind. Yeah, Saber, how's it going? Not necessarily more frequent lists, more that they will be easier to predict. You will know that there will be an article even if it's no update in between OP seasons. Okay, cool. Yeah, I probably should have done my research before, or like reread that in less than 24 hours before talking about it. But that's definitely it, which is good. Like I think that's great too. I don't think we need more consistent lists. We just want more consistent communication. And I'm saying that not complaining. I think the communication is really good. And I feel like I have to say this every time. I know that people edit the articles too, but Tuno's writing, and I don't think Tuno it speaks English first language. That would be my guess. But Tuno's writing is so good, genuinely just so good, and I can't get over that. Core's all the upside has started without having to play RWR cards. Love that. I actually think we need to hit Alco and Ob before handling side balance in this essay. I will. Oh man. Bullying Corpse with Baz is fun, but yeah, it definitely feels mid to me, at least the decks I've tested. Yeah, it feels like I run out of gas. I just feel like at some point I'm not doing anything and I have a blank ID. And like with Sable, you have threat on turn 1, you have threat on turn 15. Recommended just playing Core without Cleaver, to be honest. Yeah, and then like I've heard people also ban out, they say then at some point like Pharos gets disgusting. I would imagine that actually in Core you have more ways to deal with Pharos than you did in Standard, or sorry, that you did in System Gateway. Like you can de-res this with Mag Electric. You could in theory play Tranquilizer. You can get a Pharos trashed and destroy the other ones with Charm Offensive. So like it does feel like in the slightly bigger card pool going from Gateway to Core, adding elevation, there's probably a couple more easier ways to deal with Pharos. But I've heard people, I think that was the comment we heard in chat, is that a lot of people play, or some people have been saying they play Core, but they ban Cleaver and they ban Pharos, which I think that's a cool starting point. I do think it's like not that hard to ban Cleaver in context that you do just have Rising Tide in the box. So like it's not like Anarchist Short or Breaker. Core Femin, I think you ban Cleaver, Pharos, and R+ and move on. Oh yeah, we didn't try R+. We probably should. I just feel like the tag payoff in elevation is probably not that good, besides like having your breakers destroyed with Retribution, and obviously that can be an issue, and that probably will be an issue. But yeah, I haven't tried this at all. I was easily going to play like 3 Funhouse, 3 Funhouse is already really annoying for the format. Just assume Cleaver is banned in an honor system. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be an honor ban if anything. Turdock, how's it going? Our local core tournament used started a ban list that worked quite well. Tuno's the GOAT. Tuno really is the GOAT. Spike bias is so goddamn good. It really is. Hey, Jonald, I've never heard anyone leave my poor boat alone. Citation needed. Congratulations, Jonald, on the weekend. Fantastic run. Playing op, no surprise. Still holding on to the meta. Seems to be quite relevant, which is great. The problem with Pharos in the core, it's very easy to score off and Regulus by gear checking the runner. And so most answers to Pharos except botchels are bleh. Yeah, I would assume that you need to do a combination of things where it's like you need to have the HQ run and the Mag Electric D-res, and then you push the remote server and you force them to res it twice for 14, and that can maybe not be reasonable. Maybe you res it for 5 in reality plus, I don't know. But yeah, right now, a lot of very important things have to stick on the table in core, which I don't know, that's fundamental never to some extent, but I could see Pharos being really, really good. It's just hard to get that many leech counters that fast, huh? All right, we're going back to this real quick. So this was the UK Nationals. We saw the distribution here. A lot of mostly hot players, but I do think a lot of mostly hot players. I'm not looking at the names to judge it. I do think it's like a very good new player identity. I don't know if I've seen players that are like not looking at that list. I didn't actually pay attention to the list. I want to be clear. We're not calling out anyone here, but I don't think I've seen the sort of like competitive seasoned players playing Moosely Hot over like Sable or any of the other criminals. So I think Moosely Hot is just like a fun entry point. But it doesn't seem like there's a reason to play her over anything else. And I'm not complaining. That's fine. If we look at win rates on the runner side, yeah, let's go. Padma, 100% win rate. That's sick. Really, really cool. Essa not doing well, notably. I don't think there's a lot of Essa players. Maybe they were playing the last decklist of the week, which we'll probably play this week because we were able to miss it last week. And then when you see on the runner side, like on average, the only runner that's winning more than 50% win rate consistently over everything is Shaper. I do think that's the narrative I've been saying for a moment now, is that like the players who are playing Shaper generally know what they're doing. When it's an underdog faction, you usually get that where it's like not represented as well, but the people playing it usually are playing it for a reason. So like obviously Padma's doing well. Dewi did well too, but like Meg and Arsana, those are probably the majority two Shapers, and they're converting over 50, which is great. Arsana did really quite well. 76%, only 5 players, 3 made top cut. Really, really cool. Whatever this deck is, should be looked at. Baz did well, but there was only, I think, 2 Baz players, if I'm not mistaken. Phoenix and Essa not doing anything. Phoenix really hasn't done anything since Phoenix really came out. I think there were some early deck performances in the first couple weeks, but those Phoenix decks were largely just Hoshiko decks, don't at me. And then everything else is kind of the middle of the pack. Like Hosh is doing over 50, and Hosh seems to be oscillating between 56 and 48 from week to week to week. And then everybody else is okay. Sable, 52%. I do think sometimes when you get these identities that are being played 112 games or 82 games, that data is less focused than something like Arsana, which obviously there's less games played, but like the average person plays Hosh, the average person plays Sable, and so there's a mix of people at like lower tables who are newer to the game or not as like there for competitive success specifically, and then players who've ground 300 Hosh games. So these numbers are always a bit more flattened because there's just more people playing. Corp, Alco. There's more people playing Alco than entirety of HB and NBN almost together, is my guess. There's 23 players here. I don't know what the top of HB is. Oh, by the way, runner win rate is above half. I think that is the narrative that a lot of people have been pushing. I don't know what that is, top cut versus not top cut, but like the runner win rate is a bit over 50%. That's like what, 53% is my guess, something around that, maybe a bit higher. Yeah, maybe a bit higher. So that's kind of cool. And then we look at this. We see what corps are doing well. HB is doing terribly, really terribly. And again, for what it's worth, not a lot of people are playing it, so the data is not great there. A lot of the players that I was looking at following competitively are not playing HB. That's not going to help, but that's, yeah, it is what it is. Alco, still the most performant. Epiphany, nice. There's only one Epiphany player, but they got away with it. 60% being the highest individual corp win rate, probably. Oh, no, that's not true, because there's probably players that went like 100% on Alco or op, or basically anything, really. But yeah, HB just not doing it. Nuveng not doing it, 45%, whatever, that's okay-ish. And then like Op barely above, and Alco significantly above. Let's look at Nebula. Nebula straight 50, totally balanced, nothing wrong. Let's go. Hosh is Hosh. Phoenix has a niche. I don't know what the niche is. Sable's still the best crim, but not the extent that the Hosh is better than the rest of the Anarch field. Yeah, I agree. I do think a lot of the criminal decks are interchangeable, but the Anarch decks, it's like, if you want to play Reg, you play Hosh, and then it's either you want to build a weird deck, like something totally different, like Essa and Seb. And I'd argue that if you play the Hosh deck and put it in Topan or Phoenix or anything else, it's significantly worse. Does anyone have trouble accessing the ABR? Yeah, Heliopolics. ABR needs to renew their something technical, so it is just down for everyone. People are sharing links that you can get to it by like having a direct IP address, from my understanding. But yeah, it is down. 50% win rate on Hosh is pretty high given how safe of a choice she is. Yes, exactly. Don't feel like there's terrible matchups, and also like everyone's playing Hosh. So yeah, that data is like very much kind of washed in both directions. Isawak not doing it. Sorry, Wenjung. Cool. Then you see some data, and you probably see Hosh doesn't have a bad matchup. So the left number is win rate of the runner. The right is corp. And so, okay, the Alco matchup's not good. Actually, the Alco matchup is pretty bad, it turns out. You got a 50-50 on Op, Nuveng. BTL is not great, it looks like, but everything else you're kind of crushing. As you go left to right, that is prominence, though. So the most prominent, the least prominent. So you want numbers at the beginning being good. And Hosh is just not converting well against Oko and is even against Op. If you go to Criminal, there's just less games being played. I do think it's way better than the Alco stats, the Hosh Alco stats. But Op is not great. Nebula is... Wait, what? How is Criminal 1-6 against Sable? That is like the matchup. What happened? And then Mag is 7th. Like, this is what you'd expect. Like, Sable's really good into Nebula. I don't get that. Struggling into Nuvang, whatever. It's just not a lot of data, so we can't make too much sense of it. But yeah, you got to see some stats, and then you see win rates and stuff. Neat. No, yeah, it's cool. I think the thing that we want to talk about, the most interesting data point, is seeing some of the decks. So if I'm not mistaken, Dyer published a list. I want to see Extra C's list as well. But Dyer published a list. Can I just search Nemanaya? Yeah, right here, poached eggs. Luminal did a lot of things wrong, Cranked, but I agree with the amnesty. Luminal did nothing wrong. I think Luminal did something wrong, but is that data point the Sable won 1 game and lost 6 against Nebula? That, from my understanding, Joel, that's what that means, yeah. Which is like, not a lot of data, but if HB keeps doing rough, we'll get Luminal back. I'm kind of starting to doubt it. Like, I feel like the problem with HB would be helped with Luminal, but it would be helped in the most annoying way. Where like HB is still not doing well, but in the 1 in every like 3 games, 1 in every 2 games where they score the Luminal, then they like maybe win that game. Like if you're putting all of HB's power on a singleton 1 per deck card, which if they score it, they pop off, I think it might be more frustrating, right? Like HB probably has issues. I think there's still likely reasonable HB decks in the meta. I wouldn't give up. Are they as consistent or robust, as powerful as Outgo? Probably not. Definitely not. But I don't know. And like if HB's bad, then we just add the power by adding a singleton 1 of card that's totally cracked. It's like, that just feels like it's going to be more annoying for both sides of the table. I couldn't see Nebula as a bad matchup for Sable, given that nowadays most Sables aren't 2x no fresh. But I think that's the point, is like Sable was losing to Nebula. I couldn't see Nebula as a bad matchup for Sable. Like that's what I'm trying to say. How's it going, by the way? Is that it looks like Sable was losing 6 times to 1 against Nebula, where I assumed it would be the opposite. Unless I'm reading the chart wrong. I might be reading the chart wrong. But it seemed like Sable was losing that matchup 6-1, not winning 6-1. I assumed it would be winning 6-1. I guess Nebula just icing 2 of your marks on the max would hurt Cerebral. Yeah, but the Sable deck is built against that. Like the Sable deck can make 2 credits running the mark. You're running like 2 to 3 Chesvas. You have 2 breakers sometimes of each. You have Boomerangs. You have Hermes. Like you should be able to, like that is a good matchup. It's a very good matchup. You have Class Act. You have Econ Denial. You can't interact with Fast Advance, but like you can do a lot. We unbanned Vacheron. There, now we're talking. That'll show up in every game. Now we're consistent. Rather be Zyre mostly hot because money's the thing that really matters against them in my experience. I don't know. I haven't mind Sable. Like Sable, if you just get down your archives mark, right? Like you're running archives, clicklessly getting 2 credits a turn. That's a lot of value. Sable being statistically good into egg and bad into Nebula is so weird to me. I don't even think Spider Bro, how's it going? The data didn't say that Sable was good into egg. I think Sable said it was better into egg than Hoshiko, but Hoshiko seemed to be bad into egg. But Sable is still losing more than 50% into egg. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. All right, this is the list. Still not playing Longevity Serum, just playing Project Yagi-Uda. I don't know if there's any reason that you do over advance this, but really funny. The other 3 too, I think it's just a bit more playable. I like the art better at a minimum. But yeah, this is 49 cards Oko. We're down to 12 assets, so the must-trash stuff, we're on cohorts, of course, we're on FUT, and the way that I got to saw Chris play FUT in some of the final games is really interesting. We're on Moon Pools, we're on the double Spin Doctor, just like the deck list of the week, and I think that actually does make sense in this deck. I'm a big proponent of playing Spin Doctor. If you're a newer player, definitely play 3 Spin Doctors. It does help a heck of a lot for newer players, but the deck has 3 Moon Pools and 2 Spin Doctors and a Longevity, so it does have enough recursion that you don't miss the Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor is good in the deck because throwing out your agendas into archives is a real thing you want to do. So this gives you a few less options out, but you already now have like 6 recursion cards in the deck and powers. So like it kind of makes sense. We're on better money here. Again, we're not on Bladderwort, so we're on Hansei, Hedge Fund, and Petty Cash. The Hedge Fund is the card that makes the least sense to me. Like the Hansei review has synergy. The Petty Cash has a lot of synergy. So Hedge Fund is just because we want good money. And like, yeah, Hedge Fund's good. Of course it is. And then the upgrades are really interesting. We're on Anoetic, which works with Outco. I think the write-up says that we're going to use this to score at our last points. Like you can protect your Regenesis, you can protect archives with this. I don't know if you've ever done that. But then Managarm just being disgusting to deal with, like tracks. So much of this deck, you have single ice servers, you have double ice servers. And just like in Asa, if you can make that one server that they run, especially in the early game where they have to get through a scatter field, which is overperforming these last couple weeks, and then you have to trash the FUT, which costs what, 3? And then you also have to deal with the Managarm. That amount of temple loss is exactly what like Aoko can run you over with. It is so difficult, and then you have to trash this Managarm or they have the server next turn. Managarm is just really good right now, and it's always been really good. It is one of the cards that, like, when ice feels bad, and I'll be honest, this deck, the ice doesn't feel that bad. The face checks are really relevant. Into what's it called, Banhar, you're pretty good. Into Botulus, you're not that bad. We're not on Samasamun, but we're on Botus and Tattoos. Tattoos is really good against Botulus. Banhar fires your ability. Saisantan is a nonsense card to run into at any point in the game, not because it flatlines you, but also because it gives Oko like 4 to 5 counters, which is an issue. Like, just really, really wild. And so if the ice is not mattering, and I'd argue it still does, Managarm almost always matters. And this game is about like inches and yards, the battle between what you can do, what they can do, and forcing them to pay 2 clicks or 5 credits and then trashes for 3 is just such a winning trade for 2 credits. This card is almost always worth 2 credits. And then using this, like, I saw this in like some of the games, not to protect your agendas, like not to protect your Regenesis that you're scoring at, but Managarm on top of a foot, that was it. I think the winning line in the final game was a flat line, where it was like somebody was the runner ran and then ended up going down to 2 cards, and then you just fast advance out a Sting and FUT had counters on it. The combination, like if FUT does not get checked, it is very, 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 very difficult to play the game. If FUT has 2 counters on it, that means the next agenda you steal will do 3 damage. So if you ever find a Fuji, that is just 5 damage. There's almost no way to beat that. People are playing a bit more Airblades, particularly in Criminal. I haven't seen it so much in Shaper. And then the Stings are somewhere between, you know, lethal and like, what, 4 damage, 3 damage. And so what often happens is they have to check archives, because if they check archives and there's multiple agendas in there, you take a bunch of damage. And then it's really easy for your opponent to set up some sort of Moonpool fast advance or just have a card on the table and they score it out. And with whatever counters are left on the FUT, you lose the game. Very, very important. And the way this is being played is this is protected, and then you have a bunch of other remote servers. It is still playing like Asa, and you might have saw that for the last couple of weeks with a bunch of the decks like Jai, and I think the deck list of the week right now is Augie's deck, where it's just about put a bunch of problems on the table in separate servers, which lines up really well in terms of like taxing out Ice Face Check threat and Banhar and Botulus, and then have all those cards be incredibly important. This deck can do everything. It can play mid-range Glacier. It has Managarm Adawetic Botu. Like, it can run Glacier. It has must-trash assets. It has fast advance. It has the best card draw. It has a pretty robust economy. Like, it actually has a high density of econ cards per card compared to some other cards in Standard. Its agendas are not awful. Like, a lot of the complaints I've heard about Modern Standard right now is a lot of your agendas in your corp deck you don't want to have there, right? And these cards are good. Like, Regenesis is a 4-point card that you can fast advance with a bit of setup. It's a 4-point agenda. And then we have Longevity, which is fine. Hybrid Release is gas with powers that be. Fuji is obviously, Fuji's also Fuji. You can just install this behind ice and that can have a huge impact on the game. It's wild. It's really, really, really wild. Moonpool was genuinely be the most frustrating part about playing versus Oko. Close race with FUT though. FUT was empty. It was just second Sting. Oh yeah, Jonal, yeah. Because that's always the fear. And I haven't seen anyone do this to somebody on stream yet. But like, you can run archives with like 4 cards in hand because you need to run archives because you'll lose to Regenesis. And then they just crack Moonpool and they put a Sting and another Sting in the bin with a FUT on the table. Right? Like, you can't jack out. It's like even frustrating. Like, people are not playing Urticas anymore and they're not like, but with 3 Moonpools, you can just give people agendas. Like, if they run archives where there's 1 face down and you have a FUT with 3 counters or 2 counters, they run archives, you say Axis, they say yes. You just res the Moonpool, you put a Fuji and a Sting in the archives. Now they have to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage and they just lose the game. Like, if you don't know all the cards on the table, it's really, really difficult to check archives with Moonpool. Again, I don't think that line showed up. But I do think, yeah, the final game was based off of like a FUT doing a bunch of damage. And then with only 2 cards in hand, a Sting does enough damage with FUT. You have to deal with FUT. If you can't deal with FUT, you lose the game. You cannot contest the game with FUTs on the table because taking 5 damage, like, this deck cares about every angle. It cares about cards in hand. It cares about just like pushing their remote server. It's wild. It's really, really wild. How's it doing today? It's like not the worst because like new ban list is coming. It's kind of fascinating, but like just seeing how these decks are evolving is like super, super interesting because this is like a very consistent, like, I don't know. It does everything. It does everything really, really well. It's not just like we're an acid deck with mean traps. It's like, it's literally has a bit of everything in it. I'd ban it and you have a sickle like this. Managarm Scatterfield Windmill must trash assets into remote. So cursed. Yes. It's literally everything. Must trash assets, fast advance, mid-range, damage. Airblade showed up in Hoshiko. Oh, cool. So someone splashed Charm Offensive as FUT tech and I felt ill. I mean, yeah, okay. It does work. That's interesting because it trashes anything, not just ice. Moonpool into Longevity is a messed up for the deck's tempo as an HP deck scoring Luminal. Is as messed up. So you Moonpool for the Longevity. So you get all the agendas back into the deck. When you fire Longevity Serum, it also fires your ability. Like, that's another thing I'm missing. It's like using Moonpool gives you counters. That is one of the lines that I've been forgetting. There's all these incidental ways. I play Aoko and I only focus on this net damage clause, but it's also whenever you trash one or more cards from HQ. So like Moonpool, you can crack at start of turn to get another counter to draw cards. Longevity, you can discard cards to draw cards. Like it is a messed up tempo. Everything you do pulls you forward. Red CTM Outcrow. Outcrow's the best click taxing ID currently in the meta. It really does feel like it. You need to kind of do everything all at once. The write-up is a bit like, you know, relatively positive about how interesting the deck is to play against, and I agree. There is some truth to that, but like, I don't know. This is also the conversation, is that some people are saying like, it's not that this is the best thing by a mile and this needs to be brought down, but like this is the only deck that feels like it can do something powerful, arguably maybe op, against most runners. And so is it more that we need more corps like this, or do we need this to go down? And I can't tell. I feel like a lot of corps want to feel more powerful right now and they don't. And so why we end up here is because this is one of the only options that feels good and it makes sense, and it does make a lot of sense. So I don't know. I don't know what side I'm on. I haven't been playing a lot of competitive Netrunner lately. I'll be honest, I've been a bit I wouldn't say burnt out exactly, but like I don't think I've been as hyped to play competitively modernly, and that's because if you go to a tournament and it's like, you know, you're playing against Aoko and Op all day, it's not my favorite tournament. A lot of assets, a lot of damage, a lot of kill combo. It's like not my favorite. Nebula too. It's just like, I'll be honest, it hasn't been my favorite meta, which is unfortunate. We recently learned about moon pooling traps as an unfortunate time for the runner. Yeah, that is another thing that shows up and people are not respecting it, but luckily decks are not punishing it. If you run an uniced card, or say you run an iced server, whatever, you get in there before you access, they can just dump a bunch of counters if you're touching an Urtica Cipher and then do lethal damage. That's why some of the early decks that were on Aoko were actually playing one Urtica at a minimum to be able to like force that interaction. It is gross. You can put advancements at instant speed on anything right before the access, let alone you can put agendas and archives right before the access. It should be massively lethal. I'm convinced I've seen replays where people have missed, and even myself, of course, especially myself, where I've missed the line that someone runs archives with 4 cards, and you can just say, F it, I'm going to moonpool 2 Fujis and you die, because you'll take 6 damage with FUT, and 2 Fujis if you don't win the game. It's wild. It's really, really wild. I enjoy this rotation way more than the last, but I can understand not wanting to deal with either side right now. That's the thing, is like, I like playing Corp right now. If I could only play Corp, I'd only play Corp. It's a weird thing. I feel like it's the runner I'm enjoying less. I don't know why. Hey, Thumbs, my win rate versus FUT that's on the board for 2 turns is 0% without Pinhole. I do think Pinhole showed up consistently on the runner side. I do think just face checking stuff is like still like a bit of a risk, but it might be correct. I want to see some of the other lists because I wasn't able to see too much. This is Zen Garden, and this is what I'm talking about. It's a Maggie deck. It's running 2 Pinholes. And I think that's what you need to be doing. I think we saw Arasana with Pinholes. Criminal obviously is playing Pinholes. I think Hoshiko's probably playing Pinholes. Was the winning Hoshiko deck? I'm assuming it's a Hoshiko deck got published. It did. Does this have Pinholes? No, it doesn't. But we're playing Influence on Clean Getaway, which is fine. We played Influence on Bravado. We are running Airblade, which is the tech you want. Stone Chip is a bit of tech as well. But otherwise, we're just on. This is functionally the same deck we've been playing for 3 years, which, yeah, it is what it is. Good stuff, Anarch is good stuff, Anarch. I'll only synergize it with the entire card pool. Fat plus 2 Fujis is 5 damage unless there's a counter. Yeah, I'm assuming there's a counter spark, 100%. Otherwise, it is just 5. Yeah, you need to get to 6, or they need to have fewer than 5 cards in hand. Like you popped in an enemy or whatever on archives. But yeah, you need to make it make sense. Otherwise, you don't do it. Yeah, this is like not different than the deck that won Worlds back in 2023. It is just very much the same list. And it's good. I don't know why you need to play anything else. It seems very consistent. But yeah, I do think Pinhole is showing up. It looks like that Hosh deck isn't running it, but you're seeing it in a lot of different places. This is Extra C was playing Deer Cover Act, or remix this Mags list as well as their Egg list, which took me to first place in Swiss at the UK Megacity. Let's go. Yeah, so this is cool. This is cool. This is the one that's not running. Today we're going to be playing some Knickknack, but these are the versions that say like Knickknack is bad. I was interesting because I was watching Jai's replay analysis, watching Cold Lava play the Knickknack Lat deck, and then when Pat was here on Thursday, Pat and Core was playing Knickknack, and it looked kind of fun. But I can't tell if it's what you want to do. I do think Knickknack doesn't line up terribly against Aoko, in which generally Aoko you are running at least once a turn, which is not always the case with this Mags deck. Reg Sable's like the only fun tier 1 runner to me right now. Nothing else sparks joy. Yeah, I'm generally playing Reg Criminal, like Reg Sable if I don't know what I want to do. Echoes Baz is worth a look. Yeah, we already looked at it a bit. I think my response is I don't get it. I definitely don't get it. It just looks like a good Sable list with an ID choice and 1 change. So I'm not sure why this is converting. I've played Baz lists that have looked a lot like this. I did not have a great time. I do think modernly now that the Aoko decks are running more ice, for instance, that is better. But like Baz's ability in some games I played has fired 4 times, where Sable's fires a lot more. So I don't understand it. I think it's definitely just a good red crim deck. 3 side hustles also doesn't make sense to me. I've played one and cut it, but there's certain metas where that makes more sense. And it is installable, which is like one of the cute angles with Baz, that you install this when you face check, as much as you've missed the run trigger. But it's weird. It's weird. Runners feel like don't lose and eventually win instead of trying to actively push for me right now. But yeah, I think that's a response to some of these decks, right? Like, I think ignoring the board state and trying to win against this is a death sentence. Like, I think you have to stop them from winning, and then once they've exhausted, then you close the game out. I think that's the same for a lot of things too. Like, Nebula is the same way. I think that actually is like a pretty reasonable recap of what's going on right now, and I don't know if I would have put it like that. It's like when I play against Nebula and I'm playing Criminal, my goal is not to win. My goal for me is to suffocate them. Is basically make sure that they're always unflipping, so they have literally no chance of winning. Because like ignoring their threat and just like going for the, you know, conduit dig to close the game out is not a winning line. And maybe that's a frustrating thing about runners, that you're basically playing to crush the corporation out of the game. You're not playing to close the game on your own terms. I think side hustle is almost always a 0 or a 3. I haven't played a 3 deck, so maybe that's a cool reason to play Baz. I think that keeps you afloat against Outco is my read from watching multiple perspectives, but it's insufficient by itself and exacerbates the click compression problem. Yeah, Jai, I think that's what I got from watching like the cold lava thing, is like if your economy is reliant on it, and I think that actually showed up at UK Nationals too. I'm not sure who you're watching that was playing it. Maybe it was Jonold. But like when your economy is like based off of you firing a Knickknack every turn, you can end up in ugly situations in which if it doesn't make sense, your deck falls apart. And if running doesn't make sense, then 2 things fall apart. So I think it's something that you want to add to the deck, but I don't think I want it to be the main part of the deck, because I don't want to end up in situations where like you need to fire it or you literally have nothing going for you. Because I do think we saw 1 or 2 games, maybe it wasn't Jonold, maybe it was, in which like the Knickknack economy just wasn't there. And so we're like constantly floating between 2 and 6 credits, as opposed to like being on a comfortable 10 where we can do literally everything. That's a big thing. Echo played over 200 practice games. I trust the pilot. Oh, for sure. But like there's a chance that like, I don't want to be that guy, but there's a chance that like if you do change the disable, it might be better. But also a lot of corps have less experience with playing around Baz, and you can misplay into Baz pretty hard. But I do think this is just like good stuff crim. And if Echo's good at good stuff crim, Echo's going to be good at this for sure. I have no doubt they are. 17 games, 24% win rate. Yeah, that's how my Baz game started. So maybe there is like a progression there. I don't know. I don't want to be like dismissive, because clearly like it's doing well. I just like, I want to be clear. I don't understand it. So there's something to learn. That's what I want to say. KK should be maybe one of them, probably better than 3rd spec work, but not the 2nd spec work. Yeah, spec work is just really easy to play. Nebula loses because flipping them is also how you hit points, since all their agendas are in centrals forever. Yep. But I would argue that like if Nebula isn't flipped, I probably won't run a central. That is my problem. Is like with limited resources, and admittedly if you're playing Chesva, that's a bit different. But if Nebula hasn't flipped, I will not run. I will just say, okay, cool, I'm going to set up. Now, if you're a Sable deck, that might be different because you have Chesva, you have a reason to run centrals, you might have run events. But if Nebula does not flip, I will not run, because I don't have to win the game. They have to win the game. And against me, I don't think they are, if I'm set up well. Obviously, barring things like scored false leads and stuff, that gets a bit different. But anyways, that's the way I see it. It's weird. It's very, very weird. The pronoun recap was pretty sick. Excuse me. All right. So on Thursday after the stream, I published all the decks that we built, all the core decks. So if you want to play some core, we got some decks up. We bought a PD, Analytic Managarm Classic, and Pod has been like converting really well in that format because Buzzsaw and Cleaver are pretty good. I'm not convinced about this Anthill. I do think maybe we can have a bit more card draw, but the shell here is totally fine. It's PD, it's good. I actually do like the Boomies a bit in the format because like Botulus is pretty common. Botulus is relatively good, I guess. There is a couple Trojans. I do think the Fly Swatters are worth playing 2 of. I don't know if I'm going to go to 3 of, but purging in the format is difficult and important. I think a lot of games I would have lost if I didn't have a Fly Swatter. So Fly Swatter seems good in core. This is the Xyr list. I don't have too many thoughts about this. I want to see playing more side hustles make sense. I feel like in the games I discarded red teams, and I probably should not discard red teams. This card is 7 credits on it, and that is all you need. If you're running centrals, paying 3 credits fewer, that is kind of your game plan. But this Breaker Suite with Game Dragon and Leech is busted good. Maybe you want to be on 2 Docklands Pass as well. I can't tell. Shred was cute. It's meta dependent. If your matchups are like Managar, Manoetic, the Shred actually was game winning one of their games, but this felt clean. I don't think it's 100% there yet. I think there's some small changes you can make. Like maybe you can play 1 fewer Lilo, and then you can play like another side hustle, or I don't know, an Overclock actually is not the worst either. But this seemed good. It's very good. There's a lot of like just good stuff criminal cards. Swiggy was hella fun, just like the most fun. I would cut the Malapert. I don't know if we're going to play the 10 cost government subsidy. Maybe we do, but the Malapert didn't seem necessary. The Anthills didn't seem that great. Agenda Suite's kind of weird. You have only 4 3-2s, which so fast advancing is not that easy. So you have to figure out a way to score at your off-world offices. And so maybe you cut like, I don't know, a humanoid for seamless. Maybe you play 2 seamlesses. The humanoids were really, really fun. So I don't know what to do with this. I need more testing. And then finally, we have Pat's Dow list, which in game 1, it was a bit too slow. We made changes in game 2, and it was relatively quick and cool. I don't know if you need to play red team in open market for the Knickknack engine. I don't know if you have enough stuff in startup, or sorry, in core, not to play these on top of Knickknack. But this deck looked like a lot of fun. It does have the conduit closeout, which is kind of a frightening thing to do, but it seemed cool. Fly Swatter's been great in core. I keep for purging conduits. Yeah, I do think if this deck is not on 2 Fly Swatters, luckily it is. I think every deck I've built has been on 2 Fly Swatters, because Fly Swatter is just so good in core. Because you need to purge conduit, you need to purge botulists, you need to purge fermenters, and then just having a cheap code gate that's broken for 1 when they drop their buzzsaw or like Unity, it's fine. It's kind of fine. Getting off that early Regolith or Antil or the other one, Humanoid, is like just worth it in the format. I feel like a runner is pretty miserable to play with an SPL update coming. I feel like it might just get worse if they ban the strongest runner cards. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna be an interesting one, Duckland. I have no doubt. Like, I hear conversations from, you know, I think the nuanced conversations about the meta from players I've like kind of talked to from who are doing like SPL testing and stuff like that. Their thoughts and opinions are like super, super, super interesting. I think this is gonna be the sort of ban list where like, it might not immediately make sense. Like I have no idea what it is, but there's like a lot of like knock-on effects that are really really well calculated by a bunch of the smart people doing the SPL testing. This might be the sort of one where after we do a video, we might make a video where we contact someone from the band team and like talk through some of the changes and maybe what else they've tried and stuff like that. Because I have no doubt this might be one that people see and be like, oh, it makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't know. I could see it going either way, or they could just like ban 3 things. Everyone's like, okay, cool. Hashiko's banned. Great. DreamNet's back. And then everyone's happy. I honestly don't know. I've read that Rio with Transfer Wealth is secretly the best core deck. That is one of my issues with core is I have no idea why to play any of the Anarchs. Like Ryu doesn't fire consistently. Maybe I need to reevaluate the ice pool, like the ice subroutine pool, because Rio has like 1.5 ways to fire her ability, so that's not great. Transfer Wealth is very good in the format. I do think Transfer Wealth and D-Res is probably busted strong. So I would consider playing Criminal with Mag Electrics and Transfer and make that your game plan. I could see that to be more consistent. Discarding cards is like not bad with Rio. I just don't know how you fire Rio. And I don't know how you fire Topan without like Steel Skin and Strike Fund and all that other stuff. But Topan's ability is not bad. Hey, Safer. I'm so excited for this ban list. Like I'm super, super hyped. And not so much I want change. It's just like such an interesting thing to ban or to do a ban list around the tournament results that are wildly radical in some ways, but not many ways between weeks to week. And obviously like the whole card pool evolution. Anarchs have the best card pool, so having 70 influence is so good. I mean, maybe. I just feel like your ID ability is not firing that much. My SPL wishlist is Stoneship Char Room, but I've become a big Bangan main. You need Leech Fermenters and the Anarch Breakers. The Anarch Breakers are not a lot of influence. You definitely need Leech, which is not a lot of influence. Fermenter I don't think is necessary. Like the Zaya deck has no interest in Fermenter. Fermenter is really good though. Like don't get me wrong. But I feel like we're at a point that there's enough economy in core that you don't need Fermenter. But like it's very hard for the corp to purge Fermenter. Hey Felipe, how's it going? I just proxied the core plus elevation sets to try out the game for the first time, but I got no time to play with my friends this month. Do people play core sets online? People do. So somebody just left a message the other day on YouTube and I kind of misread it. It turns out that you can actually make a core format game. So core, you can't see the drop down here, but core is now supported on Jinteki.net. So if you want to find a core game on JNet, you can find one. I will caution that core is not supported on Netrunner DB. So it's actually kind of difficult to build core on Netrunner DB because I'll show you what you have to do. It's slightly annoying, but you can play core on JNet. You can build core in the deck builder, I'm pretty sure. So you can do all that. I don't know if that many people are playing core on JNet. So what I would recommend is get involved into a community like the Green Level Clearance. It's GLC Discord. It's discord.com/invite/GLC. If you search Green Level Clearance Discord, you'll find it on Google. And go in there and there should be a room where you're looking for game and you can be like, I'm looking for a core game. And somebody will be like, I also want to play core. And then with an opponent lined up, then I would go make a JNet game because the majority of JNet play is mostly standard. So you might be waiting in a lobby for a while. I'm not sure, but definitely do that. Just as a little heads up, how you make your deck builder build core and how you can search for core on JNet. Two things you want to do. If you want to search for core decks, go to DECKLISTS, go to search, and on the right here, there is no filter for core. There's in fact no support for core on Netrunner DB right now. You want to go hit none, go show card packs, and then all you want to do is elevation and system gateway. You have to manually build the core filter, and then you can search. So say that we want to douse along a deck. Now if you hit search, it'll only show us decks that are using specifically these cards. Some of them might not be core decks. A lot of them are labeled core. Like some of them might be gateway only because that does overlap. So there's probably not that much core stuff on Netrunner DB. Now, if you want to build core decks, there's one more important trick. If you build new runner deck, there's no button here for core. So you just have to know the identities, which kind of sucks. So let's say we're playing a Phoenix deck. The most important thing you have to do at this point, go to your collection, hit none. There's no core button up here, so do elevation gateway. Great, that will remember it for a while. But the last step, which is really important, go down here and hit casual. Because casual says ignore the standard ban list or whatever ban list you have down here. And that's really important because there's a bunch of cards from gateway and elevation, or at least gateway right now, that are banned in standard. So like if we don't hit this button, we can't find cleaver, which is going to be an issue for you. So make sure you hit the casual button and ignore the ban list. I would hope that there's a button that when you build a core deck, it did all this for you automatically. Hopefully Netrunner DB is doing that sooner than later, but core is not supported on Netrunner DB at all. You have to do it yourself, which kind of sucks. But you can do it. And then you have your whole deck builder here, and it's great. If you want to know more about deck building, we did our 101 series on the channel a couple months ago, it feels like, and that will walk you through the process if you don't know how to use these tools. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. You could start a ban list and just play without cleaver. Yeah, but Ryan, like you definitely could, but that's not what people want to be looking for. It also then bans Pharaohs too. And then like you have an agenda, like you only play so many 3-pointers, I think. So it's technically not accurate, but it is close enough. Let me catch my chat. I don't know if we can SBT our way out of this one. Need piggy bank sooner than later. I do think that is a bit of my, like, I'll be like honest, a bit of my mood right now is that I know new cards are probably not coming anytime soon. And right now the meta is like the most, I don't know, at least on the runner side, it just feels like now we're playing the same decks for 5 years. It feels like 3 or 4 years we've been playing the same Anarch deck, the same criminal deck. And like, there's still great reasons to go to tournaments and have fun. Like it's still the best time to go somewhere, hang out with people, compete, go out for dinner. Like that stuff is still worth doing. It's just like the kind of the understanding that it's going to be a while for things to be really, really different. That does not sit with me too well. It's especially as a content creator, it's just like, oh, okay. I know, and NSG is doing like their best and they're working really hard. I just hope that we can hear about like when new cards will come out, something like that. When you compare Hosh and Rio, Hosh seems better with, oh yeah, Damian, specifically though, the conversation we're talking about core, in which like there is no Hosh, it's just Lu and Topan. But yeah, in standard for sure, it seems like that. Core has a button to filter for it? I don't think it does, unless I missed it. There's no, like in here, there's no core button, is there? I don't think so. I believe a meta fixing ban list can exist, but it's just also impossible to determine what it actually looks like. Sending SPT my energy, yeah, for sure. I've been searching core in the deck name field. Yeah, you could do that, but if someone doesn't attach core to it, you're gonna miss it. But yeah, that is definitely an option. But like then you get things like this, like gotta score them all, 4th at AMT. This is a standard deck, if it's not obvious. You want to play a format that's more balanced or generally fills games on JNF fairly quickly, you'll have a very small format. I have suggestions for you. So true, Lucille. Oh man, I don't think, yeah, core herd as well, guidance program, like yeah, that sometimes will work, but you have to like filter yourself. I built 2 decks by manually choosing only gateway and elevation, not caring about ban lists. Cool, that's what you want to be doing. Welcome to core. Hey Aris, how's it going? Captain Looter, how you doing as well? 3-pointer rule only applies to NBN though? Yes, NBN is the only deck that can play more than 3 3-pointers. Or is it 4 at this point? I forget what this startup ban list is looking like. The design challenge that comes about from the large rotation and differing design philosophies from earlier NSG sets are the most interesting problems to solve of all my design career. Yeah, it is such a weird thing. So like the card pool is obviously the smallest it's been in about a decade, but there's a huge difference in design philosophy between Ashes and then the later sets. I don't think the format is big enough that you can just get rid of Ashes all at once. But like if someone said, can you get rid of Ashes all at once and obviously leave As and Masterwork, you can get rid of Boomerang, that's fine. I would be like, yeah, I'm kind of for it. I hate that that's the sentiment after like this massive rotation and all the cool stuff that NSG's doing. My response is keep banning cards until it's only modern NSG. But hey, maybe that's how we end up all playing startup or core or whatever. My favorite thing right now, every time someone complains about the standard format, their complaint doesn't apply to startup. We're all living the good life. Yeah, right? I'd be sad without simulchip. Yeah, I know. And like, I guess no SMC will be fine. No, not my boomerang. I'm okay without boomerang. We can print a different boomerang. My meme ace list, yeah. There's a lot of core damage decks will show up. More core farm engine techie here, yeah. That is now a thing that's been supported for a bit from my understanding. So if you're looking for games, it might be hard just to build a core deck and wait in the lobby. So I would recommend just jumping into it like a Discord server. I know it can be daunting, but just be like, hey, I'm a newer player. I've been playing core for a while. Does anyone want to jump into a core game? I like playing Wayland. And they'd be like, yeah, I'll be there in a moment. And then you generally have a good game. Even RWR kind of feels like it has a different design philosophy from Midnight Sun and Automata. It's definitely closer than like I think every set has a different vibe and flavor to some extent. I don't know if I think the designers were different on those two sets to some extent. At least some of those design documents I do think from the sets were passed on by former designer. But yeah, it's like Ashes is so wildly different than what Netrunner is now. And we still have to kind of deal with it for years. For better, for worse. All right. Did Cold Lava publish a deck? I want to play some Knickknack. Search. Knackery. Don't see. I see it. Imagine there's a format without Banhart, without Deep Dive, without Boomerang, without Ob, where Elko isn't the strongest deck, where Trick Shot is fair and balanced but not busted. That'd be a fun format. I'm sure shame it doesn't exist. Okay, Lucille, you don't want to see the other half of the beam though about startup, where it's like, I don't know, Reality Plus and any of the other horrible stuff. The platonic ideal of Netrunner formats. I was actually surprised not to see any NSG cards reprinted in Elevation. I was expecting NSG to go, hey, this card we think should be in the game is a fundamental piece. I guess it's better for us just to have more options, but I was expecting it. Oh, yeah, interesting. I don't know if I've considered it. I don't know if there's any card that I think can fall into that camp. I think it's really cool that they can like reinvent the core set, right? Because that will be the foundation for a long time. And so, yeah, maybe they decide like, oh, Boomerang is so important, it needs to be around forever. But yeah, that's interesting. I never considered that. Hey, Geopish, Vavel, how's it going? Is System Gateway and Elevation good enough for beginning of a casual player? Oh my god, Vavel, it's the best starting spot that Netrunner has literally ever had. Like, pick up System Gateway. If you don't know, you can proxy everything for free, or pay what you want. There's PDFs online, or you can buy it if it's shipped to wherever you are. But System Gateway is like the best place to get into the game because it has these like structured learn to play decks that are like first small decks. And then once you play them a couple times, it adds like 10 more cards to each side. And then you have some more complex mechanics. It is the best core set Netrunner has ever had. Now, once you've played hundreds of games with that and you've exhausted some of the deck building options, and there are a lot of deck building options, but it is a limited pool. It's only 83 cards. So you'll run into some limitations sooner than later, like agendas. There's just not a lot of choices on the corp side. You're mostly playing neutrals. Then you can pick up Elevation. And Elevation adds 80 more cards, which are all very thematically flavorful, and add a bunch of agendas to every faction. And then you can build a lot more stuff. I think a lot of Netrunner players, if you're not going out and getting involved in organized play, which is honestly kind of the best part about Netrunner, so you do you. But if you just want to like hang out and have a board game, you cannot go wrong with System Gateway and Elevation. It is so dang good. Pat and I played it on Thursday. If you want to watch a stream, I have all of it sleeved up, out of camera, out of frame. I probably have to buy another copy of Elevation just so I can keep that sleeved. NSG, if you want to send me stuff, hit me up. But that is, it is like the best core set by a mile. The problem right now is if you want to net deck decks, it's just like kind of a young format. So there's not a lot of support online. There's not a lot of videos about it. There's not a lot of Netrunner DB write-ups. I think that will change in time, but it is by far the best. Definitely grab Gateway first, play Gateway a bit, see if you really like the game, and then get Elevation. And that is just like such a strong base set. AVT, we're just going to be building some Knickknack, some Shaper at this point. And the line should have been core. Yeah. Yeah, I could see it. Having that sort of like tag kill. Like, I think tags, that is the only weird thing, maybe not the only, but that is one of the weird things about the core is like the value of a tag is not super well defined in an obvious way. And having like I think that like key, like signposted tag punishment card would have probably been worth something. It's good that you have measured response, and I think measured response is hella good in the format, but it would be really nice to have like, oh, tags are actually scary as opposed to like retribution being kind of a grind. Gateway Elevation is a fantastic board game experience. Yeah, I'm hoping at some point that like that is a product you can buy directly from NSG, where it's like, this is Gateway, this is Elevation. It comes with some tokens and some credits, and that is like the board game Netrunner experience, because that would be like such an easy recommend to literally anyone. I like that core isn't discovered. Hey, Gleb, but it doesn't mean if you're picking up core, you need to find the deck building fun. If you do it, definitely peak as a board game. Yeah, but I think a lot of folks, Gleb, that want to pick it up as a board game would love it if it came with pre-constructed decks or like lists that they would recommend. Because there's a bunch of people that want to play board games, but there's also a bunch of people that don't want to do deck building. And Netrunner deck building is like a bit more overwhelming because there are these external rules, right? Like deck sizes, influences, agenda points, and Netrunner's already a really hard game, so not knowing if you're failing because your deck is bad or you're playing bad or likely both when you're a newer player is very, very, very can be discouraging, as much as it also can be encouraging. So I do think that like it would be sick if that product, imaginary product, existed, but it also came with a list of like, here are 7 different decks or 14 different deck lists that you can build with this box. So if you just want to play a Wayland deck, build this. And I think we're lacking that sort of online resource at this moment. So if you're picking up Elevation and Gateway, you want to figure out deck building on your own. This is orbital superiority deletion. Yeah, kind of. I guess you've been playing some Bangan and Core, huh? Speaking of treating Netrunners as a board game, draft support, please. What do you want for draft support, Ares? You can always do your own draft support. There is draft cubes online. I don't know if Jonas has updated the last draft pool for the last set. I'm assuming he hasn't. I bought 2 Elevation, 2 Gateway, and I have no regrets. Yeah, NSG sent me a bunch of extra gateways, especially like the revised gateways, and those came in really, really important, really valuable. I gave 2 of them out to new players. One of them is here, and that is the one that I have that doesn't have Nisei on the back, so we can play with it on opaque sleeves, which is kind of the best because you can see the card back and then you can understand what the game is. But I only bought 1 Elevation, so NSG hit me up. On RDB, someone published an Elevation plus SG 2-player draft list. I want to try it soon. Oh, neat. That's cool. That's cool. Small draft. If only there was a list on the SG website of pre-made decks for the core set. Oh yeah, you're right, right, Lucille, there is. There's a whole bunch of them. A bunch of the Gateway ones are like really, really old. But yeah, there was a whole published article. I need to dig that up. I hope that it's like super accessible if you search core, that it comes up. Influence confused me so much when I was a new player. Hey, Slime Girl Tears. It's a really fun concept once you get your head around it. But it's definitely like a bit of a roadblock. It's a bit of a jump. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the pre-con article. Excuse me. Yeah, we talked about it on stream. I just forgot. Thanks for telling NSG what the last few pages of the core book rulebook should be. Didn't know there's cubes. I guess I got my wish instantly. Thank you, Andre Based. Yeah, Aries. So check this out. These cubes have been supported for years. They're based off the StimHack cube. So if we search decklist name StimHack, you'll find these cubes. So big unit, this is Jonas. Jonas is a fantastic player. So this actually has been updated since Elevation. So these are modern lists since June 2025. These have a Google Doc where Jonas will talk to you about the basics, but these generally are covering also FFG product. So if you have everything or you want to proxy everything, don't play Evidence Collection. This is a stand-in because the deck has to be legal agenda points, I think. This is a really good experience. Last summer, I got to play Cube with a bunch of the Snare Bears and Jonas himself, and it was just a great time. So he's constantly getting feedback and updating the list, seeing what's coming in and what's coming out. So like this list now has Zwicky and PD in it, but we've lost Nuvang and Cerebral Imaging. That's probably for the best. And then you can see what's changing. It's just always really cool. I know Jonas puts a lot of work into this, but I've had so much fun playing Cube. Currently, the only Cube I have is an ONR Cube from the 90s, and I need to play it again. We've only played it once. The Reading scene often posts good startup lists that play well against each other. Oh, cool. Yeah, Void. I think there's a bunch of people too looking for like dual decks and stuff like this. Because like getting into Netrunner is hard. And so having pre-con decks and like those dual decks is really important. I made a draft pack generated for draft support. We've done a bunch of NSG only drafts in my local meta and it's super fun. We use influence as a proxy for rarity and it works really well. Oh, that's really cool. That's kind of neat. I like that. I've been also working on a draft format, but I've run into blocks where I think some cards don't exist that could help what I want out of draft. Yeah, so I think back in the day, Jeff was doing a lot of work around this. And I agree. One of my things that I don't like about draft and Netrunner is that generally when you sit down and play against a Netrunner deck, because of influence and what factions do, you can have an idea what they're doing. There's no influence in draft currently. So a lot of decks can be anything. You can face check into an Eli, which just ends the run. And then your next face check can be into a Saisentan that does like just flatline damage. I don't think there's any Saisentans in the format. No, there is. They're at the bottom. I think it would be cool if you actually had to draft around influence. And so like it kind of felt like a Magic draft where like, oh, I'm drafting HB. And then you can see the packs are passing to you and there's missing a bunch of NBN cards. So you think the person to your right is drafting NBN. But then I do think you need to build a draft pool that has a lot of low influence cards, has a lot more neutral cards. And overall, that might not be a more interesting game. I just kind of want a draft in which like you can expect what your opponent is doing. And they have to like deck build around those restrictions, which is kind of fundamental to most draft formats. Otherwise, it's just like playing Nuva Man and Pair, which is just like salad. Good luck. Is there a point to in-person play anymore? Well, yeah, it's great. What are you talking about? Music, how's it going? Yeah, well, yeah, you get to hang out with people and play this great game. That is the point. What I like about draft is that you're forced to play cards you usually would not. Yeah, that is a cool thing, too. I think that on average, these drafts generally play better cards, but you still get to play cards that you probably don't know the text of, and then you have to figure out how to make them work. Like Bifrost Array was a niche card, and the fact that this can now fire when scored that are non-HB cards is also really interesting because your agendas can be from every faction. But overall, on average, I do think this StimHack deck does play good cards more than not. But you'll still end up with like Bastion being an MVP, as much as Bastion did win Worlds one year. Maybe I'll get back to that at some point. There's Jeff. How you doing, bud? Crips' reprint is my biggest wish for draft support. You effed up. Here's your breaker. Slot is important. Yeah, some draft cubes start with like everyone starts with the same set of cards. So like everyone starts with one decoder, one garbage fractor, one garbage killer, and one garbage AI breaker. I'm not sure what the modern version is. I don't think you start with anything. Oh no, Corpse get a Jackson Howard. Play it, it's your best card. And Infinite Pyrex, which are a 5/3 agenda that has send a message as text, but only fires when you score it, not when it's stolen. And then runners get nothing. You don't get a decoder, good luck, lol. That's these sentences have been the same for years. So yeah, some cubes start with like just a basic, but I've seen cubes where like someone's dropped a worm and like worm has just been the best breaker because it breaks everything, as much as the numbers on it are pretty daft. What's your OG cube? I can show you really quickly. It's a cube I've built. I've only played it once. This is getting dusty, but I've got together a huge collection, almost every single card from OG Netrunner, and I have a cube, and so they're packs of, I think they're only 14 cards. The cube is slightly smaller, and they're just, OG Netrunner cards, which if I pull this out, I'll break the cube, so it's just kind of cool. I've only got to be able to play it once, but it's just a whole bunch of OG cards and some nice sleeves, and the game was fun. We played it once, but a bunch of the people I played with, they had only drafted never times. So they were also learning draft at the same time. So the data point was still like interesting. A lot of these cards have a lot of text and there's a lot of reading to do. A lot of the ice has like a lot of words on it. Tracing is strange in this game, but this was just like one of my favorite Netrunner experiences and I'm excited to do it again. But like, this is an agenda. It's a 6/1. Some of the agendas are bad, it turns out. But yeah, this is an absolute treasure of a relic I have. And I'm missing a couple cards. Somebody really nicely, I posted the cards that I'm missing and they were like, I have some of those cards. I'd be happy to send it to you. And then I was like, I now have a PO box is what I'm trying to say. And if that person hears this and it still has some cards they want to offer, boy, do I have a PO box to offer you. What I like about drafts is that you're forced to play cards. Excuse me, I read that. The point of in-person play is to make friends and have a third space and enjoy being around friends and cool people. That's exactly it. I'm a fan of the most influences your faction ID rule. What do you mean? Like you have to play, if you're an Anarch deck, you have to play mostly Anarch influence in your deck. So you have to count your influence. Weird. Isolation is actually a sick draft card and I'll snap pick it. Still draft gives you info about the deck. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Rosefield Hypercubes at OTG is potentially the most fun Netrunner format I've ever played. I have a screenshot of my IG deck I drafted. I played an agenda suite of 3x government takeover 1x feudal II. I'm not into that. I last played draft last summer against Jeff, and Yasengrin drafted IG with like everything disgusting in it. His deck was so gross. And it was maybe one of my least favorite Netrunner games I've played in a long time. It was awful. He had like Museum of History. He had, I think he got the Bioethics too. Like he just had every busted IG card because no one like hey drafted him. And I had to play it and it was awful. I kind of think you messed up your draft should be a punishment. Yeah, that happened in this OG cube. Like at least one player didn't draft a Fractor. Turns out it was like not a death sentence, but it was a problem. It definitely wasn't helping. Hey, Emily, how's it going? Bifroster regen, let's go. It looks so well organized. It really is. I do like organizing cards. The colors are just so that I know each, like they don't actually matter, but it's incredibly well organized. Do you have a list online? I do. I need to dig it up, but Eris, I do have the list of what's in that cube. It's on a Google Drive. I can probably find it in an older stream. Remind me if I forget, but I do have a Google Drive list somewhere. I have to dig it up though, so I can't do it on stream because I have to dig through my Google Drive. That was such a deck. Yeah. You also drafted like the messed up Geist deck too. I don't think Geist is in the cube anymore, which probably is for the best. But Jeff drafted like tier 1 decks. Rongi also drafted a tier 1 deck. He drafted like World Tree Woo and just had a monstrous deck. And I cheese flatlined him and I felt so bad. IG kind of messes up draft. The cards that make it sing are pretty parasitic and don't go on much else. Yeah, I know. That was the best I've ever drafted. I think you came in first in the draft. I think I came in second. I might have came in second in the draft. I think I did well, but I definitely didn't do Geist IG well. I was playing like, shout out to Nebula. I was playing Tenon Institute and it was okay. And then my runner, I don't even remember who it was. It was just some value-based runner. I just like value draft a lot. So I mix ONR and Android Netrunner for a cursed draft. I don't think it would be that cursed. A lot of cards are 1-for-1s and a lot of the numbers just make less sense. Like the breakers are really bad in OG Netrunner, but like the games are longer because everything just gives you less credits. So the games are not timed longer. There's just more turns where it's just like draw credit, credit, credit. And that sounds bad, but those turns happen quickly. So it was still like you're doing a game in 40 minutes, except that game was not 12 turns. It was like 18 turns, maybe 22 turns, but it's just weird. The pace is weird. The ONR is really strange. It's of a lower power level in some ways, but higher in some other ways. Geist gamers rise up, gonna rule the world. You can get those really cool resealable booster boxes, and I think they fit in the box you have perfectly. Yeah, those like draft things. I know what you're talking about. I have a whole bunch of these from what are these from? Burger tokens that I use for like Marvel Champions and stuff. Things like this are probably fine. I don't know if I need it because that box just fits it, but it's cool that you can just kind of hand those out. I use those perfectly because they fit a Marvel Champions hero deck, and so I have a whole bunch of the 22 sleeved ones. All right, spill that runner deck. I recently got fired. Oh no, I'm trying to have a positive mindset. Emily, I'm sorry about that. Hopefully things are going okay. I know things are probably not feeling good, but we're hoping for the best. If you want to just hang out, so be it for sure. But yeah, hopefully things turn around. Sorry to hear that. Okay. Where is the list I wanted to look at? I closed it. I shouldn't have done that. How's it going? Radish is going okay. It's been busy. This week is being very busy. There's like a lot of things going on behind the scenes, which I'll be able to talk a bit more about that hopefully in the near future. But it's, I don't know, just a lot going on. It feels like as much as like, it's just kind of been 2 streams a week. We are trying to play Lat, I guess. How are you doing, Radish? So this is the list I got to watch a bit from Jai's content. And so this list is a Lat list. It's running Madani. I haven't played a lot of Madani. I'm not a big Madani fan. I just kind of don't like the play patterns and the sort of illegibility of board state it generally produces. But the idea with Madani and Lat as opposed to Magdalene is that it allows us to carve our hands so we can hit that 5 card hand side matching. So Madani kind of makes a bit more sense. I think most of the Maggie decks are now playing off of Lilypad or even other consoles, but Madani does make sense in Lat. We can draw a lot, and then if the corp is on 4 cards in hand, we can just Madani down until we have 4 cards in hand for a single click. And that is a lot of control. We have 3 DZs, which obviously it's a bit of a joke around this channel, but very, very good because DZs can fire on your opponent's turn, so you can set up there. And then we have Knickknack and Nuka and Telework. This deck has no, what is that card that lets you to trash a card and draw 2 and gain 3 that trashes a program? We're not running any of those spec works. Instead, we're entirely on 3 Knickknacks, which is a lot. I'm not a believer in 3 Knickknack decks. I haven't played it, so I haven't seen it. I'm more a believer in maybe 1 Knickknack, but probably 2 of the other ones. Now, the thing is, Knickknack is actually a bit better with a certain card in this deck that doesn't get played in a lot of the other reg Shaper decks, and that is Principia. I'm surprised we're not on 3. We're only on 2. Maybe there's some truth to that you don't want 3 of them because they're really ugly in the early game. But this is one of the few cards that's actually honestly better with Knickknack than anything else. You're installing this hopefully for 1 to no credits with a combination of other programs and DZ. And then when you run, you get the Knickknack trigger, which gives you 4 credits and a card, which is pretty cool. Now, what gets weird from this point on is that like Knickknack kind of works better with, firstly Muse is really good because if you Muse out a breaker, now you have 2 things to Knickknack. That's kind of cool. But the thing is that if you want to simulchip back a Principia, or if you want to simulchip back a Coalescence, which one do you simulchip back? The answer is you simulchip back a Muse with a Coalescence on top of it. Because Coalescence, if you simulchip it back, it's 4 credits, and then you sell it for 6 credits. But if you simulchip back a Principia, it's only 4 credits. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, if you do a Hush onto, onto a Coalescence, a Muse onto a Coalescence, the Muse is free, the Coalescence is 2 credits. So then you gain 6 credits. So at the end of the day, it actually does not make a difference. The only difference is if you go for the Muse, if I did my math right, is that you get 2 card draws from Knickknack and you spread the credits over multiple turns. Dondry just says DZ is very, very good. Oh no, it's great. It's a good card in certain decks. Madani Lat is buck wild for my testing. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Lat. This sort of like setup Shaper, at least like this is making you run. And I think that's why I want to play this card. This feels like the only card in modern Shaper card pool that is incentivizing them to run consistently. Hope all is good behind the scenes. New babysitting, so lots of downtime. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, right. Congratulations. Congrats to you and your partner. That's sick. Baby account siphon is happy and healthy. I forgot to ask. Oh, man, that's sick. Congratulations. That's a really good name. Thanks, plenty of time for Netrunner, I guess. Feel like I just need to boost the intellect to hold the job, though. Sorry that it feels that way. I promise it'll feel better in the future, so just take care of yourself for a bit, huh? Did I just insert hearing the DZ and thereby habit? Was waiting for the Z and I didn't hear it. Cool. So I think we're gonna try to build something like this. I'm gonna just like freestyle for a bit and see if we come to the same conclusion. I'm still not convinced Knickknack is the thing you want to do, let alone play 3 of, but I've seen it in a bunch of lat decks, and it's another way that you can kind of like maintain hand size parity while also interacting. And there's some cool interaction points with lat and Knickknack there too. I'm just confused if Principia is even worth playing. The payoff here is also Rising Tide gets really good because we can have up to 3 other factors in our bin because we're playing a single propeller because it's just a good card, and then we're playing 2 Principia, and hopefully we don't draw them in the early couple turns. We're spending a lot of influence on weird things. Hush is cool, Phasarium is cool, and with Muse it makes some sense to play an amount of Trojans, so that makes sense. We have a Copulation, which is just a fine tech card. It beats like some of the expensive 5-cost res hostile architectures. It beats some of the ugly upgrades. I'm not a big Copulation enjoyer, you probably know that. I don't play it well either. And we have a Chesva, which is kind of neat. This deck has SMCs, Simulchips, and one SMC, Simulchips, and Muses. This is just a good card, but I imagine you could play anything in this slot. I just don't know what else we spend our influence on. Like 2 Fermenters is already a lot, and Chesva was not mentioned once in this write-up, unless Cold Lava spelled it wrong. So not even talking about it. Cold Lava included the replays. What a hero. Knickknack makes me sad. I wish they didn't close the pawn shop. Yeah, I like pawn shop a lot better, but at least Knickknack like encourages interaction, which is good. Are you and Pat planning to doing another core session on some of the other factions? Really enjoyed the stream last week. Seabeast, thanks for the kind words. Glad you liked it. Yes. We saw the response and it was kind of, I wouldn't say exactly expected, but like the response to people seeing core gameplay, let alone paper gameplay, was really, really big. And so like I immediately messaged Pat. I'm like, yo, this looks like a fun thing. And it was actually really fun to do regardless. I was like, Pat, we should do this again. So we definitely will. I will probably give everyone a bit more warning when and if it's happening, because we kind of decided at last minute to be like, hey Pat, why don't we just play on paper? We could play core because we have a tournament coming up. So a lot of people didn't know we were doing it. So yeah, didn't get an alert. Hey Brendan, how's it going? Can't wait for Andre not to use the Copulation ever. Yeah. Cut Tide for Hannah. This deck looks like it needs Hannah. I think we want to play Rising Tide. I think Rising Tide is the big reason why you want to play Principia. Like that seems to be the synergy package. I would cut probably the Copulation. I'm kidding. I cut the Chesva maybe from Hannah. I think Hannah's not bad. Hannah makes sense with Knickknack, which is really cool. We're not on deep dive. I actually don't know how we win the game. I'm assuming it's Conduit. I'm kind of surprised. And if we're playing Conduit, maybe Hannah, we could play deep dive, but it looks like people just stopped playing deep dive. Maybe it's that bad into Outco. I can't tell. Let's try and build something really quickly, see where we end up. Standard lat. Does anyone have a link to the core tournament? To the one in Montreal? Bane? I don't, but the Discord does. I don't even think there's a link. I think it's just like come to Tuesday at l'Expedition. It's like entirely on Discord. I don't think there's like a Facebook link or anything. Antoine is organizing it. I think that's all I know. I think it's just like Tuesday starting at 5:36 like normal. That'd be cool if you can make it out. I think the clear sleeves and showing off the card back is really nice. Yeah, I'm actually like such a proponent of clear sleeves because then you get to know what the game is. It's like really easy to read. Obviously we had Nisei on some of our card backs, which like that's kind of fun. Couldn't see it on the Discord. Okay, ping someone, Bane. If you can't see it, just like ping. Be like, hey, what's going on for the core tournament at Antoine if you want. I honestly don't know. I am very bad at navigating Discord on a good day. All right, casual, turn that off. We're not getting in trouble today. Collection, standard, already did that. And let's build a deck. So what do we want to play? The original deck had 1 Harmony Air Therapy. I hate this card. I feel like the meta is fast enough not to need this, but this does give a lot of things back into the deck, and we are getting our economy off of selling things. So it kind of makes sense, but I think this is the sort of card I'll add after testing to figure out whether we've totally beefed it. This card is showing up a bit in deep dive decks, so that if you lose a deep dive or 2 deep dives, heaven forbid, you can still have a win condition, but I just don't like this card. I don't think it does enough. Paying 2 credits just to get cards back in your deck and then hoping to draw those cards in the next couple turns doesn't make sense. I only want to play this when my deck is like 10 cards left. I don't think we play Illumination. Doesn't work with Madani, unfortunately. It's weird how Illumination and Madani are like so anti-synergistic. It's kind of neat. We'll play for sure Ritual, unfortunately. We'll play... Like, I think spec work is really good, but I think it's going to compete with Knickknack. And I think we're going to try 3x Knickknack to see what it feels like. Do we play, what else do we play? Overclock? We probably play some Overclocks. It's really good with Madani. I don't know if we play 3, maybe we do. We might have to play more SMCs for that, but I'm sure SMC might not work with Knickknack well. Is there a Shaper thing we're not playing? Sure, Gamble we can definitely play. Let's go to our hardware. Meta's fast enough, but best corp decks are about being slow and gassing out the corp. Sorry, best runner decks, right? I think it's possible to burn through your deck with Lat and Knickknack. I think it's possible, but I'm hoping that we won the game by then. I'm not sure how much card draw we're getting, but yeah, I could see it. Let's play 3 Madani, we'll play 3 Simulchip, and we'll play 3 DZMZ. We can consider single Air Blades. It's like, doesn't work with our console, but this seems to be a good enough card to worth considering. It also gives you the ability to manage your hand size. So if you face check into something that does 2 damage, but you only want to take 1 damage, that's great. It also gives us a bit of equity into like fun houses in Nebula, which is kind of cool. Breaking the other copies of KK also feels bad. Is like, I like having 1. No, I totally agree, Meteor. Like, I'd probably play 1 and then play Specworks, but we're trying to play Knickknack today, so we're playing 3 of. The extra copies of Knickknack being entirely dead does absolutely stink. There's no way around it. And then they're like really ugly cards to get out of your hand because you can't. So with Lat, you have to draw past them, and there's some downsides to that. All right, programs. Let's play Principia. Let's try and play 2 as like a starting point. We'll play all our tech cards we want to play. We'll play a single Azimuth. We'll play all the coalescences. Conduit is our win condition. Echelon is probably our killer of choice once we set up. What else do we want to play? Shout out if you see a card you like. Muses we're going to be playing. This is really important. It's more cards to sell to the Knickknack engine, and let alone it's a recursion thing we want to get on the table. I'll play a single propeller. Amount of SMCs we're playing, I honestly don't know. I'll try 2 because we're playing 3 copies of Overclock. That might be too many. And then we'll play a single copy Unity. Another issue with SMC is that like it usually eats our DZ trigger, so you have to be like pretty clever to make sure that you're installing this as your second program in turn. But that could be it. Then we'll play some of the basic things that we want to be playing. So we'll play 2 copies of Fermenter. We'll play the Shaper access to our HQ pressure, which is the card I don't like. What's the name of it? Just play Isolation on Knickknack and then reinstall. I mean, what do you get? 5 credits? That slots are worth seeing a load bearing engine piece. Yeah, no, I agree. Like we're playing 3 Madanis. It's just like, if you could figure out how to make it less like that, it's better. Burner, I'm not sure. I think Burner's a really hard card sometimes to play in Lat. Not that people are icing HQ really quickly, but this generally drops them below hand size, and then it's hard sometimes for you to match. So Burner's really nice. Burner's a bit better also if you're playing Deep Dive, because you can set up the top of R&D and then run R&D, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Copulation, that's the name. Already have 40 cards? And we haven't even looked at our resources. So we want to play resources that have a shelf life. I don't think Han is the one that has a shelf life, but it kind of makes sense. We could play Telework, which makes a fair bit of sense. The last Telework, you don't have to click for 3. You can just clicklessly take 1 and draw a card, which is kind of equivalent. Stone Chip is probably worth playing, but we could just say we don't care about the meta. I was guessing which HQ card you meant. Oh, okay, cool, Ryan. Yeah. I was talking about Copulation, which makes sense because we can grab it with consistency. Environmental testing. This deck is not playing environmental testing, which I find to be a bit surprising, but I don't think any of the Maggie decks are playing environmental testing either, which is weird because all these decks are about installing things, right? Like, I think the canonical D list is not running this. Like, this is not running ENV testing either. Yeah, it's not. I don't know what that's about. That one gets me. I'm not 100% sure. Because like this seems good, but maybe it is clumsy. We do have muses so that we set up a bit more aggressively. Oh, we definitely want to play Nuka because we need card draw, but we're already at 45 cards. Red team has a shelf life. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend that I wasn't considering it. Like I'd be like, oh, we're playing Knickknack. Let's play red team and we'll play job market or open market, and it's not getting there. It's definitely not getting there. Right, this is our list. We're at 45. We have so much influence to burn. So like things I'd considered. I would consider cutting overclocks for clean getaways. That's probably not 100% correct. I would maybe cut a Knickknack, but clean getaway makes a lot of sense. We want to be running, we want to be knickknacking, we want to be getting money. I think Maggie doesn't run because it's not easy to install resources with RD. Yeah, I think that's a good reason not to play Knickknack, but like, that doesn't mean we can't play environmental, right? I'm guessing ENV testing is too slow. You always put down 3 credits for an obvious window that Outcome Nebula can take advantage of. That's my assumption, yeah. Then you lose it to like above the law or some garbage. So like we can do that. When are we spending influence on this? Oh wait, we forgot to play the Rising Tide. That we need to play because that's our payoff for playing 4 fractors. Then we have 1 influence, so like maybe a pinhole. So we're at 49, which you don't want to play. We're not playing a Hush. I can get away with that. We're not playing Physarum. We might need to play Physarum because we're really bad at dealing with sentries on turn 1. Physarum we're really, really bad at. Playing more core tonight. Patrick, is the thing tonight? No, it's not tonight. It's next week, isn't it? How you doing? I don't like envy testing unless you're playing Paladin. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I think envy testing is really good. Hey, Marcy, I forget which write-up said it, but the idea was that envy testing is slower than telework and really awkward if you draw it late in the game. I mean, you're right. This one also has like 9 credits on it, and you just keep clicking to take 3 instead. Maybe there's some truth there. That's really funny. If Knickknack gave install cost to +1, would it be cracked? It would obviously be much better. Would it be cracked? I don't know, maybe? Hey, Pat, can you confirm? I don't think it's tonight. I think it's next week. If it's tonight, I'm not going. I can't go. But if it's next week, boy, are we going. I think Revolver is mandatory. Yeah, I like Revolver, but that's going to be impacting our influence suite. But I really don't mind Revolver at all. It's very good because we have enough recursion pieces. How does Boitata math compare to Echelon? Interesting question. The problem with Boitata, how does it compare to Echelon? Echelon in the late game is really good. Boitata is just about always the same. So that's already one of your comparison points. But Boitata is not bad. The issue is like if you need to break in early, Saiz and Tan, you're generally paying somewhere up to 5 credits. Echelon, you're paying 6 credits, so it's not that different. I don't think we can trash something every turn though. Because sometimes with Knickknack, you just don't have the setup. Sometimes you don't want to pop your simul chips. So like, I don't want to. The other thing that I don't understand is like, Revolver's one more influence than this. I know in the last meta where we had Turbine, Boitata was a bit better. And that was like the Bridgman deck saying like, one of the problems with Echelon is that even in the late game, you're generally spending a lot of money to break sentries. Like it's better than other options, but it's still very expensive. But if you play Boitata and like 2 copies of Turbine, which is now banned, your Boitata is very, very good because you're breaking 1 for 2 subroutines. So you're ending up breaking some of the big sentries for like 1 to 2 credits. That's not the case anymore because Boitata's strength is kind of the liability. But you're breaking most sentries in the game for like 3 to 4 credits, which is not awful. I'm assuming Revolver does a lot of what we want it to do. It's just regular meetup, but I think folks are bringing core decks. Oh, super cool. So when this max has 6 cards on 1 remaining click in which telework makes sense to trigger her ability. Yeah, I could see that too. Boitata seems so bad because no Turbine and you can just play Gun or even just Carbon right now. Yeah. We'll cut this. We'll cut one of these. Maybe play another Pinhole. Got to cut a lot of cards now though. So we'll cut Unoverclock. I think that's what... Yeah. I'll cut the air blades. It's too cute. We're not playing stone ships, so hoping for the best. 3 Nukas might be necessary. Apparently not. We can maybe cut 1 SMC, which is what was done in the other deck. So we're playing something kind of similar. And then we can play 46, no problem. So the difference between our deck is we're playing Revolver instead of the Chesva, which I'm kind of okay with. And then our influence is being spent on Clean Getaway and Pinhole, as opposed to Hush and Fizzarum, which there's a trade-off there. I guess Fizzarum is actually our Revolver instead. Cutting overclock feels so bad. I mean, we're only on 1 SMC, and with DZs, we don't actually get that much overclock value off of the Madani. Also, if our breakers are like Propeller and other stuff like that, like it's not the worst, but overclock is still good, even as an asset tech card. Like you can kind of see this as like a Biobands-esque. Carbon Game Dragon is cracked. Yeah, it is really good. The problem is in Criminal, you don't often get that set up perfectly. Could I interest even after Image Game Dragon and a Mantle? I mean, I feel like that's a pretty far bridge that we have to change the deck consistently. Like that's not a triple Knickknack deck, I don't think. I think if Knickknack was install cost +1, it would basically be at least as good as Dreamnet and Hosh, which was ban-worthy. No, because it requires you to destroy your board. Hosh can just like run archives. Like it does still require interaction. It'd definitely be very good though. I think I'm fine with this. The Clean Getaway is the one card that doesn't seem like the best inclusion for influence, but it's also still Clean Getaway. Like maybe we'd be better off playing something that we can Knickknack. Like I don't think Open Market is it. We can install an Open Market for Knickknack, Nuka, and Telework, and then it's just like Clean Getaway money, but Clean Getaway is a bit more click compressed. We'll try this. Soups up. We'll go. All right, we need to remember we want to match hand size because that's an important thing to be doing. New runner deck. What time is it? It's currently 2 o'clock. I haven't been drinking coffee consistently enough, and now I get a weird coffee headache. I think I'm having too much coffee. It's kicking in right now. We're a Lat ethical freelancer. Open Market seems better than CG because you can install jobs on it. Yeah, but we only have like 1 job. Like we have Telework. But that's the idea, is that we install Telework and then we can empty it. We can install Nuka, we can empty it. I just think that having the click compression when interacting is important because we're going to struggle with interacting with assets on turn 1s to 5. And so that will help us a bit. That's my guess. Hey, Lucy. Someone was sniping. Bangoon. Okay. I really want the stone ships we don't have. That's for sure. Telework and KK? Yeah, but you only install 1 KK. So it's like kind of a mixed bag. All right, it's Bangoon. So we have no kill tech. We cut all of it. She kept her hand. Hey, best of luck if I have fun. Having 6 hand sizes is like not bad. Where are your fermenters? I think we have 2 fermenters in the deck, don't we? I'm pretty sure we have 2 fermenters. Yeah, we have 2 fermenters. So this hand, we have the Madani but no cards. We have the Sure Gamble, we have the Telework and no cards. I don't think we have to do anything too fast. Barring like Bite, this is the sort of matchup where we can just drop Conduit and not care. I don't think this hand is great because we have no card draw in it, so I'm willing to mulligan it, but we just have good money. And we have to play around Measured Response, at least in the mid game. We have Overclock Muse, which is like kind of a remote start, as much as we're not Arsana. I don't know what this bank gun is doing, so I think misinformation or lack of information is going to help Lucy more than it's going to help us. I don't like this hand, but I think it's like just a safe enough hand. If Lucy mulled, maybe I would have mull. Imagine a bank gun keeping their hand. This is going to be small 1-pointers. First agenda, not flipped. So problem here is that this is a eminent domain. Eminent domain is a really big issue. She's on 3 cards. So what we can do is we can do Sure Gamble, Madani. We can put the Muse on the Madani and then we can overclock the server. I think that's probably good enough. We want to deal with most everything here. I don't like that. Oh, that we're doing it like this. I guess we could just die to Bite. If she doesn't res, I don't know what we do. We're not getting lat draw. This might be totally wrong. We died to like a bunch of things here. It just, I don't expect a snare in the remote on turn 1, and I don't expect anything else here. All right, so we're going to, she res, so she's low on credits. So we're going to Madani to install this. We're going to use these credits. Now here we can decide what we want to get, obviously from our stack. So if we get Propeller, we break this for relatively Flea. Yeah, die to Angelique, exactly, but I don't expect Angelique to be on the table turn 1. Principia is not very good, so it's either Propeller or Rising Tide. Propeller will be cheaper in the early game. We only have 2 good runs here before we're out of credits. So this is a 3 strength with 2 subs, so we'll just break all of it. We can't give her money. And so hopefully we still, I'm assuming this is an eminent or a false lead, but either way, she can't score them out with money. She can't fire Bite, but we die to Angelique on turn 1. How much often do you read into the corpse mulligan decision when deciding his runner? Always. You should always pay attention at a minimum. Yep. There's no way it's an Angelique on turn 1. It's a regolith, cool. So like, Marcy, you should always look at your opponent. Your opponent chooses first. If they mulligan, it means that they have an average hand as a result. So you can keep that in mind. All right, just a regolith, whatever. So if we want to run this, it's what, 5 credits? So I don't think we will. Knickknack. Okay, so we need to empty our propeller. The problem is like, this is where Knickknack is so clumsy, is if I want to empty my propeller, we have to run first. So she's just going to have money here. Ritual's going to suck next turn, so we just draw, install Telework, and then we can get our lat draw. Not going to ask for action because there's nothing we can do. Yeah, so if your opponent mulligans, again, that means that they have not what they want, so they probably don't have what they want. She has 16 credits, so that's scary. Still 3 cards in hand, which is good. I think we'll Ritual here just to be able to like dump our hand on Madani. And we need to keep our money up. That seems like it's probably good for us. I wish we had a DZ here, but we don't. So I got to think a bit more. So we can host 1, 2, 3. That drops us down to 3 cards. We can Telework. I guess we draw 1, install 3 Telework. No, if we draw 1, we install 3, we're down to 4. So I think we just do credit, install 3 Telework. Get a draw, nice. I wonder why she played Hedge instead of clicking the Telework. The regolith, you mean? Probably to keep lat hand size down is my guess, but I could see it going either way. So on her turn, I think here we'll pop the, it could be the fermenter, but I want to knickknack something, so I'll install the coalescence on her turn. So we could check this. It could be a bite as soon as turn 1. I'm worried of her scoring out an eminent because we're not that good at dealing with a BOAC, but she could have installed it face up. She has 19 credits. I don't know what cards in the format currently leverage credit differential in a way that's going to be frustrating. So we'll definitely go ahead and take this. She's on 4 cards, so if we knickknack, we're on 4 cards. We empty the propeller. We have a simul chip coming up, so that's pretty good. I think this is fine. So we'll start with our knickknack here. We'll run server 1. She knows we can run this, so like this might not be good for us. So we'll knickknack the coalescence for a card. We drew a conduit. We don't want to install that. We usually throw that out and simul chip it back. We'll break this so that we can get access to this in a second. It's an antil. Okay, we trashed that. Maybe we just get oppoed. She's on 4 cards here, so we just do Telework credit, I think. We might get mini oppoed. I don't think it's that bad for us. Credit diff card is just measured response here, right? It could be oppo as well. It could be public trail into end of line. There's a couple things it could be. Helmets, how's it going? Feel like you should draw there instead of click credit, give the program density. If we draw, you're right. If we hit a program, it's something. But the biggest issue is against Bangoon, or sorry, against Lat, we want the hand size parity, more importantly, I think. And we need to keep our credits up. So here we can sell the propeller by checking server 2. She knows that. We can then like simulchip back the propeller to keep dealing with the Maskarovka. We have a lot of interesting decisions here. Oh, sorry, I should have fermented on her turn. We're not installing the fermenter? No, I got caught up in chat. All right, so we're just gonna install this off the Madani. Yeah, 100% we should. Just obviously didn't get there. Counter virus 2. You don't have to say virus once it already has a counter because it knows. Okay, so checking this is a bit expensive. We have to worry about bites. She seems to have a lot of cards to jam. None of these cards are face up, so we're not too concerned. The question is, how do we want to deal with this? We can sell the propeller, and then we have to simulchip back the propeller, which is not my favorite line. Principia will come in. It breaks us for 3, but we have to install it for 3, so it's not the best. We probably don't use this telework. We might just knickknack it. This seems like a cool engine, though. I guess we do just run this. So we'll knickknack the propeller. We've trashed the program. We drawn the overclock. We would love to have that in our hand. So now we'll just simulchip back the same propeller. We definitely want to get a rising tide engine sooner than later. This is an Antil, okay. She's on 5 cards, so we can check server 2, probably a spin dock. We can float a tag, or sorry, clear a tag if we need to. It's a spin dock, fine. Things are good. Got home some reps, got some more reps in before Megacity Stockholm. When is that hellness? Last chance before me going away for a week before. So there's here's hoping the meta stays stable for 2 weeks. It won't because the new ban list should come out, but it won't be in check, which is good. Don't we pay a credit for the fermenter? I think I did. Yeah, I gave ourselves a credit and then we installed the fermenter for credit. So we did pay a credit for the fermenter. Okay, so she's on 6 card hand size, which I do think we should have seen that was a spin doctor coming, so not a big deal. So either here we can install a couple cards on the Madani. That means we will die to measured response end of the line if we go down to sub 5. So we have to make sure we don't just like cheese die it because we haven't seen any influence besides spin doctor. So we install 3 cards on the Madani, which is kind of what we want to do abstractly. The issues then will be on 2 cards and then we'll be sub 8 credits unless we like Madani for this coalescence. And then we die to double public trail measured, which like clearly she cares about money if she's running 2 Regulus, but maybe this is just because her background is in startup. So we can't get lat draw. I think we're just gonna hit the telework. We need to keep our money up. And we have the Muse next turn to sell. We're nowhere near threat 4 though. Yeah, but not for public trail end of line. Not measured, but she's probably on both. I do think end of line shows up in a lot of Bangoon decks just to make the tag relevant. Okay. Here we're gonna install the revolver. We have an MU problem, but it's not gonna last. Again, I don't think there's any card we need to run here besides Eminent, and even then, it's like only kind of. I wish we had a DZ by now. But now if we run, we can trash the Muse. We have 2 breakers, so this Principia comes in for just a bit of credits. We want a bit of card draw here, so I think she definitely has points in HQ. I want to run HQ. We're expecting this to be a Winchester. If it's an Afshar, we don't mind, but I think we have to let this go through and don't care. I think you added 1 credit installed for Mentor paying 0 effectively. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I gave myself a click and a credit. I should just give myself a click because it's not free. Yeah. You're right. I was assuming we have a DZ, but that doesn't even make any sense. All good on your turn still? Good catch. Yeah. Yeah, it's not only, yeah, if we're sub 8, so I'm not worried about measured yet because we're not on thread, but it's more about public trail into end of line. If we don't have 8 credits, it does 4 damage. Okay, so we want to run to get rid of the Muse. I don't think we have to run this. We can consider running HQ. I'm not really excited to overclock it. I think we'll just do a basic run. We have a revolver, so the only thing that can hurt us is code gates, so I don't know what hits us here. I think we'll just make a run into HQ. We definitely want to find a DZ because our memory's kind of goofed up, but we draw here off the top. This Knickknack has felt actually pretty smooth. That's not what we want, though. Let's see what she reses here, if at all. She has the money to do it. That's a hammer. That's not good. So this unfortunately has 3 subroutines we all care about, so that's half the gun. We can break all of this. Why isn't it letting us break all of this? This is a killer. What's going on? I guess this one doesn't have a break all text. So we don't lose our fermenter for obvious reasons. Trash installed resource or piece of hardware. Those are both bad. And then losing our fermenters at least worth the credits. So expensive run. It's a pivot. So trashing this is a lot of money. A very important card though, because it's kind of like trashing a measured. So I think we can do it. We might just have to crack fermenter here. Maybe we don't. She's on 5 cards. This will drop her to 4 cards, which might be the more interesting interaction point on this turn. So if that's the case, we can... I think we will trash it. Now she's on 4, so that we have to think. We could fermenter this turn if she purges. We're not too upset. I'll ask for action to see if she purges before. If we trash pivot, we have to respect oppo. Yeah, but it's a small oppo, so like we'll clear 2 tags if she oppos us. It's fine. Okay. So I think we want to install telework, use telework. That's also very big, so now we don't have to respect end of line public trail. The question is, though, whether we can afford to install 4 programs on the Madani. That I'm not 100% sure. I think you just telework here. I think we do, but I want to hit lat. So maybe we just do install telework, use telework. And maybe we go down to 4 cards by just hosting something on the Madani. Like maybe we host the coalescence on the Madani. That's probably safer because like it sucks that we can't use Madani to install 4 because we're so dead to public trail end of line. So we definitely do this. And then I think we just host a single card on Madani. We in theory could just install the coalescence. There's like no functional difference. But this means we use our cards a bit better. It also, yeah. Like installing 1 sucks, but it means that we don't die to public trail end of line. We're also not a threat for Angelique, so she can't do public trail Angelique end of line when we're sub 5. Installing this means we'd be on still sub 5, right? Because we install this for, yeah. Okay. We get the lat draw. That's good. DZ is good. Telework leaf, yeah. I wonder if we install the DZ first. I don't think we do, because we're probably going to install something anyways next turn. Let's see if she scores out the, either a false lead would be bad. Wow. Okay, so maybe an upgrade. We could just like send the conduit. It actually probably is fine to send the conduit. Basalt is good. So looks like a Holloman. But I think sending the conduit is probably like more going to control the game, like lose off centrals. She has to Holloman this for like 8 credits, and then it's really hard for us to we have to just kind of constantly respect measured. Wait, I was meant to coalescence. Hold on. Missing my Madani window again. So I think in hindsight with DZ, we probably can't just rip it. So I will do the same thing again. I won't mess up the credits. So we still have a Madani this turn. Thanks. So that makes sense. So I'm going to ask for action in case a fermenter happens before anything. My read here. Greed the coal? I don't think we do because I'm going to install the conduit this turn. Oh, you're right. Actually, we might have been able to install the DZ to get 1 more off the coalescence. So I think we have to hit the fermenter here. We have no recursion just yet. I'm okay just installing the conduit. I don't know if we need to click for the DZ because we're not going to put cards on Madani anytime soon. But I think we just get the conduit going. We just don't want to run last click because we could end up in a... Well, not only in threat suddenly, we can end up in a... I don't think we overclock the conduit, do we? We don't have to click conduit. Nice. Madani lesson 1, never click start turn, I know. Yeah. Measured, okay, good to know what those are. With the Basalt Spire, though, like this is not the worst draw, but it does tax up the things. We can't really go back next click because if we hit a bite last click, we kind of lose the game on the spot. So here, we probably just install the DZ, which means our ordering was kind of scuffed. Otherwise, we can hit telework, but we're at 10. I'm assuming she might bankrupt herself if she scores that with Holloman, which is okay. We just don't run this. So I think that turn was definitely not correct. So we'll install the DZ and get a card draw here. Yeah, here we'll probably install the Principia and then be able to sell it because it comes down for 1 credit. And then we draw 4 in a card. Oh, wow. If she has to actually score that out manually, I think we're really happy. That's really good. I feel like this deck wants 1 of a verbal. You don't usually see it in standard. It hasn't been like a consistent enough card for people to be happy about. She's on 5 now. So we install this. Now we conduit run. We can still deal with bite. We sell the Principia. So our rising tide is getting better. That's good. Oh, we could have ritualed click 1. It might have been correct, actually. Yikes, her deck is all about that interaction, huh? I don't think there's much we have to do here. If she scores a Basalt, she's down to 7. We're still not in threat 4, but she can grab any of these combo cards back. Luckily, there's 2 in the bin and 2 pivots, but she's like really oriented on some sort of combo. We have to cape on above 8, I think. And I don't think we do anything here. I think we just keep getting lat draw. Tunnel conduit, I don't want to do a last click because if we run into a byte, we probably lose the game. Like anything that gives us a tag, which would have to be a byte. We've seen very little influence. She's not scoring. Wants to find ice on R&D. Just clicking for credits. I don't know what that means. 5 in hand. We could start with the ritual. It gives us a lot of cards. I don't know what the best card we can find. We could just install the Muse and then use Muse to get Coalescence and then sell that forward. That's probably a bit better. I don't think we need to install the ritual here. Obviously, we're not using our Madani, but just in like terms of hand size, we want to keep our hand up. So we're not like installing a lot of cards on this. So we'll install this, I think. Then we'll go from our heap, I think, for the Coalescence, I think. Take the money. So like this is actually keeping us afloat. Every run we're making, we're pushing ourselves pretty far forward. We can just like very quickly end up on threat 4, which is a problem. Ritual into Madani, I don't think we need to. Maybe it's right. I just want to run once per turn with Conduit. It might be okay. That's good. So we'll be on threat no matter what. We can trash the ING. And a Regolith, I think if she draws that, we're not too upset. It's not a great top deck for her. So we'll leave that there. So we're on threat 3, so we can get a big oppo. So we just want to not get big oppo this turn. So I think we just do telework, credit. Cool. Also, I'm meaning to ask what extension you're using for JNet. I'm using a really cool extension called Cyberfeeder. It's only on Firefox, but it's this extension that Rahi's made that basically adds a bunch of accessibility features. It's currently only Firefox supported. Rahi, she does a great job, and it makes the game a lot easier to read for a bunch of reasons, especially for streaming, but just in general for playing, I would highly recommend it. If you just search Cyberfeeder, you'll find it, but I don't think it's for Chrome. It's still not a nice deal because of threat 4. It's not great because of threat 4, but also we have to deal with the Bangoon text. And with a conduit on 3 counters, like I don't think we have to care about this. If she spends 3 credits on her whole turn scoring it, I think we're happy. Easily could be the Regolith. We just want to make sure we have something for Knickknack. She's discarded a card, so running Archives actually make sense. So do we just do another Muse into Coalescence line? I think we could. If this is a Spin Doctor, we want to deal with it sooner. So we could start here, then go here. She can always last click throw something at us. I think we just keep doing this. I'm not going to play the Ritual, weirdly enough. I think we're okay with the ones in their stack, so we'll go for the Coal. I'll check this. I think it's a Regolith. I don't mind if it is. It's a Spin Doctor. Okay, good. So now she's going to shuffle cards back in. It could have been better that we ran R&D, ran this, and then ran back into R&D, because then we get a shuffle, but she could have used it right away. Wonderful, thank you. Of course, yeah, no, definitely just ask if you're missing. Now she's on 7 card hand size. So I think we're just going to do a conduit run. If we hit 2 bytes, maybe we lose the game. Yeah, if we hit 2 bytes, we lose the game. So we might just do a non-conduit run, a regular run. Because if we hit 2 bytes, we're cooked. So I'm just going to run R&D regularly. It gets a conduit counter, but this is not a conduit run. Descent, okay. So we need to get a code gate breaker. So we don't have access to a code gate breaker here. So I think we can just Madani. 2 cards is a bit sketch. We can just install the Rising Tide, so we use the DZ this turn. Oh no, we already used the DZ. Man, I wish the cards tapped if you use them once a turn. Because then I have to pay attention. It actually is okay sometimes to pinhole this, because if we hit a 2-kana, we're happy. Descent is something we can't deal with right away, but she clearly doesn't have a virus, so we still have a lot of threat as soon as we can deal with that. That might be a Ritual line next turn. So I think we just host the Echelon and pass. I'm just going to play conservatively and keep 5 cards in hand. I think we should go on for the win. I think we're so far ahead that I don't want to risk double bite. We've seen like no influence. So like she's up to something. So I just don't want to throw it to that. I think if we're like behind, I would do it, but we're relatively not behind. So I don't think we need to send it like that. Like also once we get to game point, we just run the remote server. Maybe less so now, but. All right, so we're assuming this is at least the descent. So we'll start with the Ritual. So we can do Simulchip, run R&D with Conduit. We still could die to double bite. I'll take the risk now. At least she only has 13 credits. So double bite will cost a lot. Knickknack the Muse, so we trashed a card, so Simulchip can fire. It is the descent. So in terms of a decoder gate breaker, we haven't found it yet, so we're gonna have to Muse for a decoder if we want to break this descent. This is our second last Simulchip. So I think we will break it. It's a pretty good run. So we've already trashed something, so we'll get the Muse. The Muse will go check our stack for our Unity. Unity will break for 1. We're going to likely be on threat 4 after this. Okay. So she gets a card back. So she doesn't have the money to do triple. What's it called? But we can be on 16 credits if we want to do triple measured. But we also could just win here. If we hit a bite, we're in a bad spot. Because now she grabs a card back from the bin to her hand. Knickknack has fired every single turn. It's been really good. I'm not going to trash this. I don't care if she draws this. I just want to make sure we can be on 16 credits by playing the sure gamble so we can dodge double measured, whatever, end the line Winchester, yeah. So she's definitely on public trail as well. We'll just play this. We'll discard. Knickknack is more likely to get killed at some point. Run remote overclock is GG. Oh, yeah, you're right. Actually, run overclock might be actually very reasonable there. I totally forgot. Yeah, we're playing the conservative line. Yeah, run overclock on the remote server. I don't know what we lose to. Like Anoetic. Even that is fine. We don't lose. Yeah, I should have run the remote 100%. Check archives. I don't think we have a huge incentive to. We went off at any point. We probably should be running HQ, but we've been locking the deck for a bit. That's the spin doctor, I think. So we should run the spin doctor, then run R&D. Yeah, it probably is. We can just run the remote, though. Maybe she Zatos us? Is that even that bad? We don't have anything to Knickknack this turn. We could Knickknack the propeller, install Rising Tide. That's actually kind of fine. Beans. Yeah, I think we just run the remote server here. I guess we'll start with the server 4, because if she draws, we can run R&D, and we want to get rid of the propeller to bring back in the Rising Tide. Yeah, that's a spin. So now if she shuffles the deck, we run R&D, we see so many cards. There's 9 points out. If this whiffs, we can run server 1, I guess. Yeah, I'm worried about running remote, because I don't know if there's anything I'm missing, but we almost definitely can just run remote. Oh. Sorry, that has to be conduit. I didn't even pay attention to what she shuffled back in. Pivot and measured. So there's still face downs and archives. There could be agendas in there. But this is fresh cards. Neurospike. Oh, wow. So yeah, Neurospike. We probably should have ran server 1 at some point. It is a Neurospike deck. So I don't think it's on bite. Just saw the Neuro. That makes sense. That's why she's not scoring the remote server, because she's on Neurospike. We should have respected that. There was a small chance we lost. And that's why also she's on double pivot. She just wants to get something to 5 and then just do pivot, Neurospike, Neurospike. Yeah, we 100% should have ran this first. Because there is a small line to Neurospike that we do lose the game. Hey, thanks for the game. Knickknack felt good. Felt generally good. We want to interact every turn. Angelique is off now in game point, so it's pretty safe. Yeah, none of the upgrades matter on game point. Angelique doesn't matter. Amaze Amusements doesn't matter. I don't know what else she would have that does damage. Daniela doesn't really matter. I need to pivot off Neuro or the lock break, and then I have 9 damage combo. Just never showed up. Yeah. I'm happy I trashed a bunch of them. Pivots. I was playing around public trail end of line. Are you on public? I saw like no influence, so I was trying to dodge bite. How cursed would it be to reintroduce World Tree in the current meta now the K2 has been banned? Pretty cursed. Very, very incredibly cursed. Yeah, it's literally everything we called out. Not Malapert, and Malapert makes a lot of sense in context of a Neurospike deck. But yeah, it was the Maze Amusements, which we don't care about, the Angelique we don't care about, Double Maskarovka. Yeah, if this whiffs, we just drop Rising Tide, overclock. In fact, we should have done it last turn, but last turn we can't beat 2 barriers, so we actually could not have done it. World Train Reduced card pool does seem interesting. You do not want to have a Shaper card that just grabs cards from their deck consistently. It is a very problematic card, whether or not you have Turbine. I think you always run remote with a Sparrow click after not hitting a second agenda. On this turn, yeah, for sure. Last turn, we probably should have. At least you can unban Wu now. Hey, Alex, how's it going? Did you play in Victoria this weekend? Was it this weekend? Hey, thanks for the game. Yeah, it looks like it's just a lot of cheap face check ice. So there's nothing very taxing. And then it's just trying to get enough money to Neurospike. There is like a fair bit of skill in looking at a deck and trying to understand its game plan based off of what you've seen. And we saw no influence. So like Neurospike, Oppo kind of makes sense. Bite kind of makes sense. But Neurospike makes a lot of sense. More importantly, like Lucy did not score this out. She left it on 3, which admittedly with the conduit on the table, she had bigger problems. But that also kind of suggests Neurospike, which is a cool thing to think about. And we didn't see any big ice. Now, the ice that we saw was kind of expected, but it's very likely that she's just on gear check and trying to close the game out before like turn 10 or whatever. Oh, it's this weekend in Victoria. Need to figure out decks. Okay, I thought it was last weekend. Very cool. Knickknack is a draw engine staple to a Meteoric Econ engine, a run-based deck. Yeah, it's really cool. Kind of neat. Wu's rotated. Yeah, Daniel, don't worry. That's a joke. Got him. All right, let's do another one. I don't think we'll make any changes to the deck so far. Tonight at pub might be the last in-person practice before they start. Like, I don't even know what the expression is. Sleeving up. But by sleeving, I mean gloves. Hey, hey. Hi-ish. Alco. This is what I expect to be playing against. Not looking forward to it. At least Knickknack can make some amount of sense. This hand's okay. A best of luck, have fun. Unfortunately, to the last matchup, we could not use Madani really aggressively. So that's not great for us. So sure gamble, ritual in the other order is fine. Knickknack can set up. We'll see what Oko is doing. On turn 1, if there's 2 assets, we definitely need to deal with one of them because with 2 assets, Oko usually can't fire. I'm hoping people are less on Bladderwort to some extent. Oh, gloves. Yeah, not sleeves, gloves. This hand's fine. Are gloves just not hand sleeves? Gloves are hand sleeves. Pants are leg sleeves. Shirts are chest sleeves. Gloves, though, are gloves. Knickknack is the Reaver shop as Palace is the personal workshop. Oh, okay, how you doing? We don't even have a KK slider arts. Okay, Spin Doctor start after Mulligan. Ice HQ, so this is not the typical open. So if like Ish doesn't do anything or put cards in archives, we don't have to do anything, so this is great. Knowing where the Spin Doctors is also really important in context of Lat, because sometimes you can res the Spin Doctor end of turn just to deny Lat. And sometimes in the Oko matchup, if they're like really, you know, pedal to the floor, that does make a lot of sense. So I'd love to see Madani. Revolver is really good. We're not going to be drawing into any more knickknacks, so we want to be on 5 cards here. So discarding cards is not the worst. I think the game will be over before we deck out. But yeah, our cards are a resource. So we want to do Propeller, Sure Gamble, Knickknack. Sorry, Sure Gamble, Propeller, Revolver is really good. We have no Knickknack charges unless we want to do Muse into Hush, which is, or Muse into Coalescence, which is like, honestly, is that even good? Like if we Muse into Coalescence, it's literally credit neutral. Then we install the Knickknack, we're down 2. Our first run, we're neutral in a card. The next one, we're like +2 in a card. It seems like a lot of work. So I think we just draw up once and install 2 cards. Cup is pretty reasonable to the matchup. I don't want to show the Revolver, so I'll just play the Knickknack. I don't want to show that we have a killer or a Fractor. Gloves are finger sleeves. Gamble, Muse, KK. Yeah, we just want to get lat draw for sure. You haven't felt true joy until you installed Principia for free with Woo and then gained 4 credit in a card with KK. You playing World Trade too? I assume you are. Okay, now the remote server. This could just be a Regenesis, but there's no cards in archives. So this is not something we actually have to run. We can consider setting up. He's down to 3 cards, but I don't know what this in the remote server would have to be for us to want to deal with it immediately. Cohort would be the worst case scenario. I don't think we want to chase down the Spin Doctor. This is the thing with Knickknack, is like if we install the Muse just to get the compilation, just to run archives to draw a card, it's straight nonsense. So if anything, we just want to get these on the table before we lose them to like an errant Sting score, which is like still kind of whatever. So they're on 3. Going down to 3 is relatively safe here. In theory, they could do burst 1 damage if they score out a Sting from hand with a Moonpool, I guess. So we can do Sure Gamble, Revolver, Propeller, click for credit. This could be a second Spin Doctor, but whatever. Muse for Fermenter and then pop it at 3-4 and trash the Muse. Actually, you're right. Muse for Fermenter makes sense. I feel like with the Knickknack, I'm trying to get Knickknack, but it actually might be better to go just get a Fermenter for obvious reasons. I don't mind that line. I do think I'm kind of committing though, because I installed Knickknack on turn 1. It hasn't fired, that I want to get the Coalescence. Yeah, just a Sting. Okay, hit the worst card in our hand too. This means the other Stings do more damage. I don't know if overall that's the worst thing for us. They mulligan into a Spin Doctor. They got their first Oko counter. Now if we interact, this is the hard part, is if we interact and it does damage to us, and that would have to be an enemy or probably just an enemy or could be a diviner, they get an Oko counter. And like giving them an Oko counter is so important that I'm just probably not going to interact with them. And we're going to play like Sleepy, Setup, Shaper. Okay, that's fine. That's not necessary. So I think we just install Madani, click for a credit. Is this what we're doing? Is that literally what we're doing? Is Madani even good in this matchup? I think Madani's a fair bit better with the Chesva. We're not playing the Chesva. But we have no Knickknack here. We could just Muse for Fermenter. I think I'm going to Muse for Fermenter and click for a credit. Yeah, this Knickknack is not that great. So hold on. If we Muse for Fermenter... Maybe we don't. Maybe we just Muse for Coalescence. If we Muse for Coalescence, again, it's credit neutral. And then we sell this for 2 in a card and sell this for 2 in a card. If we go for Fermenter, we sell this Muse eventually. but it gums up our MU. Yeah, I'm just going to go for the not for the fermenter. I think our money's actually good enough. If this was a slower matchup that we can't be running every turn, I would go for the fermenter. But because our MU is full, I'm going to go for the coalescence, just so that we can do Knickknack in the near future. Credit, take a card. There, that's good. Probably contest spin just to reduce recursion. It's not super important. They'll let us trash it. We wouldn't be upset to trash it though. But if we don't have the Knickknack, I would consider doing it. The problem is that Knickknack draws a card. So this turn we can consider doing it, and then we can run the remote server. I think if you muse for coal, it's better. Just want to draw as much as the credits. Yeah, I agree. Onse, okay, so now Oko is powered up. So there's a card in the bin. So now contesting everything makes some amount of sense. I think we're just going to run this, see what happens. Then we can run the spin doctor. Just keep the table clear. Last game it did like 2 clicks of compression. Which one did? Me3. Sleepy Shut Up Shaper's the name of the Leo deck. Let's just charge this. Okay, Simulchip is the most important card in our hand for damage if we hit an enemy here. Sisenton's also expensive on Revolver. Fly Swatter, okay, glad we didn't go for that, but we can't break this. So I'm not sure what the worst case is here. Now we have to check archives so that we don't just get blown out by Regenesis Fuji. But that is the one end of the run code gate in the list we're expecting. Oh no, it easily could be on, what's it called? The one that installs a card Scatterfield. So either we run the Spin Doctor or we run archives. They're going to outco next turn, which if they do turns off for Genesis, but we're assuming they're not going to mess up. They're on 3 cards. So we can Madani for Conduit Fermenter. I want to install the Simulchip this turn, thinking. I want to run archives though, in case they just blow us out with Regenesis, which is like how we lose. Do we need a clean getaway this turn? I mean, probably not. We want to get down to 3 cards in hand, so we can just do like clean getaway, Simulchip, Fermenter, and then pass. If this is a Spin Doctor we get blown out, I'll check. It actually might be right to install the Simulchip first in case we take damage here, because it is actually really quite important. Because we're going to muse for a decoder. Okay, so it looks like there's a breaker, an agenda in there. We don't know what it is. Hansei went back. They're on hedge funds, so this might actually be like Dyer's list. So we have to play around Managarm Anoetic, which means there's no way we die to this table. So we'll just install 2. We could have done Madani Fermenter, but like, no, there's no point to doing that. Latra? I'm wondering if Madani's the worst card in the deck. The way I'm playing, yeah, Madani seems to be the worst card in the deck. It has not been worth playing. That's a really good card. Because if we see a FUT come away, or even this cohort, as much as Fly Swatter is not that hard to deal with, we need to deal with this stuff. Because this is now where like Aoko is doing something. Aoko was blank for the first like 5 turns, and now Aoko is doing something. So hopefully that's the only time it fires for a bit. We have to beat the Fly Swatter, so we have to like muse for Unity. We have an MU problem though, so maybe the Fermenter wasn't right. Clean Getaway Archives install 2, yeah, for sure. So they cohorted, so they are up on the Aoko counter. They drew 4 cards that turn. God damn it. If there is a FUT, we're happy. We need to check archives. Going down to low hand size to chase Aoko is like sometimes bad on the turn that they like pop off, because now we lost the hand advantage. So this is probably FUT into Managarm. We technically don't have to deal with FUT right away, because if we just take down Fly Swatter, they won't Oko this turn. So we just probably want to figure out how to beat this. The issue is we have no access to our decoder at all. But this is the card we want to deal with. We have no access to deal with this. It might have been wrong to install the Fly Swatter. Because if we wanted to Knickknack for the Muse to be able to get into here, this is where like we can run archives to get 2 flips and gain 2 credits in a card draw. And it might be right, but if we're running the Fly Swatter later, it's maybe a bit better. I think this is a Madani turn. I don't know. Like, I don't think we need to click compress any of these breakers. And if we sell the Muse and then we don't Simulchip it back this turn, or Simulchip, yeah, we're in a bad spot. So we need to find a DZ. We'll draw once for a DZ. We might not get Lat this turn. I'll click compress run archives just in case. We'll sell the Muse. That makes it a bit easier to deal with this cohort. We probably just do it. We could take some damage here. The stings now do 2 damage, which is not great. It's a Managarm and a Botu, so this has to be another Managarm, and they might be flooded if they're throwing that out. Force of Res on the FUT, worst case is Scatterfield or an enemy. Yeah, but then we have to still deal with a Managarm, and I don't want to. Like, I just don't want to deal with the Managarm. They have to have a Managarm there if they threw out this Managarm. And so, like, I don't want to pay for the Managarm. Maybe we could overclock it. But yeah, if it's a Scatterfield, it's really bad because we lose all the overclock value. I think we just pinhole this cohort and go on our day. Problem is we can't get down to hand size at all. So we miss a draw. We'll install the Madani, I think. Man, a DZ's really important. Yeah, beans. We messed this turn up. Now this gives them the server back, but if we trash this cohort, they can outgo, and that's pretty valuable on this turn. So we'll just install the Madani or withdraw. I think we'll just install the Madani. We'll probably use it sooner than later. It's just like hard to use in this matchup. At a minimum, we could just knickknack it, which like sucks. We spend a click and 2 credits to run to gain a card. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's the same as clicking to draw. So where you get them with the charm offensive? Yeah. They throw out the Managram. Okay, Hansei, they're back on the outgo, so interacting is a bit more interesting. You're on 14. If they ice up archives, we're not happy. Yeah, now if they push an agenda, we actually have to consider going for the FUT. So they're down to 2 cards, which is good. Thinking. Yeah, on low cards is pretty good for us. So FUT into like a Sting does 3 damage. We have to deal with the FUT this turn. This is likely to be an agenda. It could just be another cohort. So we have to like deal with the FUT. The problem is we don't have a trigger. Now, Dyer's list or the process list isn't on Mavirus. Yo, Rohit, how's it going? I think we can definitely draw here. We need to find a DZ. That ain't it. So we might just do Crack Fermenter. Like, Knickknack. This is where Knickknack sucks. It's like we don't have a Knickknack trigger. Like, admittedly, if we installed things on Madani, we can install the conduit for 4 just to clicklessly get rid of it. Like, you get the click compression and it's like down, up, but at least like it was a clickless double install, so it doesn't feel awful. So I want to deal with the FUD before it blows us up. This is a cohort, whatever. If this is a Regenesis, it could be bad. But I think we have to pinhole this FUD, and then they have the Managram server. He has the Managram server next turn, excuse me. But what do we sell? Do we just sell the Madani because we have to go forward? I think we do. I think we just like get rid of the Madani, which means it was a bad click, but whatever. Good, that's good. I think the secret of the deck is that with KK installing to get core hand size is always effectively draw. Dropping cards on Madani is fine here for that reason. Yeah, but I don't think we had a good turn that we could have done it. I think we were a click short. We'll see if they scare a Spin Doctor out. I doubt it is a Spin Doctor. So we get our guy. So they're on 2. I don't think we flatlined too much, but we can install DZ, install Azimuth, which would have been kind of okay. I feel like there probably was a better line there. Now I'm immediately like missing the fact that we had our Madani. That probably was wrong. It's like installing DZ to sell it with Knickknack is nonsense. Not every server can be a code gate. No, but like I don't want to deal with the Madani. It's much cheaper than dealing with the Managram. We're gonna have to deal with it anyways. We also could face check the last Fly Swatter and lose your Fermenter, which is like not a great spot to be. Last click we're drawing. I guess we could just install the Azimuth just to like use the DZ. We can also just install the Conduit so that we go up a bit of credits next turn because we can run, sell the Conduit. I think that's like technically like a click and a credit. Pop Fermenter, Chip, Muse, Coal, sell Coal. I'm worried that if we don't find our like Unity, we're going to need it to beat the Fly Swatter. So I don't want to use a Silent Trip like that, but that's not a bad play. It's just like get our recursion loop back on the table. But then we should have done it before the DZ so we don't eat the DZ trigger. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. It gets eaten no matter what. Petty Cash in the bin. So technically we can get blown out by Regenesis here. This is definitely a Managarm. No way this is a Regenesis. Okay. So at least we did with the FUT. Scoring out any agenda and doing 3 net damage is kind of messed up. Like we used to play in a world where we had access to Philotic Entanglement. And Philotic Entanglement in some games just fast advanced out and did 4 damage. And like, we're kind of getting there. Like if they can fast advance out, which they can, and they have a FUT on the table or a Sting, like it's just fast advance 4 damage. It's really, really bad. I only regret selling my console and ads half the time. So they shuffled FUT, cohorts, and 1 unseen card back in the game. Great. At least there's nothing on the table we have to deal with. Oko's only on 1 counter, so we can take a turn off here if we want to. We're somewhat incentivized to run archives to sell our Conduit, but we don't need to. I don't think they can purge next turn. So as long as we don't face check Fly Swatter, we can get the 10 off of the Fermenter, which is good. They're on 4 cards, which we should be able to deal with. Draw. Okay, that's good. That means we can deal with our decoder. Another DZ would be pretty hype. Draw. That's also good. We'll install that for sure. If we run, we'll be up on 5 cards. So we probably just install the Coalescence and click for a credit. This Conduit is just menacing. I think we just click for a credit here. We have access to everything we need. We know this is an upgrade, so I'm not going to ask. It's probably in good faith that we should ask. And it's probably a better actual vibe to ask if we can get the lat draw. But in context, this is an upgrade. And there's no upgrade that can draw a card or do damage instant speed. Okay, Hansei, so Aoko's off again. Oh, sorry, no, that was a petty cash. So double ice R&D, that's the Conduit respect. At least that's going well for us. But they're 1 Regenesis from winning the game. So this is the 1 server we need to check. I'm going to ask for action in case they do purge here. But I'm pretty sure now we just do... Oh, this is kind of ugly, isn't it? Because if we crack the fermenter, we run out of MU. So how do we get through the fly swatter? Because if we crack the fermenter, we're on 1 MU. If we want to muse for a decoder, we have another MU issue. The issue is like we can run first to get rid of the coalescence to draw a card. So maybe we just make a fun run on archives. Like, I don't know. Maybe we can just run HQ here. Probably we should. Yeah, I'll just run HQ. It's not my favorite thing to do. But if we lose the muse to an enemy, we're like in a really bad spot. I'll try it. I don't know. This just feels like we're doing Knickknack for the sake of Knickknack, which is not my favorite thing. Oh, we drew the Unity. Okay, that's even better. That actually solves all our problems. It's a Tattoo Bola. I think we're just going to bounce this. They might not have ice in hand. They threw out a Botu, though. So I don't think we need to deal with this. The original deck that we were kind of basing this off has Hush. I don't think we have a reason to go through this Tattoo Bola. So we can just do Unity, run the remote. We're not going to get lat draw, but we never really were. So ideally we trash Cohort here. We could end up taking 2 damage from Sting, which doesn't set up our lat draw. To powers, I mean, we're here. You want to trash this because they can't just like threaten out a 2/1 from hand. The whatever it's called, the hybrid release. And then they can bring back Managarm, a Botu for the mid to late game. Okay, so that's on top of a Managarm, so we should just run early. We have all our breakers, so we're not too worried. We have the Conduit sell off the Knickknack. They're on 4 cards in hand. We could just start with a Muse into a Coalescence. That will fire the DZ and will fire our engine, which is not bad. We only have 1 MU though, so we probably don't do it. We can install Cupulation and in Cupulation the Managarm. That's probably better. Yeah, I'll just install the Cupulation here, just so that people say that they saw me play it. Knickknack the Conduit for now. Gain 4 credits and card draw is really good. Yeah, once you sell the coal, yeah. This is the Botu, okay, so they spend a lot on it. We'll just go ahead and break it. We don't want them to discard a card because they hit Oko. We obviously don't want to take damage because they Oko. That's the Managarm. We could have saw that coming. We can spend 2 clicks here and then just like install a card to hit lat, which is good. This is a Cohort. So I think we trash that for 2. We host the Managarm. I thought we had more clicks than that. It might have been right to pay 5. That's okay though. The Botu is the hard one. And currently we've only seen 1 Fractor. So we can break Botu once more. Oh no. Yeah, once more until we hit threat. So like I wonder if they just jam a hybrid to get this to strength. Okay, running archives makes sense with Spin Dock. They feed us a Sting that's pretty good. All their Managarms are out. They have 1 Anoetic. Oh, we have the last Managarm. And running HQ and like getting the sweep actually makes some amount of sense. There's a face down in archives. Chad, do I just sell the Cupulation? Do I just immediately sell the Cupulation to Knickknack? Because I don't know what else I'm doing. I need to get Knickknack every turn, and I don't know how to. If I don't sell this Cupulation. Hitting 3 on HQ is actually really good. They're probably flooded. Like, they've gone through 26 cards. They've shuffled, I think, 1 face down back, and they've only seen 3 points. So it might totally be fine to send HQ. I just want to deal with the Botu first, because if we get to, heaven forbid, we get to threat 4. This we can't break. The problem is Knickknack is not once per turn. It's literally the first run. So, like, what could be in the remote server? We've seen 1 Cohort. 1 Cohort got shuffled back. I don't know what it is. Go use the cup. I mean, I don't want to get the threat before we can break the Botu. I wish we could use the propeller and then we'll Knickknack it for obvious reasons. Cupulation lived for a second, poor little cup. I mean, it's still holding on. It's still there. Azimut we can't install. I don't want to get rid of the DZ. I think we just missed Knickknack this turn. Yeah. I think we do just miss it. We'll get overclock this. We're assuming that we'll get good value from this. I think this is a fine overclock. It gets a card out of our hand, which is okay. We can draw once. I think we can draw once here. Okay, we actually could get rid of this DZ. So we could get rid of this DZ because we don't go over MU. So we could overclock, get rid of this DZ. We'll be on 6 cards. We install a card. That's fine. This is a weird tempo overclock. I think we won't rue this day. Echelon will be fine. We actually now can get rid of the revolver, which is kind of cool. So this should break anything. You can miss KK sometimes. You only need to trigger him 5 to 7 times for him to be great. I mean, but what about every turn? It's a FUD. Okay, so good overclock here. They didn't res it to give us the information that tracks. So we don't need to deal with the Spin Doctor. They can't really Regenesis this turn, so that's good. We want to get down to 5 cards. So we haven't installed something. So we could do Telework, use Telework. That's probably the best. We can Revolver next turn. I kind of want to use the Copulation, though, to get the slot back. So maybe we just do Telework, Telework. Nice, that's good. I feel like Andre's over-indexing beyond the Knickknack. So what I'm trying to do is use Knickknack every turn. Like, you're right. I might be over-indexing. I might be making bad or suboptimal plays around Knickknack. Hybrid. So now they're on threat. But that's what we're trying to do today, is figure this out. And there was one face down that goes into the Boto server. So here we probably need to just like bounce the propeller. So that means we can telework the propeller. They're on 5 cards. We don't know what this is. Thank you, Daniel, for spelling my name right. Okay. So we need to probably flush HQ. This is already at where it needs to be. So we can sell the propeller, flush HQ, but then we have to bring the propeller back. That's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. We should flush HQ. If we lose the Echelon, it's not great. None of the other cards in our hand are super important. The Nuka is probably the best card in our hand, barring the Echelon. Oh, actually, we need the DZ because we can't recur this. So I think we do install the DZ, just run HQ, and then we'll cup it. There's no Regenesis set up here. They probably go up to 10. I don't think it's a huge difference because we're pretty sure they're not on Holloman. So we'll bring this back. Oh, that's good. We could consider bouncing and installing the Rising Tide. We'll just hope we don't lose this to damage. Propeller's back. They probably should have ice in hand. The deck is on, I think, 12 to 13 ice. Our hand's really good right now. Okay, they have the swap. We'll use the cup. Foot for 3 here with a Spin Doctor on the table. Okay. 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 Down to 2 hand size. That's not good. They could score out the most they could be is on 6 points, which means we die to the hybrid because they have one more 3-2 in the list. Checking this is possible. It is 3 credits, but it is possible. We have wasted our DZ trigger. We're not going to get a flat draw. Man, yeah, we're not closing the game. We're just like holding on. We're keeping them from winning. We're not trying to win ourselves, which like I'm acutely feeling it here, where we're just treading water, and running through a Botu every turn is not a sustainable water tread. If we install this Tide, it's going to be at what? We can make it a bit better by trashing this propeller, but there's only one. There's no fractors in our bin. Getting the Regenesis is good though, but they weren't comfortable to jam it. So I think we just take the telework, install the Coalescence. Maybe we install the Coalescence next turn. We definitely hit this. Maybe we just install the Coalescence. Rising Tide breaks us for 7. Yeah, Propeller's one more better. I just like, this is a blowout if this is the Yagi Uda. I think that's the only blowout. If it's a cohort, it's also kind of a blowout because the Alco fires, so we could consider checking it. I wonder if you force res on R&D. At that point, they're very likely to get Oko because we've seen no anemones. So like, I don't want to go for a single off R&D. I'm not sure. I think we want to wait till we get a conduit down as much as we're like through 2 simul-chips, I think. Just 1. I'll just install this. It's fine. We should get value no matter what off of the DZ next turn. Like it would cost you more than 4? Sorry? Like to break? The thing is like, we don't want to gas ourselves out. No, it is the Yagi. Oh, it's a sting. Okay, that's fine. We lost the Nuka, but now the sting that we steal is 3 damage. I think we know where every single FUD is. No, 1 FUD is missing. So that's okay. We can deal with this. Either we can take 3 on telework or we can trash it to draw. I don't think we trash it to draw. Alco now has counters though. That's a good thing about Sting. And so if they ever fast events at the last 3-2, we lose. Pretend to sneeze and blow a bunch of ice off the table before you run. Okay. I think we need our conduit sooner than later. Running HQ for a single, we know there's a Tattoo Bull in there. And that's all we know. So we could force an R&D res. If it's an enemy, they already have Alco. That's fine. Actually, we don't want to get these cards on the table though. Like Echelon and Rising Tide are pretty important. Losing the Nuka was the worst loss there, I think. So we can run Archives just to draw 2 in a card. I don't think that's a huge thing to do. We've played our 1 clean getaway, so we don't have a good run card to play. It's an interesting matchup, but yeah, I feel like we're just trying to tread water as much as we can, and it does not feel good. Like we don't have any close game potential unless we drop Conduit. Alec, how's it going? Okay, that's something. With DZ, that's actually a lot of gas. So we can install Madani. We can draw, we can host a bunch. Yeah, let's do that. So this will drop us down to 1 card. We want to be on 3 cards. That's great too. So we'll host. If we want to get card draw parity, we only host 2 here. So I think we do. We don't need to install the Rising Tide right away. The Muse we don't want to install right away. So if we install the Rising Tide, we fill up our MU, which is ugly, but we're going to get rid of our MU. That might be wrong. But these 2 are definitely necessary. The Echelon's actually not super necessary because we have the Revolver. So we'll go Rising Tide and Muse. And then we'll get Lat draw. Family's out of town for an extended period and I'm firmly in the missing them terribly stage. Oh, sorry. Oh, damn. We could have installed something here. It's fine. We missed our DZ trigger that turn. Hang in there, Queen Sindarin. Hopefully it'll get better soon. Hanse, Aoko's fired. There's cards in archives. We have to run whatever he puts behind the Botu. Not power drawing, hedge fund. Okay, run archives is the play. So here we can consider installing the Rising Tide for free. I don't think it's a huge incentive to, so we're going to just lose DZ value, which was kind of the thing we wanted to do. So weird. I think we just install the Simulchip run archives. The most that they can feed us is Sting Fuji. So if he feeds us Sting Fuji, that's 5 damage, so we'll die. So we have to draw once, and then we can run archives. So we draw, install Simulchip, and then we run, and the most we can take is 5, because we'll draw off of the Coalescence. I don't think this run's necessary. Spin Doctor might save it. Scatterfield, Petty Cash, okay. So 4 cards in hand. We haven't installed a card yet, so we definitely can. It has the DZ pending. So we'll probably just install the Rising Tide. We can install another Muse from hand. And then a Muse onto the Rising Tide to go get probably a Copulation at this point. We need to sweep HQ to win. So if that's the case, yeah, we'll just keep Lat drawing. We're only 10 cards left though in a second. So we'll host this Muse before we pass our turn. We'll just install this Muse off the Madani. So to use the DZ. So it installs for 1. We'll search our heap for Copulation and it will pass. Draw card. Very much looking forward to meeting in person, Brennan. Give your friendly local nerd a call in a chat. That sounds like a nice little hotline. Petty Cash, he's on 18 credits. Then he has to draw. Petty Cash do be like that. We are threatening to run Centrals. We have to check that. Moonpool. Could be a lot of things. Are we going to install on his turn? Our MU is full. No. Oh, wait. What is our trigger here for... What is our Knickknack trigger? Maybe we should also be pulling a fermenter back. I don't know, but what's our Knickknack trigger here? I think we now just run server 5. Whatever we grab, we just send HQ to 3/3 cards. So do we just Knickknack the telework? I think maybe we do. Yeah, this being 2MU sucks. Like it comes up the gears. So we'll just run and we'll get rid of this telework. It becometh another telework. Show us a tattoo bola. Okay, well, got us there. That was the one ice we could have guessed. Knickknack Telly? Yeah, I think we have to. It's like not the worst because you save a click. So it's like trading a card for 2 credits but making it all clickless. It's like kind of reasonable. I just need cards, credits more here than cards because we will run out of cards. No tattoo bola swap. Could tell you something, but it's a cohort. So we'll go ahead and trash. We can cup that just to send HQ. That might be a bit better because we need to use this cupulation this turn. So we'll run HQ. Show me what you got. Saisantan, okay. Not the cheapest thing to deal with. It's 2 credits. 2 bullets though. 3 bullets. So they call Event. We could let it rip, but we just don't want to give Oko any counters. Event is not a great call against this hand, but it's more so that Oko will at least get 3 counters. So we'll just full break. We have enough cards in hand to tank some damage here. And as soon as we're on game point, we can start like threatening R&D for just a single Fuji, which haven't shown up yet. We have a DZ pending. I really wish I could highlight which cards have 1 per turn triggers we haven't pended yet, or are pending. FUT, can't trash that. We could have Simulchip back something, but we haven't trashed this turn. A program at least. Fuji, okay, we're going to take some damage. Moonpool, I wish we could trash that. Because Moonpool means we can lose if he has exact right hand. So having 1 more credit on this run would have made a lot of sense. So that's on us. Okay, so Simulchip's online. We lost the SMC and the Azamat, which is totally whatever. But we're on game point now, and there's 2 more Fujis somewhere. So I do think going for the cupulation was like definitely the line here. I think we just do telework, use telework, right? I don't think we're going to struggle to use the Simulchip. We can install the Rising Tide for free. Yeah, all of this seems okay. We haven't installed a program from this. No, we did, right? We used the Madani because we grabbed the cup. No, that was last turn, right? I really wish it highlighted this stuff. Cool. Principia, actually just in time to be a very good value piece. Both Principia are in the bottom 10 cards because we install this for free and then it just immediately goes away for 4 credits on a card, which is a lot of gas in these late games where you think we are kind of tuckered out. Do you have a Game Dragon? One of these on prop is fun? No, we don't, but our deck has Rising Tide, so we're not too stressed. I wonder if we keep the Simulchip for the Conduit. The thing is, like, it's really up to him to put cards on the table, and we know he has Moonpool. So this last Oko trigger is really important because the more card he has, the better. We might just lose to Anoetic in the remote server. So if he doesn't double install with the Anoetic on top of a 3-2, we have a problem. So this just could be a Moonpool, which we have to deal with. Do we want to Muse on his turn? I don't think we do. So running this, Rising Tide, we can immediately make it a bit bigger. This Propeller is not going to save any cost on the Rising Tide, so we probably can just overinstall it. We'll end up knickknacking the Muse anyway, so I don't think we're wasting the value here. And we have to run Archive so that we don't get Regenicide. Regenicide, oh no. All right, so if that's a 3-2, we lose. There's only one in the list. I don't think he would push on the table, though. I think he would set up a Moonpool. So it's more so that we have to deal with Moonpool this turn. So we have to nail this perfectly. Telework takes us to 7. Our deck has 2 overclocks in the bottom 8 cards. So we could actually plan to draw into one. I think we only have 2 overclocks on the list. Yeah, so there's 1 overclock in the bottom 8. And we're going to draw a card guaranteed because we're going to make a run. So Botu sucks. There's no way around it. Propeller's a bit better at the Botu, so we could always tank the 2 net damage if we really thought that was reasonable. We have to watch out the stings do 3 damage to us. Also, if he just scores at a 3-1, the hybrid release, which there's 1 more in the deck, he closes the game with that. So like breaking Botu is hard. So we installed the Principia. We probably would end up trashing. I guess we could run Archives first just to trash the Muse. Then we can install the Principia, which Principia breaks Botu for 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's bad. I guess the reason to install the Principia though is to get the what's it called this turn, to get the Knickknack this turn. So we probably want to do it sooner. I wonder if getting rid of the DZ actually did hurt us because we can't like get this Muse on the table really well. So I think we actually throw out this Propeller, install the Principia for free, run Archives for the Principia, and then consider charging the remote server. If that's Moon, can we control HQ instead? We could, but it's not guaranteed. Like you can always just top deck into it. It's like, it's an option, but it's probably not the best option. I do think we just get rid of this Propeller. So this comes in for free. We'll run Archives. Ideally, we'd top deck an Overclock 1 and 8. We'll just sell the Apple. Oh my God, sick. All right, it's a Scatterfield, which none of those hit the table. So now with the Overclock, we're running this a bit better. Rising Tide breaks this for a lot. Don't worry about it too much. We can always Simulchip back in our Propeller, which is really funny. If this is an anemone into a sting, that's an issue. So we only beat that with card draw, and we haven't seen a single anemone. So anemone drops us to 2. If it's a sting, we take 3. So if we Overclock, it's really, really bad. So we have a card compression problem because we've seen none of the 2 anemones from this list. I do think this is Dyer's list. We can also just say F it and run Centrals. But in context, this is probably worth running. We know that there's also maybe a FUT in there because we haven't seen a FUT yet. We know we saw 1 in hand, 1 Moonpool, 1 FUT, and one of those is onto the table. The Overclock is good, but an enemy drops us down to 1 card. And then if it's a Fuji, we win the game. But if it's a Sting, we flatline on 5 points. So maybe we could do draw Fuji, draw Overclock, or we can just also just basic run. We break this for 3 with, yeah, we can just run this. I think we can just do draw run. That's good to have. Yeah, I don't think we need to Overclock this in hindsight. We're assuming we'll take some amount of damage, so we probably won't end up latting, but we'll see what happens here. If he does throw an enemy at us, he doesn't get Oko, which is good, but he's only 10 cards left, so it's a Scatterfield, 0 strength. Okay. We can't let that subroutine fire. This, I don't think we break for all the credits. I think we just Simulchip back in our Propeller. So much for Rising Tide, I guess. Because this breaks it for 3, right? That means we can trash FUT, we can trash Moonpool, which is really important. It's a FUT. Honestly, might not have to deal with that. That's just keeping us busy. So he might have the fast events in hand. If he has a 3-2, a Moonpool, and 2 more agendas, we just lose this turn. So I think we can just let this FUT go. I don't think we need to trash this FUT. Unfortunately, we have no way to get our hand size down, so that's okay. Yeah, maybe we could have hard read that as a FUT. But at any point now, he could have the fast advance. The deck is on a couple moon pools. It's on all three. We've seen one in the bin, one in hand. But it comes down to the other agendas. The deck is, I think, 12 agendas, and we've seen 6 so far. So he needs the actual last agenda to be a 3-2. Okay, we're safe. Hansei, so Oko is getting there. I wonder if we were meant to get a compilation sweep HQ here. Power draw last click. Okay, a bit awkward. Do we want to muse on this board state? The propeller's getting useless. The muse is useless too, though. No. Okay, so we have to run HQ. Recursion, we have one more simul chip. This is probably, once again, where we install our Principia. I don't think there's a read on that. Hey, Milanomi, but that makes you comfortable to not run it. Yeah, we saw it in hand. I think that's the best read we could get. But like, I do think if he has a moon pool, he probably should jam it there. Shit, foot. So we need to consider running archives. We probably should run HQ. If we can go get our compilation, that'd be great. But we have no access to compilation whatsoever. Besides this muse, actually. This muse gets us a compilation. So maybe we just go ahead and trash this propeller, install the Principia, and then we get this muse out by running archives. We could muse a card from archives. Or sorry, we could cup a card from archives. I think we just do a cup and run HQ and just use the revolver. Oh, we have an MU problem though. So I guess we throw the revolver on the way in. Yeah, we have a weird line here. Tattoo Bola. Okay. So now I think we run HQ. I wonder if we overclock. If we overclock, we're breaking this for 2 credits, and we have to do muse into. I do think we overclock it. It's a bit maybe of an overextension. We could just win. We'll be on 4 cards in hand, which means we survive Sting. But we actually flatline to FUT. No, maybe we don't. I think we do this. This is a really weird line. It was a FUT. I'm a dork. No, you're not. So we'll match the strength. And then we'll throw the gun. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. And then we're going to muse for the cup here to use the overclock credits. We could get rid of this revolver, but we're going to install the echelon anyway, so this is okay. Wait, what? We technically can't trash this yet. Oh, no, we can. Yeah, we can. And then we'll search our heap for a cup to use all the credits. That is the last point that they needed to win. That's huge that we have that. We can't compilation it, which is a bit annoying. And so now they're on 4 cards. So I think we just take the telework. If we lose the echelon, we're a bit uncomfortable. We have some recursion. But that was the last 2-pointer. So the deck has 2 2-pointers and we found the Fuji. So now it's really hard for them to win. They basically have to do a Regenesis combo or a flatline us. So we'll just telework. We know this is a FUT, so we don't ask for a lat. And then we go from there. Wasn't the point to get the cup on the archives to run to sweep HQ? Yeah, I thought we could do both though. The thing is I'd miscalculated it, that we can't run through the Sicenton twice without installing the echelon. But I'd rather run HQ and cup the moon pool, I guess. How's it going, by the way, Changeling? FUT's getting rezzed. FUT's not really relevant here unless they, like, I guess, do a bit of damage with hybrid. It looks like that's a play. There's no face downs, though. So now there's only no more hybrids left in the list. We lost the Nuka again. Keeps getting sniped. But now we're on full game point on both sides of the table. We didn't lose the echelon. But they have no more hybrids unless they've changed the list. So all that's left in the deck is just Stings and Fujis. Which, like, FUT doesn't do anything anymore. It was only res to do 1 damage, which, like, yeah, right on. Okay, so we just keep bleeding. I guess we knickknack the telework. But we need to get the echelon down first. We know the hand is moon pool. The tattoo bowl was thrown out. There's only 6 cards in R&D. They have Auko next turn. About to book my flights MTL for cons, Ken. Excited to see you. That's hype. Really, really hype. I started getting some sketches back from Adam Doyle, and they're really, really good. I'll be able to show that off in a couple weeks. Okay, so run HQ. We need to get the echelon down. The problem is we're over MU. And then the knickknack is a bit ugly. So we could make a silly run for no reason to knickknack the muse. We have to watch out. We only have 8 cards left, and we have to see anemones on here. So, like, in theory, we could run to get the muse and a card draw, which is fine. It's 2 credits and a card draw. It's not the best, but we'll take it. We could have cupped a card there, but I'd rather just take a card out of hand. One day I'll be able to visit Montreal again one day. David, I look forward to that day. I know it's really far away. Is there one in HQ? Probably, I assume. I probably is. We'll might be able to run back twice. We'll cup that. We could just run back and see 3. We know it's that Tattoo Bola we knew. There's a moon pool in there. I'm worried that we'll go too low in credits, that they could push in a remote server. I don't think we actually have a reason to run here because they can't do that much. I think we'd rather just keep our credits up and threaten this next turn. Because with the outcode, the agendas have to go somewhere, either archives or to HQ. So I actually don't think we send it HQ here. I think we just like play the sure gamble to get a card draw. Because again, the deck's on 2 hybrids. If they're on a 3rd hybrid, we'd be cooked. There's 1 more Sting, 2 more Fujis, 1 more Regenesis. None of those do anything. Actually, no, they could win with Regenesis Moon Pool. So actually, maybe we do just send it here. Because there is a weird line in which we lose. They would have to outco perfectly into Regenesis Moon Pool. Yeah, we have to get the Moon Pool from hand. Oh, but we won't have credits. We'll be short. We're short credits because Moon Pool is what, 3 to trash? Yeah, and breaking HQ costs us 3. So we're 1 credit short. We probably just take 1 Sisenton damage. Because we have to hit the Moon Pool from hand, which is a guaranteed. So I think we just take 1 damage for the Sisenton, go down to 0. Because we break for 2, take at most 2 net damage, then we see 3 cards. Because we have to trash the Moon Pool. Do you let Sisenton partially fire? Yeah, 100%. We just take 1, which might be 2. We'll see what they call. I haven't been paying attention. You also need the credit to use the cup. Oh my lord. Yeah, right. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. They chose event. So the most damage they can do is 5. You need 1 for cup. Yeah, we do. So we can let all this fire and there's no way we die. Because the most if we fire 2 submarines we can take is 4 damage. Now that means an enemy is going to be an absolute bear because we only have 3 more hit points. I forgot the cup math costing 1 and all that. So I might need to zig here. Just thinking. Yeah, so we could lose all our hand, assuming there's only anemones here. And then we could just access the whole hand. You're both on 6 anyways. Yeah, I don't care about FUD. I just care about anemone. So we can let 2 subroutines fire. The worst it does is the minimum it does is 2 damage. The worst it does is 4 damage. So I think we just break 1 subroutine so we can like throw the cup. This is a bit of a bad play on our part. But we'll technically play it out. You can die here if you hit the 2 events on the subs and the 2 non-events on the others. Yeah, as long as we break 1 of them. That was the best case scenario. Because the only damage that 2 subs can do is 4. So we're totally safe to break 1. That's incredible. I'll just be honest, that's pretty good. Moonpool, we have to get rid of that. Regenesis, there we go. Woo, that was the play. Sending all the damage, good game. So they have to basically Moonpool that turn. I think you might just have it. Yeah, because that's the line. It's Moonpool into, they have to draw agendas here. So the Oko, they see 3 more, and they basically have to find 2 more agendas. We don't know what the last card is, do we? Thanks for the game. Yeah. What's the last card? They might just have the Fuji in hand, and then they just have to find 1 agenda. But yeah, we win before FUD fires. We win before Sting fires. We win before Fuji fires. They have 1 more card in hand. If it's an agenda, they just have to top deck 1 agenda in the next 3 cards with the Oko. Fuji, nice. So that was 100% the play, yeah. They could have fast advanced out. Yeah, that was the line, is knowing they have a moon pool, and even with the Regenesis or the Sting they can score out, we just have to make sure we shut down at minimum the moon pool. So even if we went for 1 and 3 there and we didn't fire the cup, we would have been fine, because either we hit an agenda and win, an agenda or win, or the moon pool and we win. Hey, you too. Like, this is the Oko issue. Like, that game was hella interesting. It was genuinely quite fun. Is it like messed up and of a high power and probably like crushing out casual decks? Yeah. Is it one mistake you lose the game? Yeah. But like genuinely a very, very cool game that all of our decisions matter. The amount of counters matter. The tempo matters. Cards in hand matter. Like, it is hype. Like, it is very, very cool, but I don't know. I feel like maybe more corps have to be more powerful. Who knows? Sick game. Hey, do I like this Lat deck? Hold on, my drop frames. No, we're still good. We went down to yellow. Is it Oko or FUT? I think FUT is probably the more problematic card. I think Oko is cool. I do think draw 2 card on your ID ability is kind of wild. And it does snowball. But yeah, FUT is like clearly the card that a lot of the power there is. Like, so much of what we watched on this weekend was like, just put FUD in their remote server with an ice and a Managarm, and that is doing so much, because they just can't run centrals. They can't run archives, and once they can't do that, your deck can do everything. Feels like a deck like that might be primed to be the new Loud. Oh, that's the idea, right? Like, it's a tempo damage deck with fast advance with agenda dam. It's like literally Loud too. I have no doubt that the dev team or design team, I forget which one, like, I'm pretty sure they're huge Loud fans, and they're like trying to get Loud in the game no matter what. The tempo hits from FUT are so powerful. Yeah, I know. Like, imagine we didn't deal with FUT, and then you score out, you know, like a Sting on the table, and we just take 4 cards from hand. Like, we literally do not have the click compression to draw 4 cards while also still contesting the table with all the things on the table that they put at a must trash. Like, you snowball really poorly if you do not have the sort of ability to catch up. And then you still have to deal with FUT because you can't run centrals because FUT still has 1 to no counters on it, which means if you run Fuji, you hit 3 damage. Like, it snowballs really, really poorly. It's a very big problem for you. That being said, like, FUT's an interesting card. Zalyama, I don't know this name. Nebula, okay. Let's see how this goes, because we're not that good at running all the time. I really hate Nebula, and I will crash out at some point. Hey. Best of luck, have fun. So we'll see if this is pure FA, which is probably a bit better against us, or if it's like combo. We do have Madani Telework. I'm assuming Nebula is always on 5 cards in hand. We can't really run on turn 1. We don't have our Air Blades, which helps against the Funhouse, but like, this is obviously, there's no bad cards here besides the Principia. I feel like it's the kind of statement I was doing a disservice to the amount of work that's gone into the archetype post-rotation. Well, okay, so like, I don't think cranked means as a disservice. I think the idea of like a tempo deck, like a tempo damage deck that cares about like scoring out but also threatening damage is exactly what Loud is. All right, so Nebula flipped. They're on 4 cards. We have no reason to run besides flipping Nebula. So we can do Telework, use Telework, run, click for credit. The Madani with 1 card is not really interesting. We can draw once for a clean getaway. We could draw, run, Telework, use Telework. That's not enough. So Telework, use Telework is 4. Then we click for a credit. Probably run HQ first. I guess we do this. Oh, no, it doesn't actually matter. Did they mull or did unspecified keep? Mulligan. Okay, this could be anything. Predictive. So we didn't get a read. We'll just take a credit here. Get the lat draw. Nice. That's a good draw. If the crash out's the new Nuven crash out, yeah, but Nuven's frustrating to play. Nebula is just like frustrating to play against. I actually enjoy Nuven now. Loudest pre-rotation Prana PE. Yeah. Alco is CTM, FUD is HHN. What? You're not allowed to do that? Wait a second. We're uncharted territory. I don't know what's going on anymore. Seeing FUD show up in op on a random JNet match has been challenging. David, I think that's the thing that we realized a couple weeks in. We played like op, we put FUD in our like asset spam HB deck, and it was like the best card in the deck because it actually had an impact on the game. And I do think that like does show up in a bunch of asset spam decks because most of the asset spam decks also care about damage. I don't know what the bad face check is here. I have no idea what this could be. They did flip Nebula, right? Luckily, we have the clean getaway. So we can clean getaway HQ. We have an okay Madani. They're on 5 cards, could be up to 7. Yeah, clean getaway is really nice when we draw it. I've no doubt lots of people have iterated on Alco, lots of talented people. I'm just so sad that's what Alco has become instead of the prison idea I was hoping it would be. All right, Craig. Touch-ups. So we could die on this turn. If this is a send a message, what's it called? The 3-2. Maybe they just like are net decking one of the kill decks, which this line doesn't make sense. But if this is the tomorrow's headline, we die on this turn. So that's like a cool thing about touch-ups, I guess. We could face check this. Worst case scenario, we clear a tag. I guess we could face check this. If it's a Doom Scroller, it's a Saryevna, we take some damage and tag. If it's a Funhouse, we bounce. If it's a ping, we clear the tag. I'm okay checking this, I guess. Hard to die from 6 cards in hand. Chris, how's it going? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll be on 6 guaranteed. Yeah, never mind. I'm okay. End pot, I pay 3. This mystery is too big for us not to pay 3. How you doing, Chris? I'm really bummed out about this upcoming week. Hopefully everyone has a good time. Remastered. Okay. I do not know what they're doing. Remastered doesn't show up a lot, so it looks like they're scoring out. This is a hard card for us to deal with quickly. He says getting through it for 3 credits without a breaker, but I guess we'll just sure gamble. This is a cool Nebula deck so far. Hi, great. Good to hear. Button Bangan is an angle I'm trying to explore right now. That's cool too. Dan, how's it going? Yeah, I could see that. And then like you ice up the FUT, but you don't ice up your agendas. Did we get paid? They didn't pay us. They're no longer our friends. We had a good run. 3 cards in hand. All right, where's a Knickknack? We love it. I think we can overclock the server. They did flip though, so we want to run centrals. We haven't seen any of the fast advance pieces. That's not correct. We've actually seen touch up, so they can fast advance out of 3 too. If they're on remastered, sometimes it shows up as a 1-of, but that means more likely they're on score out plan. I think we just overclock this, and then we do like Madani, Principia, Coalescence, something like that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. We're down to 2 cards. Maybe we draw last click. I'm down to run this. And pot moment, yeah. I also learned in core how bad this is as your first ice. So like, it's really good in the mid to late game. It's good into the buzzsaw meta, but like break 3, okay. And people like Lamplighter. I'm assuming we use these 2 credits to trash. Otherwise, this is like a 2 credit run, which is still click compressed. Like 2 credits and a... Oh, sorry. Yeah, never mind. Lamp and pot moment. All right, so this overclock was a bit better than it looked. Shut up, Tron. Need to break 2 subs. Yeah, I got there. Are we in danger? Pay 6 for MPOT. Okay, that's actually getting a bit better for them. I don't really need this Madani here. I don't need this Coalescence either, though. So we can install Coalescence, Nuka, Chill. We'll just use these, why not? We're technically Dida measured. Oh, never mind. Dida double measured, not even. MR Nebula. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. Maybe we get oppoed. I don't think they can really afford it. Their Nebula is still flipped though. So like this has at least been keeping us busy, which is kind of cool. Triple MR, yeah, they don't have the credits. I don't expect it. We've seen no influence though. Button Bungun is buck wild. I have no choice but to support this wholeheartedly. All right, now this NPOT is good. They were farming the NPOT. So 9 credits, like that's a bit too good. But at least the 2 remasters are out. They're also like, how are they going to score this out? I'm assuming they were going to do gain a click from Nebula, because if we just ran centrals, I don't know how they score this out if they're on seamless or something. So we probably will ignore them for a bit because we have 2 remasters. So we don't even have to flip. We can just like set up and then get a cupellation, get a conduit. I like cupellation. Planogram to draw. Okay. No YDL. They installed first. Double ice. Okay, that's yours. Respect. 5 cards in hand. Okay, so we could face check to get the Nebula flip. That would be nice. We obviously have no breakers we want to install. These Principias, they're bad when they're bad. This hand's bad when it's bad. Knickknack would have been really good here. RLC quad advance. Yeah, they probably have a trick. We know that they're on what's it called, touch ups, so they at least can touch ups flip. I don't want to install the echelon because if it is a Seriev or if it's a Doom Scroll, it's not really worth anything. We could like get the cupellation down and run HQ. I'm actually kind of game with that just to do some damage. I'm assuming this will keep us out. At least we have a click for a ping tag or a F2P. Oh, that's fine. That's really fine. They just don't want us to install breakers, and I'm kind of on board with that. I don't think we grab this. We already did the flip. I'd rather grab the touch up. So we'll just say no action, and then we'll just install a card or just throw out a Principia and get our value. So I think we'll just do telework. We always can keep this cupellation to run archives and grab a petty cache. That's like also very good value with cupellation in this matchup, which is like kind of undersung in standard right now. So I think we'll just take 3, make sure we don't die into anything weird, and throw out one of these apples. Can I get a light draw? Or you got something? Gotta ask. Thank you. In case it's a spin doctor, just always check. In the last games, we weren't checking on the basis we knew what the cards were. So, oh, damn, that's cool. Oh, you're right. Nebula can hedge into triple MR. Yeah, I totally forget about this. This is some influence. This is a cool way to do Nebula and flip, but now they have so many cards in hand. Server 1 might be a spin doctor. Running HQ. Okay, never mind. We can get a massive Madani here. Yeah, we can. It costs Lat, though. So we haven't seen a petty cache yet. They played a hedge fund. You can petty cache off of the humanoid, which is a neat interaction. It's not super intuitive all the time. So if this gives a tag, F2P does stop the run. I'm assuming they're going to get this. We need to set up a bit. We might just do Nuka and Big Madani. That's probably fine. I don't think we have to run archives here. I'm okay seeing what they got. Oh, we drew no programs. Okay. I mean, okay. This could be a spin. So Madani gets down Principia, Echelon, Muse. Some of those are okay. I'll just do it because it's what our deck wants to do. But I'm like losing focus on what's going on in the game. Having a harder read of what the table is. So this puts us on 5. If we run it, we can throw out the Coalescence to draw. It flips archives, and if we find a petty cache, we could grab it. But we know in hand. This also means we take the programs out of hand, so if they call event, it doesn't do enough damage to us. So we have to worry about end of the line kill, but at least we'll get our draw if it is 5-5. So I think we either draw here or we run to throw out the coalescence. I don't really want to use Madani on their turn. I think we just draw. I want to find deeper. I think our credits are okay. That's fine. Latra? Draw double nuke a massive load. I think we only had one counter. Damn, he's back. Let's see what they got. Our hand is one event. Oh, damn. Okay. Their hand has to be hyper flooded. Unless they jam an agenda here. Like they've gone through 24 cards. We've seen 4 points. So there's probably at least 2.5 agendas. There might be one in server 1 in a second. You don't have Knickknack installed? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I thought we did. Because we had 3 now in hand. But that's okay. We'll install a Knickknack soon. Imagine I ran archives for fun. Without a Knickknack. I mean, they have the credits to cash this check in. YDL install in their remote server? Should I be scared? Yeah, we almost got last turn. 5 cards in hand again. I don't think we have to do much. I think we just continue to set up. My kingdom for a DZ, we have one. So we could consider just like running archives here to get some card draw. We want to end on 5. It shouldn't be that hard. None of these are really good to install. I guess with the Knickknack, we'll eventually just do Muse into Coalescence forever. So I think we just start by running archives. Oh, never mind. Hold on, I almost did it again. So we'll sell the coal. Okay, more DZs, just as I asked. Chat, do you think we grab the petty cache? Or do you think we cup from hand? Because we know that they have fast events from hand, but the petty cache is obviously good in the matchup. The problem is as soon as we use the cupellation, we re-release it into the environment. So I think I'd rather them pay credits for the one that knocked cards out of our hand. This is good on HQ though. I'm just going to take it. It's ours now. Okay, so probably an agenda of the remote server. They're probably going to score it out. We could run centrals, but we don't really have that money yet. So here, what are we doing? What was our game plan? Install DZ credit. We can Muse on our turn. It's not really good though. Huh, this sucks. Watch this be on Plutus? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Nebula Plutus I haven't seen. It's just like there's no reason to do it because the Nebula just does so much with like very little effort. Like it doesn't require you to do anything wild. Like if they just start nano managing out, we lose in a couple turns. I think we just installed DZ. Sorry, I totally lost track of what our turn was. We installed Knickknack. So we haven't used Madani. So Madani from Use Coalescence is fine. We could also grab Fermenter too. They probably not on a virus. They're probably on Fly Swatters though. But I do think in the like this is where like Knickknack, if we're not making runs that make sense, it's just run archives for a bit of values, like whatever. So I do think we could draw once, install DZ, discard some cards. That's good. We could host Muse Propeller. The DZ saves us a credit next turn. We don't have the MU problem, so maybe we just host Muse Propeller and then get the lat draw. I could see that being fine. Yeah, we don't need the DZ this turn. Lat draw? Obviously, Empot and FTP for a change. I think Empot sees a fair bit of play. It is really quite good. Unity for 4 in the late game is like still really, really good. FTP sees a bit less play. I like Doomscroll a lot. Like I think Doomscroll would have been worse for us than F2P. It does seem like they're playing a game net deck so far, I'll be honest. But we've only ran into 2 ice. Let's see if they do it. We should flip Nebula sooner than later. I'm assuming we'll just like hit 1-0 with 5-3 and win the game at some point. A next big thing, which I'm assuming they're playing. Yeah, there's a touch-ups. Hopefully they call event. They called program, which does hit the revolver, which we wanted. But after we dumped on Madani, I don't think you call program there. We might keep one or get one from lat draw. But if they want to just do max damage to us, I don't know if you call program there. I think you're more likely to call event or hardware. So luckily they only shuffled the revolver back. We wanted the revolver. It's a nice way to deal with the doom scrolls on early turns. So let's see what they got. Embedded. Okay, that's the least bad. They're not even getting the advancement on it, but now we still have to run HQ because they are flipped. I think here we will Madani for the Muse on their turn. We're losing the DZ. So we'll go from our stack because I just want to get deeper to... Actually, I don't know whether we want to get deeper to, so maybe we'll go from our heap. So access to breakers. No. The answer is no. We don't have access to breakers. So running HQ is good. Next turn, they can do a flip. Or they are flipped. So they would need a fast advance piece in hand. So if we get rid of the petty cash, we turn it on for them, which is unfortunate. We are going to need a decoder. We can't deal with end pots super easily. We have a bunch of draws. Oh, wait, we have Muse into decoder. So we should just get down to DZ first. So I think we just do DZ run HQ. We could always pinhole to check this, but there's no way we're dealing with the end pot, so I don't think it's actually worth anything. I'll run HQ and see what happens. We're going to sell the coal. Oh, so we didn't need the DZ. Whatever. We can DZ discard pinhole and start getting off turn installs. Yeah, I think we want to. That's why we want the DZ down. But I think like just installing the echelon propeller is whatever. We can only get one breaker here. Luckily, we know the F2P just needs credits. Because we can only use Madani once a turn. But yeah, we're about to set up like really well with the double DZ. Or the Madani as well. So Mesny, oh, that's gross. It's not good. So we can bounce off of this, go down to 7. Or we can Muse. Muse comes in for 1. We get our Unity. Unity boosts this for too much. I think we just let this Mesny fire. It's really expensive to break this because we have to install our breaker for 4 and then we have only 1 breaker installed. So it's really ugly to boost like 3 times for the Mesny. That's fine. We'll just try and make them have no credits. So now I think we do run R&D here. We want a Madani on their turn. Yeah, our money's not great. How many sure gambles do we have left? All but 1. Samak. Okay, cool. We can deal with that. That means if the innermost is a code gate, we're kind of in their court. If we take a tag, we can still clear it. So this allows us to Madani a propeller. That we break this for 2 and 2 counters. Or sorry, 1 and 2 counters. I don't know the text on propeller, obviously. And hopefully they spend at least 5 credits on this. It's a Sarievna, that's fine. We let that fire. We'll clear the tag. We're probably not getting Lat draw here, so I guess we could die to some combo. Losing the Simul chip sucks. Losing the SMC, not the worst. We can clear a tag here. We hit a next big thing, we win the game. It's a spin doctor. Okay, so I guess we just clear the tag here. We're not going to get Lat draw no matter what. So a bit risky, but they're on 3 credits, so we'll remove the tag. We could just die. I guess it's hard on 3 credits. And now we know we can always run this server if we want to. The echelon will install in their turn, and it'll come in at 2 strength, so we can break the server for up to like minimum 4 credits, I guess. Plus the Muse coming back. Losing the Simul chip sucks. That was like our money rebound. So either we can get the Muse down for 1 to go get our another Coalescence, or even a Fermenter. But I think we're going to use the Muse to like recur the coupulations. At this point, I think there's an agenda in the remote server too, so we need to find our Unity. I wonder if we should be on 3 overclock. It's a really good card. It does everything we want to do. Install cards mid-run. Credit MR. I mean, I'm not expecting it. It could be. But yeah, that's right. Seems okay. Not equivalent. Come on, pay up. Okay, they didn't pay up. So they're back on 12. So this has to be an agenda. Our money is a bit gutted, obviously. We can check what this is. We can run archives. They drew a lot of cards there, so they might use the spin doctor just to manage their hand. So we can always like run archives, sell the Muse just to start. I think that's okay. We know exactly what it costs to run this server, so. Oh, we could have considered, sorry, we could have considered installing on their turn. I totally forgot about that. I need to remember not to hit start turn. Because we could have installed the Muse. That's fine. Gun's good. So there's a petty cash in the bin, so they can score out an agenda. Luckily, they only have probably, you know, they'd have to score every single 3-2 to win off of 3-2s. So they might just be on 2 5-3s. The rest of it are all 3-2s and some 4-2s. So they might not be on more than this remastered. Because if I'm not mistaken, if they're on 2 5-3s, that's 6 points. Then they do 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, I guess they might be on 3 remastered. So running centrals, what does that cost us? They're on 5 cards in hand. This costs 1, 2. This costs 1. We can install the gun and then shoot this for 2 and some bullets. It's expensive, but it gets them flipped. I'm just worried we're overextending into an oppo. We've seen no influence besides the humanoids, which means I don't think they're on the end of the line. If they score out, I don't think it's the worst thing for us. It's a shame it's with the petty cash though. I guess we just set up and continue to set up. Maybe we probably should have used on their turn. All right, draw. Seems good. I think we'll just draw and play a sure gamble. And then will we install the Principia for 2? Are we going to install anything on their turn? I guess we install the echelon for 2 to install the Principia for 1. Electra, I assume we're going to get it. And then on their turn, we can install the Principia for 1. Cool. Do you have a Physarum? No, we're no Physarum. We're on like clean getaway 2 pinholes. Fermenters and Rising Tide, I think is most of our influence. So we don't have Physarum. Physarum would be good because we're on 3 Muse. Like there's definitely something to it. Because Physaruming a mess in chest so early, I think we really suck with code gates early. Like we were lucky in the last game we didn't run into Scatterfield early, but that is going to be very hard for us to deal with. I think we're also not like focusing on getting Fermenter as our like backbone econ, as in like our like slow econ, which might have been right just to use a Muse for Fermenter. It's just like I think I'm super over like focusing on the Knickknack, and so I'm always making sure we have access to something else, not Fermenter. I think Physarum over Revolver is real. Yeah, Alex, I could see it. It's the same influence. The Revolver has been good. We haven't seen a lot of Virus. This has a bit more synergy points with things like our Principia, but I could see it. Very, very easy to change. Should Madani Muse on their turn for KK considerations? I think we're going to Madani for the Principia on their turn for KK. Holy shit, Seamless. Double Seamless? They have a next big thing? That's bad. I didn't think they'd do that. Oh, they're playing. Oh my God, we're going to lose next turn. Oh my God, that is not what we were expecting. So they're playing mid push. This is still like just the most annoying Nebula, but at least they're pushing a remote saver. It's like, oh, don't run, they win. Oh, wow. But also they have Seamless. So there's like 17 different ways that we could lose next turn. We need a flip. We need to run the remote server. So their influence is on what? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Holy crap. Okay, so we install the Principia for 1. Then we can get the Muse on the remote server. Nice, okay. Thinking. Resolver boost as well in Principia. Yeah, usually we have an MU problem that we don't get there. But it does. So Muse gets our Unity. We need 2 MU slots, but the Principia will leave, so that's no problem. We don't have a lot of money here. So when we sell this, we'll go up to 10. We have no overclock. We could start by just like pinholing archives to see what the server is, because understanding what this is obviously the most important. And then if it's not something we have to run, we won't, and we'll run centrals. If it's something we run, it's something we run. We also could 2 for 1 on the Spin Doctor. I think it's very unlikely. Maybe they don't respect it and give us a 2 for 1 here. But I think paying the 1 credit to check this is probably worth it. Because otherwise we don't need our Muse for this. Nah, whatever. Anything you want to pop first? The thing is, like, if we see an agenda in there, I think we still have to run it, and then they can still fast advance from hand. Okay, respect. It's a tomorrow's headline. Okay, so we have to run the remote server no matter what. We have 1 overclock and 18. This end pot is on a... It's going to cost us a lot. Yeah, if we had Physarum, it wouldn't be that bad. But it's just going to cost us a lot. We have no way of making quick credits without sacrificing our access to our decoder. So it's actually very unlikely that we can run this. Endpot already cost us Muse plus our killer, or sorry, decoder. That's 4 credits. Then we do 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think we can run the server. I don't know what we were doing. They were jamming pretty consistently behind good ice, but we just don't have the money here. I wonder if we totally mismanaged. Like maybe we just need to have a fermenter cooking. Ugh. Yeah, I think that's GG. This seems difficult. So like one of our ways out is to win off centrals, find one of the 1, 2, and next big things. But even if we flip this remote happens. We got blown out by the next big thing. I had no chance that they could score a next big thing for their remote server. Seamless launch is not very common, but like that obviously swung the game so quickly. We went from 2 points to game point, especially because they jammed the same turn. Like clickless seamless is really good. So that's a thing. Just thinking. We could top deck one of the overclocks on 18. That would help with the remote server. If we top deck the Unity, it's not that good because it wastes a click and it only saves us 1 credit. So we could try, if this whiffs, we could just run R&D. But NPOT is just going to cost us a lot. Like Unity is very bad for NPOT, as much as we still pay 4 for it. Plus 5, 6, 7. Unity is 3 to install, right? Of course it is. Yeah, 3 to install. Oh boy, that's not good. I don't want to run last click. Like we do credit run this. We haven't seen pings yet. We're expecting another message chest. So another message chest was another 3 credits. So like, I think we have to win off centrals. If we win off centrals, we might just like coupulation to see the whole hand. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points. So they've gone through more than half the deck, and they've seen slightly more than half their points. They've gone through 30 cards. So there might be an agenda in HQ. So it might serve us better just to send HQ see everything, because we know what HQ costs, and last click we can run through the FTP and not give a not care about its text. So Mesny only costs us installer decoder. We have to boost once, right? Because it goes from 1 to 4. So this costs us 2 credits. Oh, we actually have to break the FTP though because of the copulation, and we have to break the message test because of the copulation. So this costs us 3. FTP costs us 4, 5. Copulation costs us 6, and we have to bring in our decoder, which is 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep adding credits. I think we send an HQ here. I think that's our best shot, is just to send it HQ and see the whole hand. Because they drew a lot of cards, and we just need to find a 3-pointer. If we find a 2-pointer, like, I guess we lose. There's only one more next big thing, so actually maybe this doesn't add up. But they haven't been able to manage their hand, I don't think. Still thinking. Yeah, it's only one more next big thing if they're running remastered. That's the problem. But there's like no shot we get in here. The only way we get in here if it's like ping ping. And then we can get in by do credit run. But like it's likely to be an F2P, which is expensive. So maybe we just do copulation, run R&D. We only have to break the Samak. So again, we Muse for 1 credit. Unity is 3 credits, we're at 4. Mess and Chessa we do 5, 6, 7. 8, 9 for F2P. And then 10 because we have to fire. So we can do credit run. That bankrupts us though, which means we have no chance of running the Samak Samoon, which only costs us 1 credit. We're literally 1 credit short of running both centrals. Is there any click compression that gives us the credit back? Why break the Samak? Oh yeah, you're right. We don't break the Samak. We just take 3. I always forget that that text is there. That will drop us down to 1 card, so we can see 1 on R&D, 2 on 3 on HQ. That's our best chance. Yeah, I forget. I thought this text was only if you break the subroutine without a fractor. I forget the subroutine is actually a choice. Because you're right, we can just go through this. We can just send it straight through this. So if we do credit, we're on 10. We run. Muse for a breaker, that's 4. We do boost break break, that's 5, 6, 7. FTP 8, 9. Credit 10. We see 3 cards in HQ. We're bankrupt. We run R&D. We take 5 damage. We win. Used to Muse install cold, then KK the cold. Magnus, how's it going? The problem is we've already Knickknacked this turn, running archives, and we need the Muse to get our Unity. Yeah, but we've already Knickknacked. First click was pinhole to Knickknack the Principia. I think this is our play. We have to get lucky, but I think there's no shot we run the remote. Yeah, we also need the new Unity, but we've already fired KK. I really wish JNet or like maybe Cyberfeeder could tell you which cards have fired once per turn. I think I did the math right. Stack, Unity, break. Continue. F2P, break, bounce, take a tag. Gonna lose anyways. Show me what you got. Oh, hi, sick. Thanks. Sorry. We'll breach, we'll C3. Touch-ups, predictive, not equivalent. Okay, so there's a 1 in 18 we win off of R&D. 1 in 18. My hands are clean. Ow. They draw 2, but it's totally random. So whether they draw the agenda or not, they should spin back, so it should be more than 1 in 18 if they spin back non-agendas. Wait, what happened there? Oh, so this is wrong? They have to draw before they do the net. Oh no, draws the last. Never mind. That's great. Seamless. Okay, breach server. Embedded. So close. Good game. Them going from 2 to game point in 1 turn, I was not expecting at all. I thought they would take like a slow fight. Again, I don't see seamless. Well played. That was a Nebula deck that was less tilting for sure, because they actually had a game plan, but it was really hard to interact with all that. I do think this Lat deck is actually really bad at dealing with the big code gates. That Physarum versus the Revolver would be a huge change. Thanks, you too. You're only on 2 NBTs, right? That's my only out there. What's the chances you forgot Cups credit? 0%. I did focus on it. Yeah. That was my only, that was all I got on that last turn. Yeah, so because they're on the remasters, so they're probably only on 2 next big things, and then they just run 2 pointers. So they always run tomorrow's headline. They run every single embedded reporting. So that's 3, 6 plus 8, and then everything else is a remastered is my guess. The rest of the board, so is Samak to NPOT. So yeah, that sucks. NPOT's actually really hard for us to break because each one of these is 4 credits. So this is 4, 8. Wait, we could have ran it? Hold on. Whoa. Wait, could we have done it? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, we were a couple credits short. Just a bit. Yeah, we were a bit short. Actually, installing the echelon cost us. I think installing the echelon, it saved us a credit off of the Principia that we installed, but it was actually maybe impactful because we lost 1 credit to this. We didn't know what this is. I think I would imagine there's a Nemesna Chesso on there, which we can't contest, but this NPOT costs us 4. This NPOT costs us 4. This Samak is free. So we needed 8 plus the Unity install, which is 9, 10, 11, 12. You could have tanked the Samak, I think. I think we were short 1 credit because the most we could have got to was 11 and we need 12 for this. Yeah, it's a hard fork. If I run the remote, you still FA somewhat convincingly. I'm only on Unity, so the NPOTs really aren't great. I need the Phasarium. Yeah, make Shaper competent again. Veridmouse, they're doing really well in the modern meta. Yeah, this is what I was excited to see with Nebula. Like in Nebula that forks you between running to flip and their mode server. I still think this ability is kind of egregious. It's like asking for so much from you for such a potent effect. And we're not seeing a lot of decks like this, but I do like this fork where it's like, do you run this or do you do the flip? It's really hard to do both. The best we could have done is like get our late state rig up. But even then, like this ice scales up well into us. Like I guess play Banhar, huh? Thanks for the game. Euler would have been hype. Yeah, Euler would have been really good. Euler would have broken this for 4. Hey, cheers. It's a cool game. I'm actually going to save the replay on that one. That might have been worth looking at. We didn't play it perfectly. I do think like probably against this matchup, we have to value Knickknack less. Because this is the sort of matchup where Knickknack is not firing every single turn. So we probably needed a slow fermenter. Because seeing that they were actually on the remote play, like that is the thing, is I don't see what my opponent is doing and then they open with the remote Nebula, I think like, oh, maybe they're a newer player, maybe they're figuring it out. And so I think we don't have to play perfectly. And so we can do some weirder stuff, but our opponent played pretty well and actually had a game plan that was consistent to what they were doing. So it's cool. And Pop Mess go well with Rhyme. 5-string Kogates are pricey. Yeah, I just don't know how easy Rhyme is on Nebula because you need your ice to be good. And if your server is like Rhyme Setiap, no, that's not good. If it's Rhyme Samak, it's not good. But 5-string Kogates are good. Against Unity, it's only +1 credit. You lose 1 to the Rhyme. Maybe. It beats Banhar good. Why is it Euler not on your Benatti deck? Seems like the best home for it. I don't know. We're on 1 SMC, 3 Simulship, 3 Medanis. My guess is Euler is a bit better if we're playing Deep Dive. It's not the worst with Conduit, but I could see that as a thing we can add to our list just to have more breakers, and it's really good with Knickknack. I imagine we could play Gauss Euler relatively well in this list. That actually is like makes me more interested to even tune this list more because you're right. That's what we want. We're struggling sometimes to hit Knickknack targets and just installing an Euler and going good for a turn and then, you know, eating cheap and then selling it is probably perfect. I don't know if there's anything in this list that we haven't been enjoying so far. Maybe we end up playing that 50 card list. I feel like the Azamat we haven't been using. Like we struggle with the MU because we're on Madani. It's obviously really good into assets, but I feel like our asset tech is Knickknack. Nuka hasn't come down much, but that's on us. But I feel like the propeller is good. The Principias are fine. The Muses is good. The up echelon is important. The Copulation is good. The Conduit, unfortunately, is our win condition. I think the Azamat so far in our limited testing has been the worst card. Maybe we can cut an Azamat for a Unity. I'm sorry, for an Euler. Overclock? As in you don't like Overclock? I like Overclock. I want to play more Overclocks. I think the Overclocks are really good. The Madani might not be a 3 of, but I think it's the thing. Oh, Overclock for assets. Yeah, that's better. Azamat's trash until you need it, yeah. I do feel like a lot of the decks that are like asset spamming super hard are have calmed down a bit in the meta. I think there's a chance that's not exactly the case if you look at some of the op decks. I don't know if John Old is on assets. Yeah, like this is a worst case scenario. Like in dealing with Sphikator, it just sucks. You need Azamat for this. I can jump in with an asset deck. I mean, like, Alex, I'm not excited. I'm not champing at the bit to do that, but maybe we need to test it. I do think I feel the 46 cards, as silly as a sentence that is. It's like, we need to get our cards in the right order. If you feel, you wanted to feel it being important. Yeah, Oiler's kind of cool. Card comes in for 2. It breaks code gates cheaply on the turn. So you break any code gate for functionally like 2 credits in the meta. Man, do we play 47? The DZs we're not drawing soon enough. The Simul chips are goated. The Knickknack is obviously goated. We've been drawing into, like, we need a Knickknack as soon as possible. The second and third Knickknacks has sucked, though. That's for sure. The telework has been good enough. Maybe we don't need the SMC. I have not installed SMC once. You just change your 3 Nuka to Ritual. I could try that because Nuka works better with Knickknack. And I, like, just kind of hate this card. It breaks Scatterfield better than everything else. Yeah, Oiler's also good into Scatterfield for the turn. I guess you pay 4 to break a Scatterfield. Yeah, I like that change, but I think that's pretty sensible. Wait, what did we cut? Because we left the Azimuth in. What did I cut here? Wait, what did we just remove from the deck? Because I thought we removed the Azimuth, but clearly we didn't. We cut a Nuka for a Ritual. Wait, what did I just delete from the deck? Huh? Oh, the SMC. Okay, we're fine. Alex, I'm down to try if you're down to try. We'll see that World Champ diff playing against some assets. I'm not expecting the best. I think it's sometimes hard to get Lat against assets because they dump their hand. Yeah, Alex, hit me up on chat delay if you want to play a game. Otherwise, I'll just host one in a couple seconds. Okay. Do you want to host? If you make the password Lat lowercase, I'll jump in. How's everyone doing today? I don't know when the next time we're going to play paper. Maybe we'll play some paper in 2 weeks. Maybe I'll ask Pat. We'll play some core. That was a lot of fun. I wonder how many people are out there playing core. It's mostly standard. It's, remind me. I need to show some cool art arts. This weekend it's New York City Megacity. What was the password again? Whatever you put in chat. I was saying Lat, lowercase, if you want to make the thing. Or I'll make the thing. I'll make it. Okay? Some clown who said that. Okay, Metropole dead. I'll join. Yeah, there's a New York City Megacity, and I have a bunch of some of the prize support to show off. So we'll do that after this game. Chat, remind me if I forget. It's Nuvang asset spam? All right. My local meta's core and standard split right now. Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to see a bit of that on the weekend or next week as well. Arzon went for the mulligan. 54 card. This is assets. So we're going to die the measured response at some point. Probably get oppoed. I don't know why Nuvang plays assets. Neat. So our hand has the Knickknack, which is good. It has the Muse, which is okay. The Muse can go get the Azimuth, but that's 3 of our MU, which is not sustainable. I don't want the early Revolver. I don't want the 2 DZ, so I think we mulligan in this. Alex went for the mulligan, and we can go for the mulligan. This hand is fine. The face checks are going to be cheap barriers in the early game, so like denying fire off of what's it called? Oh wow, okay, so we can do whatever we want off of Maskarovka. So 5 cards in hand, we can get the Fermenter down. The Knickknack doesn't have anything we want to do, so I think we just draw. We could get the telework started because money's going to matter. We definitely draw as a start. Okay, so Madani can install 3 cards. That click compression might be better than the Lat draw, but I can't tell. It's really hard to get our hand size up after that though, because at least we have Knickknack for Coalescence, which is a start, but we have no way to bust this remote server. So what do you do? Do you just do telework, use telework, install the Madani? Like, I'm not sure how to navigate the early game, trying to compete against Nuvang, or trying to compete against Lat and Madani. Like, it's also anti-synergistic unless you have a lot of card draw. Like, maybe that's why it's so much better to play Nuka, because you can do double Nuka jam onto your thing. Maybe we even try Vocation, so we can empty our hand and refill our hand. Which is like anti-synergistic with Madani. I don't know what to do here. Telework, use telework. And then we're on 5, we get a card draw. That's probably fine. We can Madani next turn. Because otherwise we do Madani, install 1, 2, 3. It's good that we have all that sort of stuff. We can Fermenter on his turn. We probably should get the Fermenter down. But then we lose the Lat draw. This gets 4 cards out of our hand. It's probably worth. It is probably worth. I think we get more click compression doing that. If that's the case, we should draw once more. Fine. On our turn, we'll just get the coalescence down. No DZs in sight. And then on his turn, we'll get the fermenter down. No lat draw there, so that might have been bad. If we had like a ritual or a nuke in hand, I'd feel better about this turn because like we're not getting a lot of cards quickly. The best thing we can do is the knickknack draw. But I have to remember to hit this button before we start turn. So we're going to just park our mouse there. And we're going to hang out. David, what are you playing in core if you're playing any core today? Or like in the modern meta, I mean. I'm assuming I'm just going to play Zwicky forever. Install advance. What ice do you think we can't deal with? Assuming it's a barrier, install advance? We've arrived at the third knickknack. Cheap, what do you mean? Install advance. So Simon Chip doesn't get us any breakers. We can always just face check this with a knickknack. On 4 credits, we're assuming the worst case is the Maskarovka, and then Alex is on 3 credits, which means he can score out. If he scores out the 3-1, the Eminent, that's bad. So I guess we could draw once. Assets, right? I think we'll force the res. Shouldn't be that bad for us. There's a DZ, so we can always draw last click. I'm assuming this has to be a mask. It's a tree line. Okay, at least he's on 1 credit. So I don't know what this is. So we have an Madani, that's fine. We'll just draw for the lat draw. That's fine. Lat? I don't think there's any advanced card that won't lat us here. There should be a button there, ask your opponent for lat draw. Yes, no, ask. And it just says a canned message. Am I good? Yeah, no, for sure. I'm wondering if there's a fast damage card. I don't think so. Okay, so he's stuck down on 1 credit, so I have no idea what the read on the remote is. Because he can't really score this out. He's drawing after mulligan. Like, his hand looks really, really bad here. We don't have a very easy knickknack this turn. Here's where the assets start. So he can score out next turn. So we're not getting the Euler down. So here we're in the awkward spot where we have to figure out how to use knickknack again without wasting knickknack. So we can always like DZ, but like just trading the DZ install for a card draw is obviously nonsense. So we don't do that. So I think here we probably do DZ, Azimuth, run, whiff knickknack. We technically could Euler, but no, we'll whiff the knickknack, and then we'll just draw once. There's a small chance that this is a Mavirus, a Spin Doctor, both of those upset parts of our plan. No. Clearinghouse? Okay, yeah, there is damage on the deck. Last click draw. Load bearing fermenter. That's a good draw. Any turn that I can't knickknack feels like such a failure, but it is definitely still really good. Oh, I forgot to mention, we lost a top monitor today, so I don't have this monitor up here, so I can't see the YouTube and Twitch backend. Oh, don't be a creative. I mean, at Eminent. Oh, that's fine. And it sucks. I don't know if anyone's had this problem. Whenever I plug in this 4th monitor, it makes a USB sound, and as soon as I plug it into my graphics card, I'm using through DisplayPort, all my other monitors kick out besides my primary. As soon as I plug in the 4th monitor, monitors 2 and 3 just turn off. And I don't know what it is. And then when I go into the display adapters, they just are grayed out, so you can't find any information about them. I have no idea what that's about. Here we can't get purged out because we can't res. A lot of cards in archives, but this is a very easy coalescence run HQ line. In theory, though, we shouldn't coalescence. We should install a Madani. So the question is whether we want to draw first. I don't think we want to draw first unless we crack our fermenter here, which might be fine, but I'm okay greeting the fermenter because we have enough money to just float. So I think we do coalescence, copulation, run HQ. Yeah. So then we install the coalescence for 1. Nice try. Run HQ for a single. It's very smooth. Okay. We can't get the cup out. We'll definitely trash that. Oh, yeah, right. Very easy. So we can still sure gamble here, and then we can maybe we don't sure gamble with this fermenter. Maybe we just do telework, use telework. We could go back for another single. We've drawn through 7 cards. I don't know what archives is about, but this looks like a flood. So like running HQ is kind of reasonable here. If it is off the books, or sorry, if it is a 5-3, the Basalt, I wonder what he gets back. So maybe we should just stay ahead because we are ahead and not interact with Basalt. I might be wrong. Next turn, what are we getting rid of? We get Simulchip on this turn. We don't get a Hush. We just get a Coalescence. I do not know what we're going to draw next turn. So maybe we just do... not Sure Gamble Nuka. I think we could do Telework, and next turn we'll just do Nuka. I don't think there's anything he can do too quickly. That's good. I was not trying extra hard to earn a slot. I mean, it's so far fired 4 credits. Like, we can't feel too bad about it. In core, I've gone with the BTL Comfort Zone deck, then tried to R plus tag spam. Presently, I'm trying to make poetry deck work with limited success. Runner side, Muesli, Hana, Madani, and Liu. What can you do with tags? Hey, we got rid of it. We did it. We emanated it for the Anthill. That's a really fun play. Unfortunately, we got the Propeller, so we can deal with both of these and get a point. That looks like a Spin Doctor, but something cool is happening. You're on Windows 11 at default to blaming it. I'm on 10, and I'm dreading having to jump to 11. So we're on 2MU. If we install the compilation, we get it in for free. I'm going to do it. Okay. I'm going to ask for action. Oh, he can't res my virus, so that's fine. So here we want to install the Propeller. What are we knickknacking? I think the telework. So we can do telework, install Propeller, run Anthill, run archives. We're assuming this will be a Spin Doctor. So we can run the Spin Doctor first to draw a card. It could get us a clean getaway. But this is probably a Spin Doctor because there is an agenda in the bin. The sooner we run archives, though, the sooner it flips up all the cards for like Logjam. I don't think that's a really big interaction point. We don't have Hush in the deck. We could consider fermenting before we hit a Mavirus. A lot of the Nuven decks want to run one Mavirus because upgrades are important in the context of a bunch of their Nuven cards. Yeah, I'll start here. Oh, sorry. We're not going to get Lat this turn. Retribution, bigger picture, IP enforcement. Mostly I'm using tags as a money credit engine. Cool. I wouldn't knickknack here. Oh, yeah. It's going to be hard for us to get the draw. It's a Hearts and Minds. We'll trash that for free. So we can get 1 point from archives. So we can't this turn if we want to deal with the Anthill. The Anthill is more important. So we'll just let it sit. Yeah, so there's still an agenda in archives. I do think he is flooded. This makes Armed Acid a bit better because there's a lot better because the Eminence in there. So I wonder what we should have ran, if we should have ran that. If that was a Spin Doctor, we should just ran archives. So we did mess up. If that was a Spin Doctor, we should just ran archives because it's not that important, whatever this is. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, we should have just raw ran archives there. Because then if it doesn't get flipped, we don't have to run this. Just purge? Okay, I'm fine with that. We have enough money here. What are we knickknacking this turn? Could have Madani instead of installing? Yeah, that was strictly better. Would have got it closest to Lat. I keep forgetting we should never raw install. We should always Madani. That is a very easy thing to get a bit uncomfortable with. Okay. So we can run archives. What do we want to knickknack? I don't think we do. 4 cards in hand is totally fine. We could just like get rid of one of these to Simulchip it back. That seems bad. Yeah, I think we just don't knickknack this turn. I just feel like such a failure as a person. Yeah, we can sweep all of HQ if we want to. I think we will. And then we'll get rid of the compilation to be able to Simulchip back maybe. No. Shouldn't be able to res this. Maybe it's a Descent or the Kessleroid. I don't care. If it purges the fermenter off of a little fly swatter, it's fine too. Knickknack does that to a person. I know. It's like, especially on JNet where it warns you every time. It's like, hey, you are a failure. Oh, I guess there's a chance that this could be a big old... Oh no, you can't res. You need 4 credits to res a BOAC. Any res? Yeah, it has to be a green mail. Green mail is maybe a card that Alex wants to score here. We didn't DC, right? Because you can hear me and chat can hear me, like JNet chat can hear me. Did Alex purge his own connection? Or is he thinking that hard whether to res a Descent or not? If he res a Descent, we have to run archives, but we probably run archives no matter what. Cool. Pivot. Pay 3 to trash that with the Azimuth. I think we'll just run back. We're getting further away from Lat every turn. So I think we'll try and ping a card here. Get further away from Lat. No surprise. This drops us to 5. We can sure gamble run archive. If we run archive, we could technically hit like 4 points and suddenly die to be on threat if one of them is a Basalt Spire. So I guess we just cup this. Yeah, I'm glad we cupped it because there is 6 points in the bin. He was clearly very flooded. And so now we just have to survive this. If we trash the measured, he would just get it back. Yeah, it looked bad. So it was actually as bad as we thought it was. So at least the worst he can do to us. Stacks on Plutus and Cohort. Oh my god, yeah, this is a bit of a non-game. But yeah, if we trash the measure goes back into hand. He might not be able to play it. So here, at least he's on a couple more cards in hand. So I think we'll just keep our credits up. We'll just sure gamble. He got back another measured. So he has one measured. So he could send it. We could just lose our whole hand. Or we can just pay 8. I think we're fine paying 8. If he can do Armored Acid, he could do Armed Acid into Angelica to measured, and then we still pay 8. Now, having an indicator for Knickknack in person has gotten me a few times. Just tap it. Tap it if you've used it. Tap it if you run. No matter what, just tap it. So credit, jam. Measured in hand. We don't know what this is. It's cheap to check. Okay. Are we still not knickknacking? I think we just do Nuka draw. Okay, that's good. So we can host 3 on here. We can run this last click. It's a bit dodgy to run last click, so I don't think we do. If we host 3 on here, we can install the Muse, but we're over MU. So we could sweep HQ. We know there's a measured in there, which we can consider trashing for the Azimuth. But the tree line we break for 2, and then we can deal with the propeller later. So I think we just run this first and see what happens. Stop asking. Very nice, though. Antil. Yeah, the Azimuth's good. So we don't want to die to measured, potentially double measured. So we want to keep enough cards in hand, enough credits. Because he could do like Armed Acid protection, probably into measured. I don't know what the Armed Acid gives him, how many credits. We're also like 1 conduit away from just like sending it. So I think we just keep 3 cards in hand and then we'll draw up. So we'll host 1, 2, 3 and get lat draw. So we're safe. We don't have MU. So we probably don't lat on his turn. I don't think we're like really required to. We have to like refresh the propeller, which is fine. We have a simul chip. Okay, expending descent, so you get some money. Above the log gets shuffled back into R&D. And he's on 5. So we know just the measured in hand. Keeps jamming. Okay, so I don't think we install something here. I think we'll just like sell the propeller. We can start by running HQ. We have to watch out for BOAC, so maybe we don't just send it HQ. I guess we could always muse into Revolver if that happens. I'm okay if he spends money resing on ice on HQ, so this is probably fine. So maybe we just Fermenter first? He purged though, so this is probably not a white space, or sorry, a fly swatter, because he purged. And if he had that, he probably wouldn't have purged. Whatever, I'll free up some MU. I guess we freed up MU no matter what. Okay, we have access to all breakers because we have Muse on Madani. We can sweep the whole hand, which we might just do. Okay, it's a Winchester. So he's down to 1 credit, so we don't care about this remote server anymore. We can just trace through this. Lat has Link. If we want to get a Revolver, it's like 3 credits, and then we spend 3 bullets. So I think we just trace for 3, 4, 5. It's still 7 credits to trace this. We obviously can't lose a hardware here. Losing a program is not the end of the world, so we can let the program trace go through, and then we can trace the end run if we want to. It loses the couplation, which is like not good because we can couplation send it. So in theory, the couplation is worth 3 credits because we have to pay the couplation, pay 2. But I don't think we break this. I think we just let this fire. I think if he trashes the cup, it's not the end of the world. I don't think he has any agendas in hand. Yeah, I'm not going to pay 3 for the cup. I don't care what happens. We can always muse it back if we really wanted to. So 3 subroutines. Lost the Azimuth. Okay, so we're going to just throw the cup at him. This is very important. And then trace 3 end the run's important, so we spend 4 on that. So the only card that this could be that's bad for us is like wall to wall, and it's not that bad. So I guess we'll just use the cup and free a polar MU. Measured, we know that. Measured. Oppo, oh no. Wild. So he had the double Oppo, but not the money. That's really cool. So we have knick-knacked. We're down on 1 card in hand. We have an Oppo cooking. Our money's not that good. So we should definitely install like at least the DZ with the fermenter, but we might as well do that next turn so we can't purge. We can do go R&D for single. We can coalescence. That's pretty good on credits. We can also simulchip back a fermenter, which is probably responsible. I don't know what's the remote server, like Oppo, like Gaslight? I don't think so. So this uses the DZ, so it's 3 credits. And I think we just simulchip, and then we could use a simulchip. It's not a rush to use a simulchip because we'll pop the coalescence next turn. We could go for a single. We can use for conduit, which is probably the game closing line. I think we'll do that next turn. So we'll just install this. I don't know if we want to use the simulchip. I don't think we're going to struggle to use the next turn. And then I think we'll just muse for conduit and try and close the game out. We know just the oppo in hand. He can do a small oppo. Can't really do a big oppo. We could have Madani this turn, but we already used our DZ, so we'll just remember to use fermenter before we pass turn. Credit, small oppo. I guess it is free, right? So that's fine. We'll just clear it. So Madani on his turn, free fermenter, comes in with 2 counters because start of turn tricks. So I think we don't know this hand, this card. He's on 3, so this could be an agenda. So we could consider checking it. So we could just run R&D. We could bounce check this for 1 credit. We lost the azimuth. I think that's fine. Oh, we have to clear tags, of course. Yeah, we'll just start here. It's good to have. Tree line. So we can just run this, check this cheaply. We could install something off the Madani so that the simulchip doesn't eat our DZ trigger. We don't really need to clear 2 tags, but it is like a safer thing to do. I guess the worst case is this is an eminent and he gets a big piece of ice, but I don't think that cooks the game for us. So we could just check this. It costs us 1, and then we could clear the tag. If we're assuming we're trashing something, it costs us more than 1. But I think we can just check it here. Don't have a huge incentive to. Oh, whatever. Simulchip for the prop. In theory, you could simulchip for the muse for the prop. That is 1 more credit expensive, but it gives you another Madani, another Knickknack trigger in the near future, which actually we kind of value. Plutus. I don't think we care. There's nothing in the bin that fires Plutus. And that keeps that server busy. I think we did see a Plutus already in archives, right? So I guess that was a consideration, but I don't know how you Plutus. You don't have cards in hand, so you have to sacrifice the off the books. So petty cash is a start. 2 cards, 7 credits. But now we probably just go for the conduit. I wonder if we expend the tree line to make this tree line big. Sick. Looks at the top card, trashes the top card. Okay. So I think we just pivot to our conduit here. We might have to crack the fermenter first. Thinking whether we want to use Madani on his turn. Because if we Madani on his turn, we can install the conduit for... Oh, we don't have enough money. I think we always ritual when we have the Nuka, right? Because this is harder to play. Okay. So what do we do here? The conduit, is it in the bin? No. So we could crack the fermenter, install the simulchip. I don't think we Knickknack this turn. I do not think we do. Like maybe at some point you just like Madani the Unity for 2 to sell it for a card and a credit. No, that's not good. 1 unknown in hand. We can lock the top of the deck, 4 in archives in the bin. The petty cash now means you can fast advance with this, but there's only 1 more off the books, 1 more above the law. I guess eminence could mean a thing. We always could just like pinhole the Plutus, but I'm okay if he like reses the Plutus to sacrifice this. Like that's the problem is he can't res the Plutus because he either has to sacrifice 3 cards, which he can't, or he has to discard this, which is like kind of defeating the point. So I want to see if we can Knickknack here. We can't just like Nuka and install more cards of Madani. That's probably fine. Turns out it wasn't. So what are we doing? Here's 1 card, we're at 9. I don't think we're getting Lat this turn. We only have 1 program in hand. I mean, we can throw out 3 cards, no problem. So it's not going to be the end of the world. So I think we just do like install telework, install simulchip. We can do telework, hit telework, we're on 8. We discard 1, 2, 3. Now we just do both of these. We could lose a Knickknack 10 above the law, so we'll keep a Knickknack. Oh, we could have hit telework. I did the math wrong. Wait, oh wow, he's discarding this. He has a red level clearance face down in the bin. So now he's breaking lock. We'll just pinhole this next turn because he paid a fair bit for this. Now, the cool thing about firing Plutus on Nuveng is that you can do it at the start of turn. So you actually like pick your, basically your mandatory draw. So he played red level clearance to gain 2. Now he's playing petty cash to Nuveng as well, but he's already Nuveng this turn. So he doesn't get benefit. So he wanted the card. hedge fund, Nuvang. Whoa, what's happening? Okay, so do we want to grab something onto the table? Muse comes in for 1. Unfortunately, we should have teleworked so we can Muse for something. I think we probably have to get the Azimuth back. I think we just pinhole the Plutus sooner than later. His bin has hedge fund. That's good. 1 petty cash is out. We don't know the face down cards. So I think this turn starts with like cracking Fermenter, and then we just simul-chip the Azimuth, and then we start checking things. Once we do that, we also can like Muse for the Coalescence. Action? Because once we trash this Plutus, I don't think he has anything going on. So this is a click. Then we can simul-chip for Azimuth. Then we can Madani for the Muse for Coalescence. We'll go for the heap, right? Yeah, they're all in there. Maybe actually it's better to go get a Copulation. And now we can run a bunch of these things. So we'll start here. We'll get rid of the Coalescence. Another Muse is perfect. It's a hostile. Okay, so we want to copulate that. We can lose 2 cards from this hand, I think. We have no window to go get our cup. Breach server. It's a cohort. Cohort Plutus is kind of cool. So we could just take 2 damage on this, trashing the cohort, and then we could pinhole the Plutus. We only take 2 damage. Yo, Jackmate, how's it going? The worst case scenario is that it hits 2 pinholes, but losing a recursion is also kind of bad. I think we'll bite. So we lost a Muse and a simul-chip, literally every single recursion card there. We'll pinhole Archives, and then I think we'll take down the Hostile. I guess we have to play around Measured, but we know where every Measured is. So that's fine. Doing right in for the Order Law situation. I mean, it wasn't that bad. It could have been better. We'll run Archives. We'll take down the Plutus. So we can decide here if we want to take down the Hostile. We lost all our recursion, so like we have to trash this honestly. It's 4 credits, it drops us to 4. So he could, how does he kill us? Must before simul would have been giving you +1 credit? Oh, did I order low the simul chip? Oh my god, I did. Yeah, you're right. I simul chipped first. Yeah, I did. a bad simul order. Yeah, I totally forgot, of course. The simul chip eats the DZ, so we could have saved a credit there. So we install a card, we draw a card. There's an argument for just running Archives and R&D to finding the agendas. Yeah, I don't know if he discards cards. I guess we don't have to deal with this hostile. The problem is we lost our way to deal with the hostile architecture because we have 3 simul chips in the bin. In terms of our Muses, we have 1 in the bin, 1 on the table. So there's only 1 more recursion card. So dealing with the hostile this turn drops us to 4. Yeah. Mind if I click for 1? Or a free 1? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we should have been easily. That was an unforced error on 9. So like trashing the hostile is okay. I don't know how much other stuff on the table we have to deal with. But our recursion is like super limited here. Next turn we have Muse for Knickknack. If we install the Rising Tide, we draw a card. That's fine. Our MU will be kind of full, but we've already decided. We don't need to get this tied down. It might just be better to draw a card. He's going to flood up soon. Yeah, this is okay. Hearts and Minds, he can draw that. If he puts it behind the tree line, it doesn't do anything. I'd rather him draw that than any other card. And he's on 0 points, so like the only way we lose is to death. So we're just going to try not to die. Okay. That's probably the Hearts and Minds. We do have to deal with that, actually. So maybe the hostile was right to trash. Because like death is how we lose, we said. Okay, this hand sucks. The pinhole is good. The problem is if we draw with the what's it called, the Knickknack, we'll lose those cards to hostile. So I think we just deal with the hostile, deal with the what's it called, the 2/1, the Hearts and Minds, and we'll go from there. Knickknack the Muse. Oh no, if we lose that to damage, it's really bad. I'm gonna rip it 50-50. Nailed it. We still know where all the measures are. Wait, there's a really weird sound on the street right now. I've never heard that siren. Okay, so we'll deal with the Hearts and Minds. I guess we died a bite. I guess we died a bite here, huh? Hearts and Minds. So we get the lat draw, so we'll go for a single. I guess we died a bite again. So I guess we'll run Archives, see a couple more cards. Wall to wall, end of line spin. Threw out a spin there. Lat draw. There might be a spin in the remote server that gets thrown out. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. We're running out of things to Knickknack. We might just get rid of the telework. He has to have agendas in hand. The problem is like we lost a lot of recursion pieces to that grinder. I do think we messed up, that we definitely should have just got our compilation and to deal with the 5-3 or trash it last turn, because instead of losing no cards, we lost 4 cards. We could have at minimum lost 2 cards. There's clearinghouses in the deck. I think this is a clearinghouse. I don't think it's an agenda. If it's a Basalt Spire back, he does get his win line back. So we might just muse for Conduit and close the game out. But this is probably, we know he's on copies of Clearinghouse. And I think he's more willing to grind us than he is to win the game off of scoring to 7. So we can always like telework, start by running our D for a single. I think the game is in HQ. In terms of our killers, we have both of them in the deck. Not that we deal with this Winchester that well. But there has to be like still, what is it, 16 points left in the game. Okay, good game. We're really rough start. We did struggle to close it out though. Like, I think that's pretty common when we only have Conduit. Clearinghouse in the remote. It was cool that he pivoted away, right? Just to get Plutus going, because it's hard for him to win when he's this far back. I was glad to be able to make it into a real game eventually. Oh no, get out. Wild. Yeah, the Basalt's really bad if he scores it, because he can do double measured, and we have to deal with that. Just pinhold the remote, is it the win? Oh yeah, we might as well. We could have just pinholed the remote server to check. Yeah, how do you get in there? Propeller, we can't deal with it. All the signships and the rising tide in the bin. I have Principias and the last muse in hand. I think I can do it by just shuffling the prop. I have the pinhole. I wasn't planning to pinhole the remote. Probably should have. Yeah, we probably should have. Because if we see this as the win, we just like muse the propeller we get in. Yeah. Yeah, pinhole. Yeah, it's good. It's the last one. I think I should have grabbed the cup instead of tanking the hostile twice. That wasn't. I lost a lot of good cards. Yeah, losing all our recursion, like losing to the hostile, losing both the muse and the simulship was really, really bad. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, weird. A lot of weird cards in here, but they do snowball. And so if you don't do the table, right, like cohort fires, clearinghouse gets big, hearts and minds can never advance cards. Like I could see this being a nightmare. I do think like Knickknack and Azimuth does scale well into this, and the Azimuth was really good. Like we did get like 6 to 8 credits off the Azimuth, I think, as much as we had to install it twice. Thanks for the game. I wonder if we goofed the Winchester and whether we should have had a way to break with this, because that was the ice that we called. At the end of the day, I think losing the Azimuth was probably not worth. Maybe it was worth 2 credits or 3 credits, I guess, because the big trace is big. Hey, cheers. Yeah, we had a couple lines there at the end, but I think the agenda density on centrals had to be really high, right? I guess if that's the Basalt, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. But this deck is on Eminence, so it has a lot of agendas, and it has to be on at least 22 points, right? So there's still a lot of agendas amongst these like 24 cards. Neat. Very cool. Oh, we've been streaming for 4 hours. It's 4:30. I gotta go and get some cat food before the cat food store closes. And then we get a hungry cat situation. You always want to avoid hungry cat situation. It's really important you keep that stuff in check. How's everyone's Tuesday been today? Azimuth's already 3 credits, 1 installed, 2 for trashes. Yeah, if you sell it right away, it's already immediately 3, but we used Azimuth a lot. Huge thank you to all these names here and more that help support the Metropole Grid, so we can take Tuesdays off and stream stuff like this. We're back on Thursdays. We're going to be doing some more paper play. Any feedback about stuff that you see and you like, obviously I read that stuff. Very important. So we're going to get some more core gameplay on the channel for sure. Otherwise, you can always check. We have the links of all the decks we play in the description. So if you like something you see, we make it as easy as possible here. You can grab it. This weekend, oh, hold on. After this, I will show some prize support for the upcoming Megacities. I'll show it again on Thursday, but I was meant to show you some of the cool New York City Megacity surprise support, which is this weekend. If you've decided not to go for some reason, it's going to be this week. This weekend on Saturday, I'm doing some streaming for the New York City Megacity. I'm not sure what channel it's going to be streamed on, but I'm going to be doing some remote casting. Kato, she's running the stream. So if you want to come back on Saturday, we'll be doing some Netrunner content for sure, but we will show that in a second. Huge thank you to all these names here and more. We also have a whole bunch of Daily Cast patrons. Their names unfortunately don't show up here. And if you want to support the channel by just taking a second to leave a like on the video, it really helps a heck of a lot, that's for sure. Probably worth playing for the Trace 4 in that vein. Yeah, maybe it was, because we can always trash it for 1, and that's like kind of the floor. Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry to do the fake out at the end. I'll show this again on Thursday for those who missed it, but there are some cards I'll add that are part of the prize support for the upcoming New York City. I don't know what they're attached to, but some of these you might not have seen before, and they're really quite nice. So give me 1 second. I just have to do this in real time. NYC prizes. I'm going to add a card. Downloads. So we have, where are they? Here. Okay. Firstly, you've probably seen this before. This is definitely not standard legal, but this is a spin doctor. The art on this, what is the name on this? Sorry, I can't read the name really easily. This is from Mathematica. This is definitely not standard legal. It is obviously what is this? Slowpoke spin doctor. I think these have been around for a while. Maybe I'm thinking of the Squirtle one, but this is really cute. I think this is part of the Hearts and Minds, Hands and Brain, tournament from the earlier part or the later part of the event. I know it's part of the side tournament, but that's really, really cute. Now, things that are probably a bit more standard legal in terms of competitive tournament play. We have this Chesva, which is just gorgeous. This is from C Rose, which I'm pretty sure is the exact same artist who did that phenomenal Your Digital Life. This is a Chesva. It's the New York City styled. Still have that like lo-fi 90s Windows 95, 97 aesthetic, which is fantastic. Reminding you about the OG Netrunner cube list. Please, thank you, Blessed. Legal for sure. Legal for sure. Oh, Eris, yeah, I'll dig it up. I'll should have it on Thursday because I have to dig it through the drive. Hey, there's Kato. I think this one's absolutely gorgeous. It has the New York City Megacity badge on it, which is just phenomenal. Really nice coloring too. I never noticed that subtype character text on that before, and I've had those in my decks for like 4 years. Yeah, there's a couple characters. I think NBN might have the most amount of characters, or at least classically in the FFG world. And finally, this is also commissioned for this event. We have from Keysra, who they will be there. They have built this Plutus, which this, even as a Canadian, I recognized. This is off of the that Wall Street Golden Bull, which exists on Wall Street. It is a Golden Bull statue. So this is the Deep Net Plutus. This is very good art too. As additional cost, we just saw this in the last game. So these will all be available. I'm not sure off the top whether these are participation or top whatever. I do think they might be participation. Maybe you get some foil versions if you do a bit better at the tournament. But this is the New York City Megacity, which is in Brooklyn. You can find out more information online for sure. And that's this weekend. So if you're practicing for it, good luck and have fun. It'll be streamed. Maybe the Slowpoke just made me read it differently. Yeah, I think so. Really cute card. Yeah, these are both, all three of them are really great. I think I felt like I've seen the Slowpoke before, but I might be mistaken because there was a couple like Pokemon alters that have existed before. Anyways, all that stuff is available this weekend at New York City. We'll be doing some remote streaming. Kato always puts on a fantastic stream. So that'll be this weekend. And the top cut will be on Sunday, but I don't think I'll be casting for that, but it'll still be a great time. Chesva participation, Plutus for top half, spin for Hand and Brain. Oh, cool. Okay, so everyone gets a Chesva. Plutus, you have to fight for it. Wait, it's not this weekend, weekend after next. Oh my God, Kato, I knew that. Huge correction. It is not this weekend. It is next weekend. It's the 19th and 20th. This weekend is like the 11th or 12th. Yeah, 100%. Good catch. Cat's alt arts are my favorite card arts. I think Cat does some great stuff. Best ID arts for me are Yakuza laser IDs. Yeah, I feel like I've gone a year without seeing those, but I haven't seen Yakuza in a bit. Yeah, huge. Sorry. Big correction. It's not this weekend. It's the next because it's the 19th and 20th. That's coming up soon. Anyways, we'll see you on Thursday. We'll be back in a bit. Thanks for watching.